Chapter 1. Olivia. The quiet back seat of Papa's Range Rover feels like a hearse on the way to my own funeral. The air conditioning blasts and a partition's up between the driver and Papa and me. My seatbelt feels like a tether keeping me tied down to the inside of a coffin, and the tinted glass is like the walls of my pinewood box. Soon they'll toss dirt over my face and forget all about me. And for what? The Cuevas family, Papa would say. The only thing that matters. We don't speak. What's there left to say? I did all my screaming and crying already back in Mexico on my Papa's estate, where the bitter sun beat down against my skin, and Papa's guards stood around talking about soccer and wondering when the argument would be over. Their shadows were long ago the tile mosaic set around the pool, as Papa tried to explain how this was the right thing to do. I hated him then, and I hate him now, and for all that, I still can't seem to bring myself to understand. Papa's breathing like a bear. He's a hairy man, with dark tan skin from spending so much time outside. He's got on a short-sleeved polo shirt tucked into dark slacks and dark dress shoes, and a watch that costs more than the car. His gold chain with the diamond-studded crucifix attached at the end is tucked into his shirt, but he'll take it out and touch it, and kiss it when it's time to do the deed. For good luck, he'll say. He loves that cross more than he loves me. He wouldn't sell that damn thing if someone put a gun to his head. I wish Manuel was here to tell Papa off. When you see him, I expect you to behave. Papa doesn't look at me. He stares out the window as Phoenix, Arizona, flashes past. Squat, gray, squalid buildings, faux Southwest-style structures with stucco and cacti and lots of little pebbles. Not at all like I remembered. This place was massive, mythic. It's been 10 years since I was last in this city, and back then I thought it was home. It was the only place I ever knew. Now it feels foreign, like Mexico when we were forced to flee across the border in the middle of the night. Papa clutched me against his side then and promised we'd come back. Now we're back, and I wish everything were different. I don't even know who he is, I say, keeping my back turned. Let Papa speak to the back of my head. It'll annoy him, and maybe earn me a slap. But what's it matter now? One last parting strike for his lovely daughter, a gift worthy of a man like Gerardo Cuevas. Don't start this again. He sounds annoyed, and I feel a childish spike of vindication. It's the truth, though, Papa. You plan on selling me to some American. Not long ago, you called yourself American. Let me remind you. I grimace but keep my eyes locked on the scenery. The sky's like a painter's blue and the sun's like an oven coil. Everything's so spread out and barren, a city stretched to its thinnest across an inhospitable desert. There's a strange optimism about this place. Like despite how badly the outside world wants to cook all the people living here, they keep on going like it's nothing, like it isn't some big toaster inhospitable to humanity. American, Mexican, you're selling me to a stranger. That's the point I'm trying to make. I feel the argument roll through my shoulders. God, how I shouted at him yesterday, in a way I've never shouted at him before in my life. You bastard, you thief, you're stealing my life from me. You're treating me like a piece of property, like I'm a slave. I said all that, and a lot more. I said things he would never have allowed from any man, and I said it in front of his soldiers. I humiliated him, and my Papa took it. All because he knew how horrible it is to make me come here and marry a stranger. I knew it hurt him, but what else could I do? When Papa came and said he found a husband for me and he didn't plan on telling me who, I lost my mind. How could I marry a man I didn't know? How could he do this to me, the only flesh and blood he's got left? This man, who has a shrine to every saint and every ancestor scattered across his home, little niches filled with candles, painted images of the Virgin Mary, burning incense, offerings of fruit and brightly colored flower blooms. This man who says family is everything. This man wants to sell all that he has left in the world. We aren't having this argument again. He sounds stern now. Papa is exhausted. He's not as young as he used to be, and the trip across the border steals something from him, like crossing that invisible line from our country into this one draws away his energy and strength. He's better in Mexico, where he can speak his native language and move through his native culture like a seal cutting through water. But here he's awkward and uncertain, in a language he never mastered and with people he doesn't entirely understand. And yet he needs them as much as they need him. Convenient for you, but not so much for me. Have you thought about going home to your big house and how quiet it will be without me? Have you thought about me marrying this American man and having his children and becoming a stranger to you? My babies will be American, Papa. I'll raise them on English and I won't teach them a word of Spanish. I hope they're as white as the snow. Olivia, he snaps. And that's the Papa I know. His voice like a coal shoved down his throat. He wants to breathe flames on me. I will not explain myself to you again. You know how our family works and what's expected of you. With Manuel gone, you're all I have right now to try to make alliances with the people that can ensure our family continues and thrives. You know I would not ask this of you if it weren't important. I finally look at him. Papa. Big Papa. With his bushy black beard and dark eyes, so different and strong with his thick neck and shoulders. He glares at me, and I smile in return. I know, Papa, and that's why I haven't hung myself yet. His anger dissipates somewhat as he shakes his head and mutters prayers to Virgin Mary, begging her to keep watch over me. He touches his fingers to the cross at his chest beneath his shirt, the cross that's always too close to his heart like nothing else in the world ever could be. Sometimes I wonder what it'd be like if Mama never died, or if Manuel were still with me, or if that war hadn't ruined everything we had and more. We're nearly there, Papa says softly, and his anger is gone. We're in the middle of nothing, low-lying buildings, a strip mall, dozens and dozens of cars. I missed America so much for so long, the television shows, the food, the sounds, the sprawl of the city. And now it feels like an entirely different world than the one I left 10 years before, much too big, much too empty, lifeless and sun-stained and riddled with palm trees. We move away from the main city and out deeper into the desert. This is Apache and Yavapai and Maricopa territory, rocky, bush-studded, green and brown striated by red. This is the land of my dreams and my nightmares, the land where I was last happy and the land where I was most hurt. I hate being back and wanted to return so badly it was like an itch at the base of my spine that I could never, ever scratch, no matter how comfortable my life in Mexico was in Papa's gated house with his guards and his swimming pool and his professional chefs and housekeepers and gold-glittering framed oil paintings and his machine guns. It's fitting that I'm going to die here, of all places. Before you see him, I need you to know something. Papa sounds almost frightened, and that sends a jolt into my spine. Papa is never frightened. This was not my first choice, Olivia, but you're 25 years old. It's long past time for you to marry, and when I heard he was searching for a wife and a good match for his family, I knew this was our opportunity to regain what we've lost. I need you to understand how hard this was for me. You marry him then, whoever he is. But a creeping uncertainty is lodged in my guts, an image from before, a smirking asshole with dark hair and dark eyes and rage etched in every fiber of his muscular body. Papa stiffens. Don't be that way. I'm trying to be honest with you. I don't feel bad for you, I say, which is partially true. Papa grunts angrily. You will, once you understand. Or perhaps you will be too blinded by your own self-pity to think about what it took to negotiate this marriage and make it all happen. But that's you, isn't it, Olivia? Spoiled little brat. Given everything in the world. I grimace and look at my hands, at my manicured nails painted black. A little rebellion. Black for my funeral. I don't feel spoiled. And yet you are. You've lived in my house since we left this place 10 years ago, and you've done what? Swim and read and take lessons from tutors and do nothing. You've had it easy, Olivia. Don't try to tell me different. Most girls your age are married with 3 or 4 children already where we come from. I love you, daughter, but it's time for you to do something hard instead. I grit my teeth and don't answer. What he's saying isn't wrong, but it isn't fair either, as if I haven't gone through enough. The car pulls off the main road and hesitates outside of a large gate with a call box on the side. The driver pokes a button and speaks, but I can't hear. The privacy screen is soundproof. The gate rolls aside, and we wind our way down a long driveway toward a massive fountain set in the middle of a beautiful courtyard before a gorgeous home like something from a movie. It resembles a Frank Lloyd Wright structure, made from glass and wood and slate, with turquoise studded throughout and cacti littered along the front, made to look as though it blends into the landscape, like it's a natural feature of the rock and was always here and would always be here. It's beautiful, stunningly so, even more beautiful than Papa's sprawling grounds back home in Mexico, and that's saying something. "Try to behave," Papa says as he opens the door. Those are his parting words for me, a plea to keep my mouth shut and be a good girl. I've never been great at that. I climb out after him. The sun's beating on my back and I want to get inside, but the doors open and people step out front like a procession. Men with guns first, guards in black clothes and sunglasses arrayed to show the strength of whoever these people are. They face Papa and our soldiers without smiling. Next comes an attractive girl around my age, in big sunglasses with a little boy at her hip, no older than a year, a cute little thing with big eyes and a smile on his lips. She's flanked by a massive tattoo-studded man, good-looking but scowling, and my heart does a strange double beat. He looks familiar, so crazily familiar. He looks like someone I knew a long time ago, but no, that can't be the same person. That can't be who I think it is. The girl beams at me and waves and takes her sunglasses off. I look closer and stop walking because, oh God, I recognize her now, even though I knew her when she was only 12 or 13, still just a little girl and all gangly legs and rebellious glares, and yes, that must mean the guy beside her is definitely Nico, the angry young bastard I knew back when I was a kid. More tattoos, more muscles, a bit taller, but it's him. It's definitely him. And that girl, that nightmare of a girl, she's Cara Bruno all grown up, pretty and petite. Dark hair, dark eyes, grinning like we never hated each other with an ugly bitterness. "Papa," I say, and it comes out like a squeak. "Welcome to Villa Bruno," Cara says, coming forward, Nico ghosting at her hip. Papa goes forward with a big smile, his hands spread wide. "Ah, Cara. Hello, how are you? Last I saw you were so young. This must be your little boy. What is his name?" "Emilio," she says. "And this is my husband, Nico. I'm not sure if you've ever met." "We haven't," Nico says and shakes Papa's hand, and I want to scream at him not to touch them, to get away from him, to turn and run for his life. They're snakes. They're killers. They're slithering swamp serpents, and they're starving, and we're their next meal. "And where is your brother?" Papa asks Cara. "He's on his way out right now. He sent me to apologize for the delay. They were in a meeting." She gives him another charming smile, and the sunlight streams through her perfect hair, and I want to run. "Please, let's get out of this heat." "Papa," I say, voice strangled, because this can't be happening. Cara's smile falters, and she must see my face. I'm staring at them in horror and not trying to hide it. But Nico acts like he doesn't notice. The only thing he's paying any attention to is his wife and his child and Papa's men with their guns. "Olivia, please," Papa says and takes my arm gently but firmly. He steers me to the steps as we follow Cara and Nico into the house, and I'm drawn along like I'm being dragged into the mouth of a massive whale. The first thing I spot is a massive glittering chandelier hanging over the marble-drenched entry foyer like a symbol of this family's wealth. It's a mocking, horrible joke, a reminder of what they stole, and Papa walks beneath it as though the money means nothing and all that blood is dried and gone. When he knows damn well nothing ever stays completely dead. Oil paintings, golden frames, like my father's house, but everything cleaner, sleeker, modern. Cara chatters about the stress of raising a little boy with Papa, and he laughs. doing his charming gentleman act, even though Papa's little boy is buried because of these people, and I notice that our soldiers were left outside, meaning we're trapped and at the mercy of this brood. How Papa can stand it, I have no clue. My skin's crawling with anxiety, fear, rage. Right through here, Kara says, and we're inside a library. Massive fireplace, rows and rows of books crammed onto wooden shelves, and a big mahogany desk in front of stained glass windows that depict an idyllic Italian countryside. Rolling green hills, bales of hay, olive trees. Nico stands near a drink cart while Kara sits with a huff and bounces her child on her knee. I stay close to Papa, too afraid to comment on the gorgeous rugs, the obscenely beautiful statues, the absurd class and wealth and power that shines from every surface. He'll be in soon, Kara says. Which son are you selling me to? I ask Papa, trying to ignore Nico's intense glare and Kara's awkward surprise. Which one? Olivia, Papa says, trying to smile, but his tone is warning. Enough games. They're aware of what's happening. I wave my hand at Nico and Kara. You drag me here, into this house with these people? You don't warn me ahead of time and you want me to hold my tongue? Which one am I supposed to marry, Papa? Kara clears her throat. You don't know? I turn on her. Kara Bruno. Little spoiled Kara Bruno. She doesn't know a damn thing about what my life's been like these last 10 years. No. Longer than that. 11 years if you count the miserable war. And she dares talk to me right now. I hate her so much it hurts. Like my insides are fire and it's eating away my skin. Unfortunately, I wasn't told which of your family was purchasing me. I was simply shoved in a car, informed I was going to meet my husband, and driven to this hellhole. So no, I don't know Kara. She grimaces and glances to the side. She shakes her head slightly, and I notice Nico standing there with trembling hands. What's he going to do? Beat me to death with that cut crystal glass for daring to speak to his wife that way? I wouldn't put it past him. Papa grabs my arm. Enough, he says. No, it's okay, Señor Cuevas. I understand what she's going through better than most. Call me Gerardo, he says, still glaring at me. And even if this is difficult for my daughter, it doesn't excuse her rudeness. I let out a bitter laugh. You have no clue what I'm going through, and I think rudeness is better than you people deserve. Kara's smile is sad. I understand our families have history. I hoped that this marriage would bury all of that, but I understand if you're still holding on to the past. If only holding on to the past. You think if I simply let go of what happened, then my brother will raise from the dead. His corpse will come home and he'll smile and give me a great big hug. Papa's grip on my arm is painful as Kara turns pale and looks at the floor. I hope she feels shame. I hope they all feel shame. This is a travesty, a nightmare, a cruel joke. The door opens and Papa pulls me to the side as 3 men step into the room. The first is Finn Bruno. I recognize him from back in the day. He gives me a simple frown, nods once, and joins Nico at the drink tray. The next is Gavino Bruno, handsome like his brothers, the youngest of the 3. He winks once and walks over to Kara, scoops Emilio into his arms, and coos at the little boy, tickling him and making him laugh. The last remains in the doorway. My heart races wildly, staring him in the face after all this time, and it's like I never left. I feel like that girl again, the awkward 15-year-old with long, gangly legs and a chronic case of low self-esteem, and it only makes me despise him even more. I thought I left that girl behind, but it's like going back in time. He's the same as he was back then, only older, more mature. A grown man now, no longer a boy. Handsome, haughty, eyes like the space between stars, hair like coals. He's bigger, more muscular, more stubble on his chiseled jaw, more tattoos on his tanned skin. His suit fits like bespoke armor and every detail glitters with money. from the watch to the cufflinks to the shoes. But he's still Casso Bruno, the oldest Bruno sibling, the man I hate more than any person living, my tormentor, my bully, the monster that still haunts my dreams, the man I ruined, the man that ruined me. Papa, I say quietly. All my quiet thunder dissipates. Olivia, you remember Casso, Papa says into the tension. He will be your husband. I back away. This can't be happening. Casso doesn't move, but his lips curl slightly like he's staring at an unsightly corpse on the side of the road, like I'm rotting meat and fly-speckled animal flesh, like I'm a maggot he's forced to crush and swallow, and I feel the same way about him. She didn't know, Kara says, joining her oldest brother. She touches his arm. Maybe we should take things easy. Maybe she can stay with her father for a few nights. You two can talk. No, Casso says, and his tone's the sound of bullets locking into a gun's chamber. He looks at Papa. The deal stands? Papa nods once. Yes, Don Bruno, the deal stands. Then she stays here. Olivia and I will marry in a few weeks and our business arrangement will proceed. Does that work? No, God, no, it doesn't work. Papa says, Yes, Don Bruno. I look forward to mending the bad blood between our families. I do as well, Señor Cuevas. The war you fought was against a different Bruno family, one with different leadership. But I have a vision for the future, and together I believe we can bring it into existence. You head a great family, Señor Cuevas, a strong cartel worth allying with. Marrying your daughter is the first step into a stronger, safer world for all our people. I watch Papa's chest swell, his chin tilts up, and I want to scream at him. How can he buy these words, this nonsense? A great family, a strong future together. These people killed us, drove us away, treated us like we were beneath them. We were murdered and bled in the streets, and now all that is forgotten because the old man's dead and his asshole son is in charge? All that is forgotten because I'm expendable? I look forward to working together, Don Bruno. And please, call me Gerardo. Casso's smile is like ice poured down my spine. And you call me Casso. Come, Gerardo. Let's have a drink with my brothers and some of my capos, and we'll discuss what happens next. Your daughter and her things will be shown to her room. Papa hesitates. He looks back at me, and I see the sadness in his eyes. The sadness I've been desperate to see. Some hint that his humanity is still intact. But it's much too late for that now. They have me. I'm trapped here. The wolves have surrounded me, and now I'll be torn to pieces. Casso Bruno. God, this is a sick joke. You'll be fine, Papa says. It might take some time to adjust, but you'll be fine. You marry him then, I say. But there's no real fight left in me. He only shakes his head and follows after Casso. The two men speak quietly as they step into the hall. Finn goes next, ignoring me, and Gavino pauses as he walks past. Welcome to the family, he says with some levity and follows after the others, leaving me alone with Kara, her little boy, and Nico. I know this must be a shock. Kara's voice is small. I turn to her and feel so much anger well up through me. I want to scream and shout and kick her teeth from her mouth. But the little boy gurgles and laughs and wriggles in her arms, and all my rage fades to a low simmer. I'd like to see my room, please, I say, and my own voice sounds dull and dead to my ears. Kara looks like she wants to keep talking, but thinks better of it and stands. She does her best to smile. Right this way. Nico follows on her heels like a trained dog. This is my life. Stuck in a mansion with people I loathe. Forced to marry a man I hate so much it hurts my insides. The only man I truly despise in this entire world. Now I understand why Papa didn't tell me. If he had, I would have tried to drown myself in the pool to spare myself the misery of this moment. Chapter 2. Olivia. The room's more like an apartment minus the kitchen. Ivory-colored couches cluster in front of a fireplace with a flat screen mounted above it, A little reading nook with a bay window and lots of blankets is tucked in the corner. There's a small bar, but no bottles, and a hallway leads into a master bedroom with an attached bathroom and an antique four-poster bed as big as an oil tanker. I stand and stare at it all. Kara bustles quietly. She places my things on the bed, 2 bags, no more, my entire life condensed into wheelie suitcases, and chatters away. Bathroom has everything you need from towels to toothbrushes, and if there's anything else you want, just ask one of the staff. They'll give you whatever, including food. Casso says no alcohol, but eventually they'll stock the bar again once everyone gets settled. The TV gets lots of channels and the internet is fast, although I should warn you that everything's monitored. And if you... She hesitates here, looking at the floor, at the lovely dark hardwood floors that must cost a freaking fortune. Well, if you say anything, you know. Anything you shouldn't say. Casso will speak with you about it. Is that a nice way of saying your brother will hit me if I turn police accomplice? Her cheeks pinken. I'm glad Nico's not here. He took the baby and disappeared after one of the staff arrived with my bags. If he were around, I have a feeling that big brute would glare at me like he's about to break my neck. And he just might do it. That man hovers around his wife and child like a stiff breeze might hurt them. No, I don't think Casso's going to touch you at all. I don't know what you expected coming here, but honestly, Olivia, what happened between our families was 10 years ago. She spreads her hands and tries to smile. We want to put that all behind us. I stand there, seething, arms crossed over my chest. You were, what, 12? 13? 12, she whispers, and chews her lip. God, she's pretty. I can tell what Nico sees in her, except her whole family's model gorgeous. Isn't that some kind of joke? They're killers and criminals and drug dealers and pimps, and yet they look like they'd fit in with the cast of any high-end telenovela. You were 12. I was 15. Doesn't sound like much of a difference, but it's a big one. You and Casso knew each other. She states it as a fact. Yes, we knew each other. You went to the same school. That private place, what was it called? I look away and ball my fists and try not to smash one of the tasteful vases lined up on the dresser. Yes, we did. Miller Academy. I understand you have strong feelings about my brother. I know this must be difficult. You have no clue how I feel. She nods slightly. Okay, I get that, and you're probably right. But hear me out. My relationship with Nico wasn't always perfect. In the beginning, what we had was it was convenience. I married him to avoid getting shipped away, and he married me. Well, he had his own reasons. But we grew something between us, and now we're stronger than I ever thought we could be. I pace back and forth. My shoes clack against the floor, and I pause at the window. Outside, red rock rolls into the distance, like we're on the surface of Mars. I could escape, climb out, drop to the ground, and run into the desert. I'd be dead in a day, and they might never find my body. There are no visible walls out there, but it's a prison all the same. I don't know what you and your husband went through, but don't presume to suggest that it will happen with your brother and me. You don't know what went down between us. You don't understand. Olivia, we're going to be sisters. I just want to try to make things as comfortable for you as I can. I whirl on her. This naive, stupid little girl. She wants to make me comfortable? That's bullshit. She's the one that craves comfort. Because if I give in to my situation and act nice and play along and smile and bat my pretty eyes, then she won't have to deal with the truth of all this. That I'm a captive, that my life is a miserable joke, that I'm going to marry a man that I despise. No, she doesn't give a damn about me. None of them do. If you care, then go get me a gun and let me blow my fucking brains out. She rears back like I slapped her, and I wish I had. I get a sick pleasure from hurting her, and a voice deep down in my chest admonishes me for that. I should try to be better. And to be fair, Kara is trying here. She's been kinder than anyone else has so far. I shouldn't blame her for what Papa and her brother chose, and yet I'm too raw to stop myself. You don't mean that. Her eyes are wide and she's not sure. But God, yes, I do mean it. I don't think I could bring myself to pull the trigger, but some dark and broken part of me would rather be dead than have to be alive as Casso's wife. I was just sentenced to a lifetime living with a man I hate. Truly hate. Not just the little schoolgirl hate, the sort of anger you feel at a boy that teases you on the playground, but a deep hate. I've been carrying this emotion inside of me for 10 years, Kara, and it's rotting me. He hurt me once so badly that I never got over it. I swore I'd never see him again, no matter what. And now I'm supposed to smile and laugh and have his fucking babies. I shiver at the idea of touching him, kissing him, fucking him. This is a nightmare. So please don't sit there and act like you have any clue what I'm going through. Silence descends like a spider from its web. I stand and tremble and want her to get the hell out. I want to be alone, all alone, so I can stew in my misery. Papa's not coming back. I know him, and he won't come to say goodbye. When he finishes hammering out the rest of my life with that monster Casso, he'll sneak away and disappear, and I'll be trapped in this house. A piece of meat for lions to rip to pieces. Casso is going to torture me. He's going to make my life hell. He's going to make me wish I was Manuel, that I was the dead one. And in some ways, I'll deserve it. I'm sorry, Kara says finally as she stands and brushes her hands on her dress. She must be sweating. I almost feel bad for her. I'll let you have some time to yourself. I know this is a big adjustment, and I just want to say, if there's anything you need, you can come find me. If you ever want to talk or whatever, find me. If my brother isn't good to you, come find me. I really do want to help you if I can. I shrug and wave a hand. I want to stay strong, but her kindness hurts worse than I ever thought possible. I'm blinking back tears and she's looking at me, so I turn my back and stare out the window into the desert. She leaves. The door shuts. I'm alone in a strange room, a room nicer than my room back home, with everything I could need in the world except happiness, freedom, a future. But I'm here. I explore the apartment. The bathroom is gorgeous with a massive shower and a big jacuzzi tub and more sinks than one girl could possibly need, though I suspect I'll put them all to good use sooner or later. The living area is cozy, and I'd bet anything Kara spent time decorating it. There are books on the shelves, good books, and nice comfortable throw pillows and blankets, little home-like touches that make it feel personal. It's not my home, but it's someone's at least, and that's the extent of my world. 3 rooms and a hallway. Things that aren't mine and never will be. The floor goes wiggly and my head's a dizzy mess. I collapse onto the couch and pull my knees to my chest and just breathe for a while. My eyes shut tight to keep the tears from spilling out, but they spill out anyway. Can't keep it locked away forever. I taste metal on my tongue and hear Casso, all those years ago. You're a dead girl, Olivia. He meant it then, and I think he means it now. This isn't a marriage. This isn't an alliance. Papa didn't sell me to Casso for some great and glorious future. He sold me to my executioner. But I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, no matter how much I beg. I sit up and wipe my face and scream into a pillow until my throat hurts, and then I'm done. I toss the pillow aside. It's damp in 2 spots. I walk to the windows, seething, and come to a decision. I won't roll over and die. I won't spread my legs and let Casso have me. I'll do what's necessary to survive, and I'll find out who killed my brother. Down in Mexico, so far away I had no chance. Manuel was history, that's all. But here in this place with these people, the past is more alive than it ever has been before, and I'm so close. I can figure out who took my brother's life. That'll give me meaning. That'll give some purpose to this suffering. Revenge. It's ugly. It's bitter. It'll wreck me from the inside out and turn me rotten and worthless. But it's all I have and all I need for now. Chapter 3. Casso. You have to talk to her eventually. Nico sips his drink and watches Kara and his little child swim around the shallow end. Emilio's in layers of floaties, and Kara's being careful. And the little guy seems to love the pool. I know that. I look down at my glass. Light breaks into too many colors on the tile-covered ground. Water splashes. A baby laughs. It's not simple. You're going to marry her. You might as well start with a conversation. I grind my jaw. Nico smiles slightly, and he knows he's got a point, but he's a bastard anyway. Things are complicated between me and him. I miss the old days when he was my best friend. Nothing more than that. The scrappy young guy I took under my wing. He was the muscle and I was the brains, and together we made an unstoppable team. When I was younger, I thought I'd go to college, get a degree, go into business with my family while Nico ran things out on the street. I wanted to rule the boardroom while he ruled the alleys, but life didn't work out that way. And then everything went down with my sister a couple years ago. It's complicated, and I should hate him for what he did to my old man, for strangling the former Don Bruno, and for a little while I did. But my old man got what he deserved, and besides, Father killed plenty of people in his time. It only makes sense that he got killed in turn. And now, all the pressure of being the Don of the Bruno familia falls to my shoulders, whether I want it or not. There was a time when I pictured something bigger, a future, bright and shiny clean, just like the speech I gave earlier in the library for Senor Cuevas's benefit. Except my real vision had nothing to do with the crime families. I hoped I could have a real chance at building a lasting legacy. Something real. Olivia had a hand in ruining that. I'll talk to her. Go do it. Don't stand here watching my wife swim. I'm making sure my nephew doesn't drown. That boy's wrapped in so much inflatable floating stuff he couldn't drown in the ocean. Besides, I'd die before I let him get hurt. So stop stalling. Go talk to Olivia. A body shifts to my left. Elise stretches and sighs. He's got a point, she says, sing-song. And I grimace. I almost forgot she was there. Elise is a fixture at Villa Bruno these days, with her fake nails and fake lips and fake tits. She was my father's former wife, the mistress he married after he strangled my mother to death. There's no reason for Elise to still hang around this place given how haunted it must feel for her. But she hasn't left, and nobody's asked her to. Most of the time, she's a benign presence floating around on the periphery of things, occasionally helping out with Emilio, mostly drinking the champagne and laughing too loud and chatting away with Kara. I plan on letting her stay for as long as she wants after what she went through. Thank you, Elise, but I'm not taking relationship advice from you. She snorts. Just because I married your father doesn't mean I'm an idiot. I raise my eyebrows. She flips me off. Nico punches my arm. Go talk to her right now. Fine, all right, fuck you both. I throw back my drink and the whiskey feels like a space heater in my belly, which doesn't help since it's hot as sin out. But if things go wrong, I'm blaming you two. Elise gives me a hard look. She's fragile. Go easy. I only stare at her and walk toward the house. Olivia Cuevas is anything but fragile. The girl I remember is a stone block in my mind dripping with blood. She's a meat cleaver, a rabid dog, a cancer in my throat. As I transition from the blasted exterior landscape to the air-conditioned interior, my anger slowly bubbles up into my guts. This was a mistake, and I haven't even spoken to her yet. Too much happened between us back then to pretend like none of it matters. I walk slowly through the house, seething at my own stupidity. How could I have thought I could handle this? Much less that Olivia might have gotten over everything in the 10 years since we last saw each other. When her father reached out a few months back with his proposal, I thought it was some kind of joke. But old man Cuevas was persistent, and eventually I began to see things his way. Now I wonder if I lost my damn mind. Olivia hasn't gotten over what happened. Not at all. The look she gave me, a mixture of horror and revulsion, told me everything I need to know about that. And yet I made the deal with her father. I marry Olivia, and in exchange we go into business together. I buy his drugs and distribute them and help him get a foothold in this country again, and he gives me discounts and manpower and more connections down south. It's a good deal, a solid plan, and it's going to blow up in my fucking face. All because of her. I stand outside of her bedroom door trying to get myself together. Seeing Olivia again made me feel things I thought were long dead and buried, but they're still swimming at the edges of my vision like ancient dreams come back from whatever place the mind banishes them. I reach up and knock, stomach in a twist. She doesn't answer. I knock again and again, until eventually I curse and barge in. This is my fucking house. I won't stand around waiting for her to give me permission to enter my own damn room. Olivia's sitting in the corner nook, leaned back on pillows and gazing out the window. The light hits her on a slant, and her dark hair billows behind her like the waves against a cliff. Highlights and lowlights shimmering, absolutely gorgeous. She turns slightly, her full pink lips pulled down below her little nose and those deep brown eyes and that incredible dark skin. I let my gaze linger on her figure, and despite her conservative clothing, I'm reminded why that night happened and why I couldn't bring myself to cut her out of my life completely, even if she deserved it. She's a weakness, even back then. What do you want, Casso? I feel a shiver along my skin. Her voice is the same, 10 years later. Her tongue, her mouth, everything the same. Is this what I miss when I close my eyes and picture her back in my life? Is this why I'm so fucking angry whenever I imagine Olivia's smile, her laughter, her moans in my ear? We should talk. She looks back out the window. What's the point? We're getting married. You don't want to have a conversation with your future husband. You should learn what I expect from you. I try not so smile as she turns on me with rage in her eyes. What you expect from me? In terms of how you'll behave, how many children we'll have, your public appearances? You cretin. You absolute psychopath. You're seriously standing there trying to tell me how to behave? I've been here hours, and you're already being an asshole? I shrug slightly and suppress the thrill that threatens to run wild. For as long as I've known Olivia, I've always loved riling her up. It started in high school when she was a sophomore and I was a senior. The war raged out on the streets, but in the halls of our fancy private academy. She was just some girl in a sea of fucking girls. But to me, she stood out, and I couldn't help but tease her mercilessly. And each time, she rose to the bait, her cheeks turning pink, her jaw clenching down, and God, I used to spend entire class period picturing those lips wrapped around my cock. There's something beautiful about how angry she gets. Like the absolute mindless rage that rushes onto her face is the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. And even now it feels like heaven to push her to her limits. I don't actually want to discuss any of this stuff, but I do want to see just how far she'll let me take her. Unfortunately for you, that doesn't change your situation. You're here now, Olivia, and you're mine. I'll never be yours. She says that last word like it's a curse. I spread my hands. But, Olivia, you already were mine, once upon a time. I think about you fondly, you know. Her cheeks turn pink, and I savor every detail. Several emotions pass over her face. The anger, the ever-present anger, but tempered by shame and attraction and excitement and self-loathing. It's lovely, too lovely, and I know I need to calm myself right now. This marriage is real, and if I start out by going too far, it'll only make what's to come that much more difficult. And yet I can't help myself. Don't ever talk about that again, she says quietly, staring at me in the eye like she's about to stand up and stab me. I mean it, Casso. Don't ever fucking mention it again or I'll set this whole house on fire. You would do it too, wouldn't you? I learned 10 years ago not to take your threats lightly. Her jaw works as she shifts toward me, leaning closer like she's thinking of leaping from that seat and tackling me, despite the fact that I'm twice her size. Everyone's acting like what happened back then is dead and gone, but it isn't, is it? I can tell you think about it too. You're looking at me now the same way you looked at me back then. With utter, unabashed desire. I want to take her, control her, dominate her. God, I want to break her. But if there's anything I took from what happened back then, it's that she'll break me first if I let her. They didn't go through what we went through. You didn't go through what I went through, and don't try to act like there's an equivalence. I feel my control crack, and a bit of raw pain filters down my arms. You think I didn't have it hard? That my family didn't lose men, people I knew and cared about? You think I suffered no consequences? You ruined me, you know that? Everything that came after happened because of you. Poor baby. She sneers, showing her little white teeth. You're head of a powerful mafia family now. Seems like it all worked out. Here I am, some unwilling bride to a guy I hate. Which one of us has it worse? You don't understand. I take 2 steps forward, seething. Her bored, cutting attitude, her careless eye rolls. She has no concept of how everything rippled from that one stupid mistake. And I don't think I really care to. Why don't you just go away and leave me alone? Because as much as I'd love to keep you locked in a fucking closet your whole life, we are going to have to make this work. We're getting married, Olivia, whether you like it or not. Let's figure out how we can do it without killing each other. You stay away from me and I'll stay away from you. Easy as that. Children? None, thanks. She looks back at the window, but I notice the subtle arch of her back, like she's thinking about the process of making those babies. That can't happen. You will have my children, Olivia. That's not an option. She glares at me. 1 kid, no more. 4 kids, not a negotiation. 3. Or I swear I'll try to scratch your eyes out every time you come near me. I burst out laughing. This is the most absurd conversation I've ever had. We're planning how many kids we're going to raise together, but we can't even be in the same room without wanting to stab the other with a broken, jagged bottle. It's a stupid nightmare, and I see no way out. A nightmare of my own devising. Sometimes I really can be an arrogant bastard. She doesn't think it's funny, though. Not that I can blame her. I walk to the drink tray thinking I'll pour myself a whiskey and grunt in annoyance when I see it's dry. I told the staff not to stock alcohol in her room, which is inconvenient for me now, since a drink will take the edge off this. All the while, Olivia watches me, studying me, looking for a weakness, waiting to pounce. I need to be careful with her. I almost forgot how intense she can be and how it feels to be around her again. And the last 10 years did nothing to lessen that crackling desire. It's like a raging bonfire burning right out of reach and dumping so much heat it curls the small hairs on my arms. I need you to know that I didn't want this. I can't look at her. If I do, I'll think of that night, her lips, her legs, her skin. God, her fucking taste, everything about her. And I don't want that horrible decision to keep haunting me. If I had any other reasonable choice, I would have taken it. Glad you know the feeling's mutual, then. Your father offered me a good deal and I need his help. I also happen to need a wife, and you're available. You're really winning me over. I'm not trying to. I stare at my hands. These hands have done so many things, made deals, ended lives, pleasured women, and yet they don't feel strong enough for this. There's a new group moving into town. Russians, a young bratva, and I need your father's cartel to help keep them at bay. Her laugh is laced with derision, like she thinks my family's problems are amusing. Well, they're her problems now. What? The all-powerful Bruno Familia can't fight off some upstarts on their own? We're not what we were before my father died. Which is true to a point. We lost manpower and some business, but the Familia's in overall good shape. The problem is the bratva. What happened to the lovely Don Bruno anyway? The old bastard's rotten black heart finally gave in. I wish I could say I'm sorry I missed the funeral, but I'm not. I'm only sorry I wasn't there to watch him die. I meet her eye as coldly as I can. My brother-in-law strangled him to death for murdering his family back when he was a child, and we forgave him because my father killed my mother when we were children, And he's my best friend and my sister loves him. She frowns slightly and gives me one slow blink. Sounds complicated. It was, but not anymore. What's important is, you and I can help each other. I can make your life easier if you don't make mine harder. I have enough problems without you constantly trying to undermine me. No promises. Try anyway. I walk toward her, heart racing. Looking at her is a mistake. It makes me feel things I'd rather not feel. Things I wish would stay buried and dead in my cold, rotten chest. I'm the dawn of a powerful familia. I don't have the leisure to want a woman like this, to desire her physically, emotionally, mentally, to need total dominance over her, complete and utter control. This can be easy or hard, and it's all up to you. I stop close to her, looming like an ancient moss-covered forest warden. She stares up at me, and I'm struck by how small she seems now. She hasn't grown at all since high school, except maybe where it matters, and how large she seems in my memory. Nobody understands. Nobody except her. I never asked for this. Her voice is soft. I wonder if she's afraid. I know you didn't, but it's happening. If there's a way out of marrying you, I'm going to find it. You're welcome to try. And forget about making it easy. I clench my hands into fists, but give her a big smile. I thought you'd say that. I look forward to making your life hell. Right back at you, asshole. I want to turn and storm out, but her lips part and she's breathing fast, her breasts rising and falling with each inhale and exhale, and I drop to my knees beside her little nook. She stiffens as I reach out and brush her hair back, and her hand comes up to slap my fingers away, but I catch her wrist and hold it tightly, the touch like 1,000 tongues licking along my fingertips. And I know she feels it too. She's remembering what it feels like for my hands to slip between her legs, for my mouth to nibble at her neck, for my fist to grip her hair and pull. We need to make this work, I say, inches away. I want to bite her lip hard enough to make her scream. Do you understand me? There's too much at stake, Olivia. Maybe for you, but for me, I'm just a toy in your game. That's right. You're a toy, and I can either play with you or I can break you. It's your choice, my little princess. She stares into my eyes and I hold her tight before releasing her and stepping away. I feel her hate, but also something else, an undercurrent of lust, a dark river that passes between us. It's always been there, even 10 years ago at the height of our disagreement. That tone, that suggestion. It colors everything whether I want it to or not. I leave the room and hesitate in the hall, my body trembling. I shouldn't want this. Shouldn't want the added pressure and stress of dealing with her, because I know it won't be easy. She loathes me, despite how badly she wants to give herself over to me again, and no amount of teasing or fighting will change her mind. I should find another way, but I don't want simple. If that's all I needed, I could have it. No, this is my only option. I hate it, but I won't stop. Chapter 4. Olivia illoons around my room for the next day, doing nothing but rearranging the furniture, organizing my clothes, and calling down to the kitchen. I eat whatever I can think up and basically act like a total slob. The cook is surprisingly good, and all I need to do is call down using the landline next to my bed and ask for whatever I want. So far, they've been willing to accommodate me. I take several long baths and curl up by the window and think about digging a hole deep enough into the limestone and letting the rock make a tomb. Better to burn out than fade away. Mostly because fading means the suffering lasts longer. That's dramatic. Except right now it's how I feel. The future seems bleak. Stuck in Casso's house, having Casso's babies, and basically letting him bully me for the rest of my life. I want to disappear somewhere black and quiet. Somewhere without pain, without Casso, without this house, without memory. I hate myself for my weakness. But if I could forget my brother, I would. It hurts too much, but I'm too antsy to hide forever. The next morning, I sneak out into the hall and check out the rooms around mine. They're similar to my own, though a bit smaller and not nearly as well decorated and obviously empty. They look like shells ready for humanity, but not quite there. In fact, the entire wing is empty, like I was given an entire section of the house all to myself. I don't come across anyone in the family. That's perfect. If I can avoid them forever, I will. I spot a few staff members who give me a wide berth and smile politely, and I nod back at them without trying to engage. I'm not comfortable enough yet, and having people wait on me never sat well even back home on my father's estate. We didn't have staff when I was growing up in America, even though we had plenty of money, and Papa sent me to an expensive private school. He used to talk about austerity and living a comfortable but modest life, how only sinners flaunt their cash like they think it'll buy them a spot in heaven. That changed over the years as Papa spent more and more money on gold chains, diamond-studded crosses, luxuries and comforts, but his early lessons stuck with me. The downstairs is cool and comfortable. I find a gaming room with billiards tables and a big bar in the library, and another office and a gym. There's an indoor pool and a garden and a porch with huge slatted windows and long, low wooden benches covered in green hemp cushions. I drift and wander until I step outside onto the back patio, looking around at the desert landscape and how the yard's integrated into its surroundings like it's all one thing. A girl's sitting by the pool. I don't recognize her at first, and I'm about to turn and run back inside when she catches my eye and waves. I frown, hesitating, looking around hoping maybe someone else is nearby. But no, she's waving at me. She looks vaguely familiar. I take a few steps toward her and wonder if I can just ignore her and disappear. I don't know why I care about being polite, but there's something about her. Maybe it helps that I don't instantly know who she is. "Come sit with me," she calls out. "You're Olivia, right? Don't be shy, girl. I'm so bored I could cry." She raises a glass of what looks like white wine, and I'm like, it's barely past 9 in the morning and she's already drinking? But it's the first face I've seen that's remotely friendly, or at least the first face that doesn't immediately make me want to punch it. So I drift down and tentatively sit in the chair next to her. The girl's in a white bikini with a light, gauzy cover-up wrapped around her chest. She's tan in the Italian white girl sort of way, with dark hair, fake lashes, fake boobs, and fake lips. An umbrella casts a long, wide shadow on the ground next to her, but she's in direct sunlight. Beneath the makeup and plastic, she's extremely pretty, and when she smiles at me, I feel a weird sense of comfort, like it's okay to let my guard down, which is a great skill to have in a family like this, and instantly makes me wary. "I'm Elise," she says, grinning. "You look like you're about to run off into the desert and never look back." I shift closer to the shade. I don't know how she stands it in the sun, even this early in the morning. "Can you blame me? I'm Olivia. But I guess you know that already." I feel stiff and awkward. I haven't spoken this much English in a while, and even though it's rushing back like a tidal wave, I'm still a little rusty. "Can I ask you a rude question?" "Go ahead. Everyone else does." She sighs dramatically. "I'm the house punching bag. Not that I mind, really. They're a bunch of self-important twerps who can't see my majesty. But sometimes it'd be nice if they'd accept that I am the most important person in every room." She grins and bats her eyes at me. Who exactly are you?" Great question. Not rude at all. Could have been much ruder. She stretches her legs like a cat. I'd guess she's 10 years older than me, but I can't really be sure. The plastic surgery makes it difficult to tell. She's got that ageless look so many women from California have. "I am the former Don's former wife and former mistress." I stiffen at that, and her name clicks into place. Elise Bruno. She was always a distant presence 10 years ago. Never quite part of the wars, but still worth mentioning due to her relationship with Don Bruno. I didn't know much about her then, and still don't know anything. But what Casso said swirls in my brain. A dead mother. A dead father. That makes her a widow. "I'm, sorry for your loss." The words sound hollow, even to me. We both know I'm not actually sorry, but it's the polite thing to say. And I feel strangely like I want to be polite to this person. She cackles, delighted, and sips her wine. I'm not. Can you imagine what it was like being married to that man? No, I guess you can't. Or maybe you're about to find out? Her sly smirk sends a shiver down my thighs. I plop back on the lounge chair and cross my arms. Why is it I get the sense everyone thinks this is some big joke? Because it's so absurd. Where else do marriages happen like this but in our world? It's like we're medieval lords and ladies making proper political matches. Ugh, God, it's so crazy. And yet here I am doing exactly that. I should smile and go along, but I find it very hard to smile right now. She shrugs and motions at her glass. Drink? No, thank you. Teetotaler? I frown a bit. Tea what? It means you don't drink alcohol. Oh, no, I drink, just not this early. Your loss. She takes another sip. Word is you and Casso have history, and not just the usual mafia history. I grimace and rub my face. Is everyone talking about it? Not in detail if that's what you're afraid of. Casso's not mentioning it at all, but there's lots of interest. There's something of a bet going down. I have 10-to-1 odds that you're secretly his half-sister, and this is all some complicated ruse to bring you back into the family. I give her a short snort laugh. Not even close. Darn. Well, let me know if you also happen to be Spanish royalty. You sure as hell look like you are. I roll my eyes. Tell everyone to mind their own business, please. I just want to be left alone. Bad enough I have to deal with Casso as my husband. Easier said than done. Have you seen the house up there? Even that place is barely big enough for all the secrets in this damn family. You should have been here a couple years ago when it all went to hell, back before Kara got knocked up and my husband was still alive. God, that was a nightmare. Nico really went crazy. But anyway, here you are. Enjoying your stay so far? I give her a look, and genuinely do not know what to make of this. She must have some inkling of what went on with me and Casso. She was in the family during the war after all. But she's acting like this is all some kind of juicy drama. I can't decide if I'm angry or amused or a little bit of both. You know what I keep thinking? I'm not sure why I want to admit this to her, but the words spill out. Maybe it's from keeping my mouth shut for the last day, or maybe it's the way she's looking at me without any judgment. Papa sent me here to die. He doesn't want me in the way back home anymore, and it's convenient to sell me to Casso. Convenient for his business, I mean. He lost his only useful child when my brother was killed, and now he might as well send me away. One less mouth to feed, one less body to deal with. You really think that? Elise sounds surprised. I shrug. Papa's not a kind man, but he's still your father. Though I suppose I shouldn't be shocked. I've seen enough living with these people that nothing should startle me anymore. They had just about the worst father in the entire world, the poor darlings. Although I'm sure you don't have much pity for them. She's right, I don't. Papa loves me in his way, but he loves the cartel more. That's his real family. Blood is only blood, but the cartel is his legacy. He might as well spend me on cementing his future and his memory in the minds of his men. What else am I good for? Just a daughter in a world that doesn't care about daughters. That's sad, Elise says and drinks her wine. I value daughters. Does that matter? No, not really, but thanks. Here's to valuing daughters anyway. She raises her glass. I watch her with a little smile, and she grins back. And I almost feel comfortable, at least until I hear someone bark my name from up near the house. I turn, sitting up straight, and Casso's standing near the back door glaring down at me like he's about to pick me up by the hair and throw me into the water. The breeze is dead quiet and the sun's a tsunami of heat against my legs. Better go, Elise says, sounding annoyed. Wouldn't want to make the Don unhappy. Is he always like this? You know better than me. Rumor is you two were close back in the day. I shake my head and stand. We were never close. He tormented me and I fought back, and now he hates me for it. I'll talk to him. See if I can't blunt some of this asshole energy he's got going on. Good luck with that. I stride off toward Casso, and he watches me warily, like each step I take is drawing me closer to wrapping my hands around his throat. Which is about right. Only problem is, he's twice my size and scowling like he wants to bring the house down on my head. Staff told me you were wandering the property. Why were you sitting with Elise? I didn't know I was confined to my room. You're not. He tenses, glaring. But maybe you should be. Go ahead. Take my freedom away, too. You might as well. I don't think I can hate you any more than I already do. What was Elise saying? Nothing. I raise my eyebrows. Why? Worried she'd tell me all the ugly things you've done in the last 10 years? He shakes his head and looks past me toward his father's former wife. Elise raises her glass in response, and sunlight refracts through white wine and crystal and casts a rainbow on the ground. No, I'm worried she'd tell you I've turned into a big softy, and I don't want you to get the wrong impression. He comes forward, closing the distance between us until he's right at my side, his body like a blast furnace, warmth rolling from him in waves. I stare up into his face as his hand touches my hip, and I want to recoil, but I'm stuck there, pinned like spread-out butterfly wings. I haven't gone soft, Olivia, and I don't plan on being easy just because we have history. I wouldn't expect anything like that from you. Good? His jaw works, and he seems frustrated, with himself or with me. I'm not sure. Go back to your room. Am I being punished? You're being spared. You'll know when you're being punished. He leans closer. His mouth quirks, and I imagine his lips against my throat. You might even like it. Asshole. I push past him and go inside. He knows what I like, and it's not him, not anything he has, anything he can give me. But this whole encounter did give me an idea. Elise was around 10 years ago, and she doesn't seem to have any love for this family. I wonder if she'd help a lost, trapped girl find her dead brother's killer. Chapter 5. Casso. You can't leave her up there forever. Kara gives me a hard look as Emilio shuffles around at her feet, really undercutting her stern demeanor. The little guy burbles and grabs at her feet, trying to play. Invite her down for dinner at least. Why? So the family can grill her? Pretty much. Kara smiles sweetly, and I'm intensely aware of Nico's absence. It's a rare thing to see Kara and Emilio around the house without their guardian angel, or their guardian monster, or their guardian eldritch horror, however you want to look at Nico. But he's out on business and not available to hover menacingly. I'll spare her and myself the discomfort. Seriously, Casso, you can't leave her in there forever. She's got to start feeling like she's a part of the family, and the longer you wait, the harder it'll be. Rip off the bandage and get it over with. Kara scoops up Emilio, kisses him on the cheek, and passes him off to one of the several nannies that are on call day and night. Must be nice to have enough money to employ an entire hospital wing filled with parenting help, though I have to admit Kara rarely utilizes them. She stubbornly thinks that raising her own child is her responsibility. How provincial. Parents need help sometimes, and there's no shame in that. But whatever. I don't know a damn thing about children. I was hoping we could skip this phase and go right to her living most of the time in Tuscany and avoiding everyone as much as she can. You really want a relationship like Elise and Papa? That sounds so depressing. You could have something like me and Nico. I give her a hard look. I'd love to have something like you and Nico, but instead I'm stuck with Olivia. I'll take what I can get. And you know flaunting your happiness isn't the most attractive trait, right? Kara shakes her head. My sister can be frustratingly pushy sometimes. I'm inviting her if you won't. Everyone except Nico will be there, and I want her to feel welcome. But she's not. Casso. She throws her hands in the air. What the hell is wrong with you? I smile at Kara and walk to the drink cart nonchalantly. I pour a whiskey, take a sip, and run a hand through my hair, all the while stalling and pissing her off even more. I know this is childish, but we all revert to our old childhood ways when we're around family. and it's hard to act like the Don when my sister is pissing me off. She's about to come over here and kick me in the crotch when I finally speak. You don't know the history between her and me. An extremely lame thing to say, I'll admit. But true. That's not an excuse. She's exasperated and not trying to hide it as she paces back and forth. I recall feeling like I was being sold away like cattle not too long ago, and even worse, I remember what it's like to be married to a man I thought I hated. How'd that turn out? Better than how this is going to if you don't knock it off. She sighs and looks at the ceiling. Just behave, okay? Famous last words, but I do my best. Kara storms off to fetch Olivia, and I join the others in the dining room. We do family dinner once per week, and that's more than enough. But it's a good thing even if we all pretend like it's such a hassle. The Bruno Famiglia has been through a lot lately, and we are only as strong as the bonds that tie us together. Family is important for everyone, but double for a family that's so deeply intertwined in business, death, politics, money. If we falter, everyone suffers, and I don't want this family to break apart, not while I'm at the helm. I feel the edges fraying all around me. Kara's constantly stressed from being a new parent and from being the wife of a dangerous mobster. Nico's terrified for his wife and child and afraid his job will hurt them one day. Finn's a silent, brooding mess. More than usual. I'm not sure what's up with that. And Gavino's normal massive smiles are fewer and further between. My brothers spend more time at the bowling alley playing games and drinking at the bar than they do on the street checking on our businesses. And that's no good. I have good capos, solid lieutenants, strong soldiers. But something's wrong. I can't figure out what it is. But it feels like a storm cloud's parked above Villa Bruno, raining down rotten luck in droves. All my problems shouldn't even be problems. For example, a little incursion from a new and relatively weak Bratva family shouldn't cause my organization any trouble. And yet it's like trying to stomp ants. There are always more. I don't know what this issue is, what this darkness is that's crawling between us like some impossible, formless, viscous poison, but I want to draw it out and expel it before it gets any worse. And so, we have family dinner. Smells fantastic as always, Gavino says as the staff sets up the meal. We used to have a big, fancy multi-course extravaganza, but I nixed that after the boys kept drinking too damn much and passing out before dessert. Now we eat family style with everyone passing bowls and trays and bumping elbows. It's more conducive to family bonding or whatever. I sit at the head of the table with Gavino on my right and Finn on my left. Next to Finn is usually Nico, but his spot's empty. Next to that is Kara, though she's missing too at the moment. On the right, next to Gavino, is Elise. She sips a martini and places the bare minimum amount of food on her plate. Enough to just about constitute a meal, but not enough to satisfy an actual human person. Tell Yvette she's a princess and we don't deserve her, Elise says, raising her glass to the cook. Shall we toast to good health and long life? Not right now, I say, frowning at Kara's empty chair. We're still waiting for others. Finn leans toward me. How are things with your new wife? Let's not discuss her, and we're not married yet. You make that distinction like it matters. Gavino laughs loudly. The bastard always does. You don't want us to discuss the most interesting thing that's happened here for a while. We run a mafia family, I point out, jabbing my finger against the rim of my glass. Everything we do is interesting. He's got a point, Elise says, moving a pile of greens around with her fork as she balances her martini between two fingers. For a crime family, you are all shockingly dull. Dull pays the bills, Finn says stoically. Dull keeps everyone alive and out of prison. Elise rolls her eyes. Boring. We're not talking about the girl, I say, glaring at them, unwilling to say her name. And the first thing I eat tonight are my own words as Kara appears in the doorway with a sheepish and frowning Olivia right behind her. Everyone perks up. Kara gestures for Olivia to join her, drapes an arm across the shoulders of my future wife, and gives me a hard look. Olivia's eating with us tonight, and every family dinner night from here on out. And I want you all on your best behavior, particularly you, Casso. Olivia's face suggests she hadn't agreed to more than one meal, but she doesn't have time to argue as Kara steers her to the empty seat next to Elise before she takes her spot beside Finn, since Nico's not here. One big happy family, I murmur, holding up my glass of whiskey. Elise pours an overly large glass of white wine for Olivia, who takes it and sips with a thankful smile. Finn catches my eye and winks, and I glare at the bastard before piling my plate to the brim with food, enough to feed a small first-grade class. Gavino's staring around with the biggest smirk, clearly enjoying himself and waiting for someone to break the tense silence, and Kara's glaring at me like she's daring me to say something. The whole thing is absolutely annoying as hell. "How are you liking it at the lovely Villa Bruno so far, Olivia?" Gavino asks her, leaning forward, clearly unwilling to wait any longer. "I remember you from back in the day, by the way. I didn't get to attend your fancy academy. That was only Casso, but we're about the same age." Olivia's cheeks are flushed pink, and she looks gorgeous, which only makes it more frustrating. Her dark hair falls in thick waves around her shoulders, and she brushes it back without thinking as she tugs a single strand next to her cheek. Her dark eyes glance at her wine glass like she wishes it were twice as large. "I sort of remember all of you, honestly. I mean, I do remember you all. It's hard to forget back then." She glares at her fingers, then at her fork, anywhere but at the people around her, head lowered, and doesn't touch the food. The awkwardness is oppressive. The scars she bears from that war are still raw and unhealed in a way I'm sure we all find surprising. I've barely thought of that time in years. Olivia's the only thing that stands out from back then. But she did lose a brother, and I know how hard it is to get over the loss of a loved one. I still dream of my mother sometimes. I still smell her perfume when I turn the corner, but she's never there. Just a ghost. Elise breaks in before the discomfort gets too intense. "I'm glad we got that out of the way. I remember all of you from 10 years ago, too. And I will admit you were all a bunch of annoying, pimple-faced, selfish teenage brats, and I do not miss your childish selves." She winks at me and drinks from her martini. "Though some of you have changed less than others. I'll have you know I am a very mature man now," Gavino says, fanning his face dramatically. "I only went to the bowling alley 3 times this week. 4, Finn corrects. 5 if you count." "I don't count it." "Then 4. Finn shrugs and looks at Olivia. "I don't remember much from back then. I wasn't too involved in what was happening. Finn was more interested in girls and cars than he was in the business," Kara says, laughing. "You wouldn't know it, but he's a playboy." "It's true," Finn says, nodding. "Ladies love me." "Oh, God," Gavino says, rolling his eyes. "Enough about the past," I say, stabbing some broccoli with my fork. "What's done is done. Easy for you to say." Olivia raises her head and sips her wine again. "You won the war. You didn't get thrown back into a country you barely knew or understood. You didn't get exiled." More awkward silence. I sigh and rub my face. Is this how it'll be forever? Are you going to litigate that war until the day we die? Ideally, yes. And if I'm lucky, it won't take very long. Gavino snorts a laugh and I glare death at him, and he only shrugs a little apologetically. "What? It was a good burn." "This was a mistake," Olivia says and stands up. "Wait," Kara says, looking desperate. "Hold on. Please stay. We can eat a civil meal, right? Why don't you tell us about life in Mexico? I'm sure Casso's interested." "Very," I say, arching an eyebrow. "I am not remotely interested." Olivia takes a deep breath, closes her eyes, and calms herself. She sits down again, opens her eyes and sips her wine. She talks about her father's estate, about the vines and bushes and cacti growing along the adobe walls, the tiles around the pool, the cool breeze that smelled like wildflowers and honey, the bees and butterflies that congregated around a massive old tree. She talks about TV and movies, and things she missed from America, and the few friends she made. Kara asks questions, and soon the tension passes, and we're all eating like there's nothing wrong here at all. Except it's all a mess. There's a gloss and a sheen over the evening. Gavino jokes and Finn laughs quietly, and Kara keeps Olivia engaged while Elise throws out the occasional wry remark. And I sit there watching them, wondering how they don't see that this meal is held together with glue and duct tape. There are cracks everywhere, and something bad leaks through. I don't know how they can't see it, or why they're pretending like it isn't there, but the more I eat and listen and feel the undercurrent of uncertain anger buzzing beneath the chatter like an underground tunnel, the more I'm sure this is my future. This right here, this strained dinner, is what my life will be if I don't do something to fix it. We get through the meal, though. The group disbands. Elise to the pool to drink more and lounge, Finn and Gavino to the game room to drink at the bar, and Kara to watch Emilio. I'm left with Olivia, and she won't look up. That wasn't so bad, I say, leaning back in my chair. I toss my napkin down on the empty table in front of me. She pours the last of her wine into her mouth and stands. For you, maybe. She turns and leaves. I grind my teeth. I hate that she gets the last word, so I stand and hurry after her. My heart's racing and my head's a brutal mess. I catch her in the hall and grab her wrist before she can escape. She tries to wrench away, and I see the rage in her eyes, usually dimmed by her self-control, but now unleashed by the heightening and loosening effects of the alcohol. I push her to the side and against the wall, and she's breathing hard, her breasts moving up and down rhythmically. And fuck, why do I keep looking at her chest, at her lips, at her hips? I should be better than this. I should be able to split myself into pieces and compartmentalize those that don't serve me. The pieces that want to take this girl, to taste her, to luxuriate in her beauty. Why does she do this to me, when all I want is to dominate her, own her, destroy her? We don't have to hate each other, I say, my mouth inches from hers. You don't have to act this way. Act what way? Like you ruined my family and sent us running back to Mexico? Or like you killed my brother? I didn't kill anyone. Not back then, at least. I give her a wry smile. Maybe not you, but someone in your family. Someone in your organization. That was 10 years ago, Olivia. If the guy that pulled the trigger is still working for us, I doubt he even remembers. That's the wrong thing to say. Her face turns to a snarl and she struggles hard, nearly knees me in the crotch, but I manage to block it with my thigh. A dull ache runs through my leg where she slams against it. Don't you ever say that again, she says, glaring at me. And I'm sure that if I let her go right now, she'd try to rip my tongue from my mouth. Whoever killed my brother hasn't just forgotten him. Her voice breaks on that word, forgotten, and I understand. My grip on her wrists loosens a touch, and I bite my lip, head tilted to the side. All right, princess. Maybe he hasn't forgotten, but how the hell do you think you'll figure out who it was? There are hundreds of guys in my organization. Dozens of them were active back then. I'll figure it out. I'm sure you wouldn't help even if you could. Is that your goal? You want revenge for your brother? I remember him, you know. Don't. Tears well in her eyes. She blinks them back, struggling not to cry. He was a decent guy. I never spent any time with him on account of being on opposite sides of a bloody mafia war, but I remember the guys all talking about how he was clever and strong, one of the best the Cuevas family had. I know this already, she says, tears rolling down her cheeks. I loved Manuel. He was the only decent thing in my life, and you people took him away. I shake my head. You keep blaming me. Did you ever stop to think that maybe it's not our fault your brother was involved in a mafia war? That maybe it was someone else? Go ahead. Turn it around on Papa. That doesn't change a thing. Your people pulled the trigger. I glare at her and she glares back, and I know we won't get anywhere with this. We can fight about it all night and she'll keep coming back to the same traumas, the same anger. Her brother is dead and there's nothing we can do to change that fact. What do you want me to do, Olivia? My voice is a quiet rasp and I smell her then, like jasmine and fresh cotton sheets. She's a bolt of energy along my skin. She wakes me up and makes my mind spin. Give me my brother's killer. I can't. You know I can't. I'm the dawn of this family now? What a shame for your family then. I move my hand up, releasing one wrist, and grab her hair. She gasps in surprise as I grip it, and I feel a pulse between my legs. A jolt of excitement over feeling her thick locks in my fist. I pull tighter, make her gasp sharply, and I'm staring at her throat like I want to tear it out. I can only be so patient, and this isn't a game, I whisper in her ear. My teeth are close enough to bite. I know you hate me. The feeling's mutual. But you need to start behaving because I can't spend all my time trying to tame you. I'm not some animal you need to train. No, you're my future wife, and I'll treat you like it. She glares at me. What's that supposed to mean, huh? You think you can just have me when you want? That's right, princess. I think I can have you. I can take you, taste you, fuck you, make you scream my name. And all the while you'll despise me, but you'll thank me when I leave you a sweat-drenched mess in the middle of my bed, ringing with orgasms and content enough to die. That's what I'll give you, Olivia. I don't care if you like me. You don't have to. I'll still make your toes curl and you damn well know it. She stares with her lips hanging open, and I can't help myself. She's too beautiful, too incredible, and as much as I hate her right back for what she did to me, I want her all the same. I crush her mouth in a kiss. At first, I think she's going to bite me hard enough to draw blood. She stiffens, doesn't move, but as her lips part and I feel her tongue against mine, I realize she's kissing me back and fuck, my God. She releases this soft whimper like she's moaning but trying to hide it, like she's submitting to me despite wanting to fight back. This breaks her. This makes her melt, and it's the most incredible thing I've ever experienced. I growl and kiss her harder, deeper, and she shoves me away, breathing hard, lips pink and smeared. Nobody said you could kiss me, she gasps, staring into my eyes, but all the hate's gone. There's only a dark, disturbing want in her gaze now. Tell me to stop, asshole. I kiss her again. I bite her lip and let my tongue invade her mouth as my hands move down her body, feeling the curves I've dreamed about 100 times, the breasts I want to lick and suck and palm, the ass I want to spread wide and tease and spank raw. I've missed her, Olivia, my fucking Olivia, even if I've hated her at the same time. Now she's here, and she tastes like bliss and honey, and I don't know how we can go back, how we can pretend like this doesn't feel right. She breaks away. I knew she would, because if she didn't, I would keep going, and I wouldn't stop for anything. I should go to my room, she says, looking at the floor, her hands on my chest pushing softly. I release her hair, and she chews her lip. It's so fucking sexy I could punch through this wall in frustration. Maybe you should. Run and hide. That's what you're good at. There it is again. That anger I love so much. What is with you, Casso? You can't help but ruin everything you touch. That's all you ever do. That's right, princess. I grab her hair again, this time rougher. I ruin everything, and I'll ruin you too. Now run along and hide in your room, or else I'm going to kiss you again, and this time I won't stop until you're stripped bare. My hands on your breasts, teasing your stiff nipples, my thick cock buried deep between your legs. I won't stop until you're moaning my name. I won't stop until you're mindless, writhing, sweating, panting. So run along, princess, run along and hide before I take my fill. She squirms from my grip and does just that. I watch her go, my cock hard, my heart racing. My head's dizzy with a primal feral need tinged by utter hate. I want to destroy her and I want to worship her, and I don't know which emotion is more powerful, but the mixture is driving me insane. A long time ago, she ruined my life. She took my plans and dashed them to pieces. After that, I swore I'd never do this again. I'd never let myself want a woman like her. Now she's back in my life, and it's like we never left off. I want to break her, but even more, I want to make her mine and hear her moan and remind her why she lusted after me all those years ago and why she never really stopped. Chapter 6. Olivia. Dreams of that kiss turn into nightmares. I wake in a cold sweat and have to take a shower to clear my head. It's barely past 6 in the morning and the house is dead and quiet. Why did I let him kiss me? Why did I kiss him back, and God, why did I moan? I made the most humiliating sounds of my entire life the moment his lips locked onto mine and sent me spiraling into heaven, or maybe into hell. I'm not sure. What is it about this man that makes me want to give up on myself and throw my body against his? It drives me wild. It makes me so angry I can barely breathe. Casso's a murderer, and he doesn't give a damn that my brother's dead. He all but said so last night, and I still let him kiss me, let him touch me, let him make me moan and gasp and kiss him back. I'm weak, that's all. Weak and worthless and broken. That's the reason Papa sold me to these people, and I can't blame him. Why keep a woman like me around that has no utility and will turn around and give in on all her principles the first chance she gets? I'm so mad at myself I can barely breathe. But after an hour or two of fuming, I go downstairs and get some coffee from the kitchen. The morning shift cook is a nice lady from Guatemala who makes me some tamales and chats about her grandbabies and her family. I talk back in Spanish, which feels good for a little bit, before I take my food and escape. It's strange how English felt unnatural the first day, but I'm slipping back into it like a pair of worn slippers, and it makes sense. It was my first language after all, though I still like speaking Spanish when I can, and I don't want to lose it living here again. I sit in the backyard under the shade in the corner of the patio, eat the hot and delicious meal, and sip my coffee. It's not a bad life as far as it goes. I wish I was back home in Mexico, which is strange, because I spent so long in Mexico wishing I was here in the States. When I'm done, I'm about to head back inside and hide in my room when Elise comes sauntering out the back. She doesn't see me as she heads to the pool. She tosses her things down on a chair. Cover-up, sunglasses and big floppy hat, phone and several magazines, and dives into the water. I'm shocked. I've never seen her swim, much less get her hair wet. I didn't think she was capable of being in the water without melting, but she does a graceful freestyle stroke back and forth along the length, doing laps like it's the most natural thing in the world. I get more coffee, and when I come back, I finish the mug watching her swim. After a while, she gets out, towel dries off, wraps her hair, and plops down in the sun. This is my chance. I walk toward her, coffee between both hands, though it's lukewarm at best. She spots me coming, eyebrows arched. "Where'd you appear from?" she asks. "Nobody's awake this early in the morning here?" I couldn't sleep. I nod at the pool. "Do you usually do laps like that?" "Never let them see you work," she says, wagging a finger in the air like it's good advice. "I find swimming in the morning is good for me. Can't survive on nothing but wine and good vibes forever, though I've tried, trust me." "Right." I sit on the chair beside her. "I realized something not long ago." "What's that?" "I have absolutely nothing to do. I'm here to marry Casso and I guess have his babies, but otherwise, no purpose at all." She laughs lightly. "I'm sure you can come up with something, but really, why bother? What's the point of a purpose? Everyone else has plenty of purpose. We have comfort. Don't you get, I don't know, bored? Antsy? I can't sit around for very long. Ah, darling, you don't know me very well. Sitting around is what I do best. I traveled for a while, did the society thing, went to parties and all that. I have famous friends. But I'd ignore them all for a good pool, enough wine to make me happy, and my phone. I'll go nuts if that's what Casso thinks I'm going to do." You just need practice. She leans back and closes her eyes. Watch and learn. It's incredible what I can do just sitting here. I grin and sit back with her. I place my mug on the ground and try to imagine being here. Really being here, day in and day out. I find it impossible. Until recently, my life was somewhere else, living in a different culture, speaking a different language. Now I'm American again and I'm struggling to adapt. I'm looking for someone, I say quietly, loud enough for Elise to hear, but softly enough that a strong breeze could blow my words sideways. And who exactly is this? We don't look at each other. I stare out at the endless blue sky and whatever's beyond it. A man, someone in the familiar. He would have been active 10 years ago when I lived in Phoenix. He would have been a part of the war. She peeks at me. I'm guessing you want to know who killed your brother. Yes, I say, leaning toward her eagerly. Hate to break it to you, but I don't know a thing about their business. I spent most of my marriage to Damiano avoiding him as much as possible. I'm not even sure I was in Phoenix at all during the war, much less around enough to know who did it. I'm really sorry. I deflate and squeeze my eyes shut. More tears threaten, and I force them away. No, I'm not going to start crying, not so early in the morning and so damn early in the process. Elise is the first person I've really asked, and the only person in this family I think would tell me if she knew. And it hurts that I don't have a thing, but I won't let it deter me. Maybe that's what I'll do to pass the time. Investigate a murder 10 years old by people that might not even be here anymore. Good luck, darling. I really do hope you solve it, but don't get your hopes up. This family loves secrets almost as much as it loves money and power. I shake my head and catch a figure out of the corner of my eye. It's Finn, standing near the patio. He's shading his eyes and watching us, and I can't read his expression. I point him out to Elise, and she only shrugs. He's a quiet one, she says, and closes her eyes again. Don't let it fool you, though. There's a lot going on behind his silence. I get up and head over to him. As I approach, Finn watches with hooded eyes and hands shoved into the pockets of his jogging pants. I realize he's damp with sweat and must have been out for a run recently before the sun made it impossibly hot. Maybe Elise was wrong about everyone sleeping late. Are you keeping an eye on me for your brother? I try to ask as a joke, but it comes out accusatory. He shrugs like he's taking me seriously. I don't need to. He has the staff doing it for him. I shiver and glance over my shoulder. None of the staff are in sight, but it's good to know that they're reporting my movements back to Casso. What are you doing out here, then? It's my house. I could ask you the same. I was talking to your mother-in-law. He grimaces. I hate calling her that. Then what do you call her? I don't know, he admits, looking past me. Finn's a handsome man, muscular where he needs to be, but he's strange in a way that I don't understand. She's full of pain, that one. Always has been. I'm not sure it's all because of my father. The surgery, the clothes, even that bullshit attitude. I think it's all just a defense mechanism, a way to keep the world at bay. I smile despite myself. Pretty deep coming from a gangster? He doesn't smile back, only shrugs again, like it's a nervous tic. That's my read on her anyway. But I really came out here to talk to you. Whatever Casso sent you to say, don't bother. This isn't from Casso. He wipes his hands on his pants and stretches his back, rolling the muscles in his shoulders. I just thought I should say that we want you in this family. I'm sure you don't feel the same, but you should hear it anyway. Casso's not capable of saying it himself, so I'll do it. Thanks, but you're right. I turn to the house. This isn't my family. It will be, though. As hard as that might seem right now, it will be, and we take care of our own. I don't need to be taken care of, and I don't need a family like this one. I leave him on that. Maybe he's right. Maybe this really is my future. But I'm not ready to resign myself to a life like Elise spends whiling away the hours by the pool, hiding behind makeup and nice clothes, covering myself in armor to keep the world at bay. I want to do more. I want to do something. I slip into my room and pause. Something's off, and it takes me a second to realize there's a card on the coffee table folded in half. I walk over and unfold it. The writing is cramped and masculine. Present for you on the bed, Casso. I toss the note onto the couch and walk into my bedroom. White and silky and gossamer. Low-cut top. Beautiful skirt made of layers of tulle. It's draped across the foot of the bed, mocking me. I stare at the dress, at the wedding dress, and don't move. It's like I'm stuck to the floor and that thing is my executioner. I lose it all at once. I charge the dress, rip it off the blankets, and throw it on the floor. I stomp on it, and when that doesn't make me feel better, I start tearing off pieces. Huge chunks of white flit into the air like twisted snowflakes. I don't care that it's beautiful. I don't care that it was probably obscenely expensive. I don't care about anything. I want to destroy it the same way my life feels destroyed. I rip the dress to pieces, shredding it with my hands until my forearms are exhausted, and I'm lying on the floor covered in the tattered remains, trembling and sobbing into the wreckage of the fabric. There's no future for me. There never was. And all this playing at being a detective won't solve a single one of my problems. I'm Casso's now, bought and paid for. I'm his bride, whether I like it or not. Trapped. That's all I am. Trapped in this room with this ruined wedding dress in my lap, drenched in my tears. Chapter 7. Olivia, I don't leave my room for the rest of the day. Meals show up, but I don't remember ordering them. More traditional Mexican food, and it's good, the sort of stuff I had back home. Someone in the kitchen's being kind. I barely touch it. Long after the sun goes down, I sneak from my room. I slip into one of the many sitting areas, find a bottle of wine with a twist top, and head out back. Nobody spots me, or if they do, nobody stops me. I head to the edge of the property, beyond the pool and the manicured lawns that probably take way too much water to maintain, and I sit down on some dark red rocks. The heat of the day is still fresh against my legs. I stretch out, open the wine, and drink. It's good. I drink more, staring out over the black desert, wondering if I have the confidence to start walking and never stop until I'm so lost there's no going back. The sun would kill me tomorrow, without a doubt, or I'd freeze overnight. The evening chill is gentle, calming, a falsehood wrapped in sorrow. It'll get too cold to stay out here soon. I hear footsteps behind me and don't look back. He stands beside the rock and gazes down at me with a deep frown before reaching out for the bottle. I pass it over. Casso takes a long pull before handing it back. "Nice night," he says. "Good wine. I stole it from one of your many sitting rooms. How many receiving areas does a single house need?" His lips quirk, and he shakes his head. "It's a power thing. The more redundant rooms we have, the stronger our family looks. It's like wealth begs waste, like the more money we have, the more inclined we are toward throwing it away just to prove we can. It's a mess. It's all games. I know. Papa plays them too. He had these little Russian nesting dolls in our receiving room back home made of solid gold and studded with diamonds. They're silly though because Papa doesn't know a thing about Russian culture. Do you miss your father? Not really. We weren't close. He spent all his time running his cartel and pretending like I didn't exist, which was kind of great for a while, actually. Have you seen him since he trapped me here?" He nods and gestures for the bottle. I hand it over. "So far, things with your father are going well. We got a shipment this morning." He takes a drink and hands it back. "I hope my father's drugs are to your liking. I'm sure the people of Arizona will be thrilled." I tap the bottom of the bottle against the rock. It makes a soft clink in the otherwise quiet night. He waves a hand vaguely. "Arizona, Chicago, Philadelphia. We're working with a man named Roman to distribute all across the country." Roman. "Never heard of him." Probably one of those shadowy figures Papa's always going on about. Those rich Americans that are so wealthy they can buy an entire country if they wanted to, and some of them do. "You wouldn't have." Casso moves closer and sits on the rock beside me. He's in a suit without a jacket or a tie, the top shirt button undone. Our thighs touch and I pull away, making space where there's barely any to begin with. Roman is a secretive man, but powerful, stupidly rich. I'm not sure why he's interested in working with us, but I don't ask questions. Someone stronger than you. Big shock there. He laughs and takes the bottle again. I watch him sip from the end, thinking about that kiss. His warm lips and his grassy, earthy taste invading my mouth. That taste I remember from so long ago. It's been 10 years and he's not a boy anymore, but he seems so young still, like no matter how far and how hard we run from the past, we're still those same people trapped in aging bodies. We grow, but we don't change. These days I don't feel so strong. His voice is quiet and I take the offered wine back. Is this a moment of weakness? Or is Casso playing at some game here? Even when he seems sincere, I can't let myself believe anything he's saying. The Russians? I sip the wine and put the bottle between my legs. Among others, but yes, mostly the Russians. Who are they? It has to be someone impressive if they're worrying you. He laughs like it's the most absurd thing in the world. In the sky, a profusion of stars scatters. Moonlight tilts and slips through his hair, and his lips seem to glow. So many rocks all over. He's a beautiful man, which only makes me hate him more. We went to school with him. Isn't that crazy? He was in your year, a guy named Danil Fedorov. His father was a player back in the day, and now Danil runs the Fedorov Bratva. They moved down south again in the last couple months after working the Pacific Northwest for a while, mostly around Seattle. I guess they got tired of the rain. I close my eyes and can see Danil's face vaguely. He was a quiet boy, pale skin, dark hair, very smart. Kept to himself mostly. We had science class together. I remember him. I find it hard to believe he runs a crime family now, though. He didn't seem the type. He still doesn't, but it's true. How well would you say you know him? Not well. We were lab partners for a semester, but we didn't talk much beyond school stuff. He nods and keeps staring out at the sky like he can't bring himself to focus on the here and now. Better than I know him, at least. So there's that. Might be good to have someone who knows him. What, you want me to get involved with your war? He shrugs slightly as if that's not the most insane thing in the world. I laugh at him, unable to help myself, and the sound echoes back off the nearby cliff formations. The sound magnifies and shimmers away as I drown my mirth with more wine. Fat chance of that, I say, shaking my head. I think right now, I'd rather see you and Danil tear each other to pieces. I wouldn't mind being a young widow. He smirks as if that doesn't bother him. It would be good for everyone if you acted as liaison. I'm finding it difficult to get Danil to talk, but maybe he'll be interested if you're the one reaching out. Let me understand something. You drag me into this mafia world, force me to marry you, rip me from my life, try to make me forget all the brutal and nasty shit you did to me 10 years ago, and now you want a favor? Casso, please go jump off a fucking cliff. His smile is like a whiff of perfume in a crowded room. He keeps staring at the sky like he's seeing something in the stars. But there's nothing, only twinkling lights and ancient pictographs that amount to only superstition. If the sky held answers, people would have found them by now. It's like he can't bring himself to look at me, like he's afraid of what he might see. We can work together, you know. There's something you want, and I am in a unique position to give it to you. I go very still. I'm hyper-aware of my breathing and my legs, and the cold wine bottle against my skin, and the alcohol in my stomach building into a warm, gentle haze, and Casso's bulky form, his muscles, his tattoos, his warmth. I'm aware of it all, and my brain's doing a slow-motion spin like it can't get into gear. You want to make a deal? I ask after several beats of quiet. He nods once. Yes, I think we can work something out. I help with the Russians and you help find who killed my brother. I lean closer. Is that about it? My heart's racing and my palms are sweating, and I should know better than to go down this road. What's the catch? Don't make this hard, Olivia. You always have to make it hard. No, Casso. I want to make you honest. You help me with Danil, and I'll try to find out who did your brother. I can't make promises, and I won't step in to hurt or punish whoever it was, but I can offer you that small measure of closure, at least knowing who pulled the trigger. That's what I'm offering, and I have a feeling you'll take it, because what else do you have? I grind my teeth. The bastard can read my thoughts sometimes like I'm an open book. I could turn you down. I don't need you. You could, but you won't. We both know you're the practical type. I hug my knees to my chest and don't move, mulling over his offer. It would make my life easier if I could swallow my pride and work with him. He's the Don of the Familia, meaning he can simply order his men to find out who pulled the trigger on my brother. But the idea of it makes my stomach twist with shame. And all I want to do is scream into the desert, scream until my throat's raw at the injustice of all this. Trusting Casso is a mistake. I should know by now that Casso rarely does as he says, and says what he actually wants to do, which means there's something more to this story that he's not telling me. And yet I'm tempted. God, it's stupid. But what else do I have right now? Do you remember the way you used to treat me back in the day? I stare at the rock, trying hard not to look at him, because if I meet his gaze, I might break down. I remember. You were an asshole. You used to find me in the halls and shove me against the lockers. You planted rumors, you stole my books. You even tried to convince Mr. Lockerty to fail me. Remember that? I told him you cheated on a test. He nearly believed me until he remembered that I was 2 grades ahead and couldn't possibly know anything about it. He laughs softly to himself. And yet none of that compares to what you did. I close my eyes and see the smirking young Casso with his perfect hair and his straight white teeth. He was a shark roaming the halls of Miller Academy, taking what he wanted and doing as he wished, and nobody was brave or stupid enough to say a damn thing except for me. I called him on his bullshit over and over again, told him to his face what I thought of him and worse, and he didn't let me forget it for 1 minute. He'd pull my hair and steal my money, and he cut the straps of my backpack so many times I had to bring a needle and thread with me to school just to sew it back together. He was a hurricane threatening to upend my life at any moment, and I lived in constant, total fear. It wasn't right. I'm whispering now. I'm shaking with anger and something else. I remember the way he'd look at me back then, like I was a slug beneath his boot, especially when his pack of crony friends were around. All of those guys are long gone. They were rich boys having fun with a real wolf, and now they're all probably working for their mommies and daddies doing taxes for the truly rich, if I had to guess. But Casso was their king. He was their emperor, their leader. They worshipped the ground he walked on because he wasn't afraid to take what he wanted like they were. When they weren't around, Casso was even worse. It wasn't the disdain that killed me. I could understand that. Our families were at war. We hated each other because we had to hate each other. Too much blood was spilling. Too much was at stake not to. No. When Casso and I were alone back then, he looked at me like he wanted to devour me. Like all that teasing, that fighting, that bullying, all that was an excuse to get closer and closer to me. I remember his hands on my body, his teeth near my throat, his sneering smirks, his muscular arms pinning me up against a bathroom stall, his breathing fast and frenzied. I was terrified, but I was also pulsing with want every time he came near, like my body anticipated his touch and craved it. A sick, sick addiction. Like the pain was somehow worth it. We were at war, he says. I was powerless back then, just a kid trying to understand the world. The war seemed so big, and I had no sway in my family, not yet at least. I ran my little crew with Nico, but we were still coming up. You seemed like the only way I could help my family. By making my life miserable? It didn't do a thing for the war. No, you're right, it didn't. But back then I wanted it to. I lean my chin on my knees. Is that why you wouldn't leave me alone? Why you kept at it? That's a big part of it, he says and shifts closer. But you know why else? I shake my head, trembling. Maybe from the cold. Maybe from the memory of him hurting me, again and again. Don't start talking about that night. We promised. But he keeps going. That's the other piece to all this. For all the hours I spent wanting to break your neck, I spent just as much time thinking about stripping you down in the locker room and fucking you senseless. Can you imagine what it was like? I despised you and wanted to see your family burn, and yet I wanted to fuck you so badly it hurt my skin to be anywhere near you. I took my anger out on you, Olivia. But I don't think I was angry with you. I think I was angry with myself. I only wanted to destroy you. I blink back tears. Cool wind blows across my cheeks, along my lips. That night was a mistake. I'm whispering again. I can't look up. I can't move an inch or I might crack and shatter. And that would be even worse than admitting to him that I wanted all that just as badly as he did. It was a mistake, he says, and his hand grazes across my neck, fingertips brushing my hair aside and moving down my back. But it was a good mistake. Tell me you don't think about it still. Because, Princess, I think about it all the time. I've thought about you for years. Casso. You do. I know you do. I tasted it when I kissed you. I can see it all over you now. You're trembling and it isn't that cold. You're thinking about what it was like to finally give in, and it's terrifying because it's so good. Submission, quiet, gentle submission can be its own form of ecstasy, its own form of power. You give yourself to me, and in doing so you allow me to make you feel things you never once in your life dreamed you could feel. Otherwise, what's the point? You can keep on breathing your drab little breaths and living your sad little life. But deep down, you know you'd rather let me own you. I bite back tears. His words are hot irons shoved down my throat because of their truth and because of what they're hiding. What he doesn't mention is behind all that pleasure is even more pain waiting to scar me, break me, ruin me. I don't want to help you. I don't want to marry you. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of it either, Princess. But you're here. He grabs my hair and pulls it tight, and I gasp, half a moan, half a grunt of pain. That's him. Pleasure and pain. And I'm not letting you go. He pulls me toward him, and I finally release myself from the shame and torment. I shift myself, move my hips, and straddle him, arching my back and pushing my ass down into his lap as I shove my mouth against his, kissing him with a wildness I didn't know I felt. His hand tightens in my hair and he kisses me back, and I move down against him, bearing myself down on his cock as he slowly stiffens between my legs. God, it's just like I remember. The moment I let go, all my self-control evaporates and I throw myself at him. My ego disappears. My fear puffs into smoke. Everything shrinks down, and I can live with a startling, beautiful focus. There's only him, our lips, our bodies. I can't help it. I need it. I need to feel him thick between my thighs, groaning, biting, sweating, promising to always take care of me, promising to make me feel good, but never promising not to hurt me. I bite his lip hard and stare into his eyes, my hands bunching into his hair. If I help you with the Russian, you have to promise not to kill him. Swear you won't kill Daniel. Casso's smirk drives me wild, but his hard cock makes it seem like ecstasy. And why would I promise that? Because otherwise you can go fuck yourself. Promise you won't murder Daniel no matter what happens, not without my permission first. I will avoid hurting him at all costs. I know that's the best I'll get, so I pull his hair, and I hope it makes the bastard groan. He doesn't disappoint. He never does. His eyes flash, and he tilts his chin up. I kiss him slow, moaning as I grind myself tight against his crotch, and when I feel like I can't take any more, when the ecstasy is agony, and my world is a pinpoint, only my lips and his and the fine line between pleasure and pain, only then do I rip myself away. I stagger back, putting distance between us, and nearly trip over a small pile of stones. I can't do this. I can't mess this up again. Not again. Not when I don't have anything I want, and he holds all the cards. Running away? I shouldn't be surprised. It's your specialty. His words are lightning bolts against my defenses. He picks up the abandoned wine bottle and finishes it. When the last red drop falls on his tongue, he throws the bottle and it smashes in the darkness. I shake my head, hair moving wildly. We'll work together, but no more than that. No, Princess, no more than that. But his eyes say he's lying. I run back to the house. Chapter 8, Casso. I refill Nico's glass and sit down beside him, my elbows on the bar. The game room's quiet, the pool table's set up and ready for a game, but neither of us feels like playing. He toasts me and drinks, and I sip my whiskey, staring at my distorted reflection in the bottles, thinking of Olivia the night before, her legs straddling my hips, her ass grinding down against my stiff cock as she tugged at my hair. Don't hurt the Russian. Why the hell not? You're in a bad mood, Nico comments, which isn't all that astute. No kidding, I'm in a bad mood. Olivia's back in my life, and I'm apparently not allowed to murder a man that's pushing into my territory. Things are complicated. With Olivia. I clink his glass with mine. You're the big winner. Never thought I'd see the day when the great playboy Casso was brought low by a woman. Speak for yourself, he grins. That's your sister you're talking about. Just saying, nothing's ever simple. It doesn't have to be all bad, you know. Are you about to tell me that I can have a happy little life just like you and my sister? Because I am extremely uninterested in having that conversation again. I guess Kara got to you already. He laughs softly, a low rumble. Then I'll say what she won't. You don't have to fall in love with Olivia. You don't even have to like her. But you do have to be a good husband and a good father if you two have kids. It's hard to hear a lesson in honesty from a guy that weaseled his way into my family and murdered my father. His face falters and I grin viciously. I shouldn't use it against him like a cudgel. But I can't help myself. The wounds might have healed, but the scars are still there. I understand his motivations, and I'm even glad he had the balls to do what needed to be done. For my mother's sake especially, even if that wasn't what he meant. But I still wonder about our friendship. Was it all fake? Was any of it real? Regardless of what I've done, it's still the truth. I know that. I run my finger along the rim of the glass and picture 4 little babies running around the house, all of them with my eyes and her hair and skin. It's a strange, bizarre thought, and I'm suddenly very happy there's already a fleet of nannies on staff. I said as much to Olivia. And how'd she like that? Apparently she's not interested in a marriage of convenience. With me, at least. Is that a big shock? Kara explained to me the context here, and I suspect there's more I don't know. You did a lot of shit at that fancy fucking school you never told me about. I smile at the light refracting through the vodka bottles. Yes, he's right. I didn't tell him much back then, because he wouldn't have understood it. Nico was a hard kid from a hard background, and I was the rich Don's son going to a private school. He earned his stripes on the street in blood and broken knuckles, and I struggled to keep up with him day after day. But I did it. I learned to be a killer while he was born into the role. I kept things to myself. I didn't tell him about Olivia and the fallout. I still do sometimes. I don't want him to see me as the weak Don's boy, even if that's what I was and what I wanted, even if my plans involved going into business while Nico remained out on the streets, killing and fighting and pillaging. We were supposed to be 2 halves of a coin. Now we're just one side of a dollar bill. You want to know something I haven't told you yet? Danil Fedorov went to Miller Academy. He was in Olivia's year in her class. Nico grunts. He doesn't seem surprised, but I know him better than that. He's thinking hard on it, letting the idea spin through his brain. That's one hell of a coincidence, he says finally, stating the obvious. I'm aware. What are the chances that a guy we went to school with comes back to town around the same time Olivia does too, and he happens to be running his own crew? It's more than a little suspicious. You think he's here for her? I shake my head. He better not be. But I can't say that. Nico would repeat it to Kara, and she'd get all these ideas about how I feel, and I don't need that mess. I especially don't want to explain to my sister that yes, I am attracted to Olivia, and yes, I want to hate fuck her into oblivion. That's not exactly a good conversation for family members. I tap my knuckles against the pitted wooden bar top. I don't know what to think, but she agreed to play liaison in exchange for a favor. Doing deals with your future wife already? Typical Don. I grunt and don't want to think too much about that one. I need you to do some research for me, or get some guys to do it, or however you want it handled. I need to know who killed her brother, Manuel Cuevas. This would have happened 10 years ago during the war when I was a senior in high school. And I was no more than a juvenile delinquent with a rap sheet and a penchant for petty crime. Pretty much. But keep this quiet, okay? I don't know who did what back then, and I don't want to cause more strife than is necessary. I don't need people thinking I'm going to start cracking skulls over a war that's 10 years gone. Understood. He throws back his drink. I can be discreet. I bet. I finish my drink too. It's warm and harsh with a nice peaty flavor. Don't tell Kara either. Why not? She's my wife. Yeah, and she's my sister, and she'll start talking shit if she knows I'm doing something to help Olivia. For my sake, please. I can't promise that, but I'll do my best. He stands and steps away from the bar. He rumbles like a jumbo jet and walks like an elephant. He's a big bastard, rippling with muscle and danger. There's a reason he's been my enforcer for as long as I've needed one. But he's smart too, much cleverer than most of the guys in this organization, and that gives him an edge. There's a reason we became friends, but now I wonder if he found me because we get along, or because he wanted to use me to get closer to my father. I suspect the latter, and it doesn't sit well. He heads off, and I linger alone in the silence. Somewhere, a vacuum groans. I drink another whiskey, taking my time. I think about Olivia's kiss, her hips, her mouth, her lips and tongue, her moans. I made mistakes 10 years ago. I'm still making mistakes with her. But back then it was worse. I didn't know that I wanted her. I didn't realize how it would feel to give in and taste her. And by the time we finally tumbled into that bed, it was much too late. There was an insurmountable distance. I hoped that distance would have shrunk over 10 years' time, but it hasn't. Olivia's still on the far side trying to escape, and I'm still chasing after her, only I don't know if I want to keep her or strangle her. Strengthened by several drinks and some time to myself, I head to my office, formerly my father's. The whole place has been redone with new furniture, new carpet, even the books are new. It's not easy to get rid of the stain of death, but it's doable. A dress bag hangs in front of the shelves behind my desk, and I grab it, surprised by how heavy it feels. I lean it over my shoulder and stand there, surveying my domain. The still and quiet marble fireplace ash-strewn and blackened. The low couches and their overstuffed leather cushions. The drink tray with its cut crystal glasses and decanters. Trappings of power. It's meant to be impressive. Anyone who comes in here should see the expensive art, the fancy books, the roaring flames, the designer carpet, and be cowed into compliance. Why fight a power like the Bruno Familia? We can waste money on things like antique embroidered throw pillows and alpaca wool blankets. We can waste money on killing those that cross us too. I'm stalling. I curse to myself and head into the hall, up the stairs and into the far wing. Olivia's the first person to live in this part of the house in years. I pause outside her door, wondering if I should barge through. I settle for several firm knocks. This time she answers. I'm struck by how small she seems. Dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes, big pink lips. She's in jean shorts and a red peasant top with little flowers down the middle. "What do you want?" she asks. She sounds less annoyed than I expected. I move past her, into the sitting area. The TV's on mute, and a book's left open in the reading nook. Some fantasy novel I don't recognize. She looks annoyed as she closes the door and faces me, hands on her hips. I have something for you. I drape the dress bag over the back of a chair. Please don't destroy this one. Her cheeks flush. You know about that. The staff cleaned it up. So yes. The head maid was extremely apologetic. She was afraid I'd take it out on her, but I don't shoot the messenger. I shouldn't have destroyed it. I figured you would, but this one is different. I indicate the bag. It was my mother's. She seems surprised. I'm not sure why. A family like ours is all about tradition, and it's a good tradition to pass things down through the generations. I want to honor my mother however I can. God rest her soul. And this feels like a nice thing to do. And besides, this sort of thing connects us to the past and strengthens the present. Olivia's going to read into it too much. So is Kara. Maybe it's a bad idea. You're serious about all this, aren't you? Her face pales as she turns her head sideways, looking down the hall toward her bedroom. It's really happening. It's happening, Princess. I take a step toward her. I told Nico to look into your brother's murder. He's smart, capable, and discreet. If there's something to find, he'll find it. She looks back, and the hope in her eyes breaks my heart. I can't bring myself to tell her that it's entirely unlikely that he'll find anything, and even if he does, I won't allow her to attack one of my own men. It'll be worse than not knowing. She'll have a name, a face, and no way to do a damn thing about it. If I put on that dress, what will it make me? My wife. No, Casso, you know what I mean. How can I wear a dress from the family that killed my brother? That forced me from my home? You can, and you will. I advance on her slowly. She backs away until she bumps against the door. I stop when I'm barely a foot away within arm's reach. I love the way she breathes fast, a hint of fear in her eyes mingled with excitement, like she can't decide if she likes this or if it scares the hell out of her. Just like back in the day. I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of wondering. We're getting married tomorrow. No, she says, a whisper. Some part of her was still holding on to hope. She thought maybe, just maybe, some knight in shining armor might ride in and save her. But there's no knight. There's only me. Fucked up me. I drop to one knee and dig the ring from my pocket. Her breath comes ragged and tears roll down her cheeks. Exactly what a man wants to see while proposing. Tomorrow, I say, grabbing her hand. She lets me slide the ring into place. Several big diamonds glitter in a little pod around the white gold band. Kara picked it and promised it was nice. You will be my wife tomorrow. I'm not asking. This isn't a question. This is happening whether she wants it or not. Casso. This is too soon. What about Daniel? Manuel? There are a million reasons to wait. No waiting. I release her roughly and stand. There, I did it. I got down on one knee and proposed. Well, I didn't propose. I commanded. But that's the best she's going to get from me. I'm tired of doing things halfway and sick of trying to be gentle and accommodating. She will be my wife. I will have her. She looks at the ring on her finger. Her hair glimmers as she shifts and slips past me, moving into the room. She stares and reaches for the dress bag, unzipping it halfway. She makes a strange, strangled sound in her throat. It won't fit, she says, shaking her head, and she sounds like that matters. A tailor's coming in 10 minutes. I'm paying her absurd amounts of money to get that dress finished by tomorrow morning. If you give her trouble, I will personally come in here and force you to do exactly what she says. Do you understand? Spare us both the embarrassment. She shakes her head but doesn't argue. I hate that I'm doing this. I hate that I'm pushing. But I can't sit around waiting for the day that she finally accepts her fate and comes along with a smile on her face. So long as she isn't screaming and trying to kill me, that'll have to be good enough. Tomorrow, she says, and wipes the tears from her face. I wish I could wear black. I feel like you're burying me. Don't be dramatic. Play nice and this won't be so bad. But I promise you, princess, whether you come along willingly or struggle, you will marry me. I turn and leave. No reason to make her suffer any longer. The tailor's coming with her team of seamstresses, and they'll need as much time as they can get. Because tomorrow, we're having a wedding. Chapter 9. Olivia. The dress fits. I didn't think it would. I said nothing when the seamstress and her assistants measured me, got me fitted, made their notes, asked their questions, and left again. I cried, but they didn't seem surprised by that. Like women that do this sort of work for rich and powerful men are used to seeing tears and hopelessness. But I'm out of tears. I spent them all in my pillow last night, and now big bags hang beneath my eyes. I used to imagine my wedding day when I was younger, back before the war forced me back to Mexico. Lots of activity, friends and family all over, people to help dress me and do my hair and my makeup, bridesmaids, champagne, laughter, joy, lots of white and lots of flowers and lots of people to share in my perfect day. Instead, it's only me. I try my best to look good, for myself at least. I doubt there will be pictures, and this isn't a day I'll want to remember, but I try anyway. I make myself as beautiful as I can. My hair glossy and lustrous, my makeup simple and understated but classy. And when I'm finished, I put on the dress. It fits and I hate it so much. The dress itself is fine, old-fashioned but in a good way. Sleeves, lace, tulle, a classic look, and it suits me beautifully. No, I hate it because of what it stands for. My doom. At 10 in the morning, there's a knock at the main door. Come in. Kara steps inside. She's wearing a simple navy dress that accentuates her figure, and I'm surprised at how pretty she looks. Although I shouldn't be. Kara's a Bruno, and they're all gorgeous. Oh, wow. She stares at me for a second, her eyes wide. That's amazing. It's okay. I look at myself with a long sigh. Not how I pictured it, but it's nice. I know your mother wore it. Mama would have been proud. My laugh is bitter and harsh. Doubtful. Think she would have liked to see a girl her family fought against wearing her dress? This was a happy memory for her, but it's not for me. I'm tainting this thing. Kara's face is all sympathy, and I hate her for it a little. I don't need sympathy. I need a fast car, lots of cash, and 10 minutes to escape. I know this is hard. She joins me in the mirror and smiles sadly. But you do look amazing. Who's here? Who gets to witness this travesty? Kara tilts her head. The family, Nico, Emilio, Elise, Finn, Gavino, Casso, of course, and your father. Papa's here. I'm honestly shocked. I turn to look at her and she isn't sure if she should smile or hug me. I make the decision easy. I hug her first. I don't know why, but I crave some normalcy, and I'm strangely happy that Papa made an appearance. It's not an ideal wedding, but he's your father. Did you really think he'd miss this for anything? I wasn't sure what to think. He dropped me off here and couldn't wait to get away. I almost assumed he didn't care. He cares. They always care. It's just hard. She pulls back and dabs at my eyes. Don't start crying, okay? You can do this. Deep breaths, one foot in front of the other. Just move forward. Move forward, I echo, nodding once. I can't tell if she's saying that because she's one of them, or if she's truly trying to be helpful. But either way, she's right. There's nothing I can do now but move forward. The day's beautiful. The back patio is decorated with flowers, like they brought in every single bouquet in the entire state and threw them all over. It's gorgeous, I have to admit. And it's like the decorations are all for me. Nobody else would give a damn, and there are no guests. The family hangs around, talking softly. My papa stands with Casso by the pool. Elise is the first person to greet me when I step outside with Kara on my arm. You look amazing, she says, kissing the air beside my cheek. She's wearing so much makeup it's like her cheeks are painted on. Oh, simply lovely. I mean it too. Do I ever lie, Kara? Constantly. That's unfair and you know it. Elise laughs and hugs me. Okay, I lie all the time, but not right now. Welcome to the family, Gavino says when Elise pulls back. Maybe not how you always imagined, but we tried. He looks dashing in a dark suit. They all do, like a family of models. Finn congratulates me awkwardly, looking like he's not sure what else to say, and I accept it. Why fight? Why make it harder? I could scream, I could struggle, and these monsters wouldn't give a damn. In some ways, it'd be easier. They'd have a good reason to tie me to a chair, gag me, and make sure I'm quiet. Casso turns as I descend the walkway toward the wedding awning where a priest stands talking quietly with Nico. I catch Casso's eye, and the initial surprise, followed by an intense smile and a hint of pride, makes my heart do triple time. He's excited. He likes the way I look, and that scares me and excites me, and I'm not sure what to do with these feelings. Papa joins me. We embrace. He kisses my cheek, tells me how proud he is of me in Spanish, and the family gathers in front of the priest. It takes 10 minutes to become Casso's wife, and at the end of the ceremony, he kisses me chastely, and the family claps. That's it. No pomp, no circumstance, no music, no harps, no doves, no rose petals, no crying, no laughter, no joy, no beauty, no happiness, no future. I'm dizzy. The sun's too hot and the sky's too blue. I wonder if I could fall into the pool and never resurface. Papa says something about how happy Mama would be if she could see this, though I truly doubt that, and brunch is served. I disappear inside, making some excuse about needing water. I have no appetite, and the idea of sitting around and eating with this family of vultures seems impossible. I'm a captive in their game, a tool for them. Nothing more. Pretending otherwise seems absurd, and I wonder if I can simply sneak into my room, lock the door, and pretend like nothing's changed. But everything has. Casso finds me standing in the darkness in the main living room, staring at family pictures in silver frames. You all look so young, I say quietly as he moves up close against me. I lift one of the pictures and wonder if I can ever feel like I belong here. He takes the photo I was studying, a group shot of all the siblings and both his parents wearing matching outfits at Disneyland. It's strangely normal, disturbingly so. The contrast between what they do, death, pain, money, crime, and the simplicity of a family vacation is strangely intense. I didn't want to do this, he says, smiling to himself, and for a second, I think he means the wedding. But no, he's remembering the trip. Mother and Kara insisted, and the rest of us went along with it because what else could we do? My whole life's been about family in one way or another. Trying to live up to expectations. Trying to make everyone happy, safe, protected. Trying to feed our mouths. Am I one of your mouths now? He puts the picture back. His hands come up along my sides and his thumb flits down my lower lip. Olivia, he says quietly, what am I going to do with you? I breathe his smell, and I don't have an answer, because what can I say? There's nothing to say, no words that can make this right. He comes closer, pulling me against him, and I release a pathetic whimper, half a moan and half a sob, and I don't know if I want him to release me and end this misery, or if I want him to drag me under, drown me, smother me, and keep me. He kisses me hard, pulling me rough against him, a kiss so unlike the kiss outside in front of his family and my papa. I moan into his mouth and push myself tighter. It's my wedding day. My wedding day. I'm the bride and I hate it. I wish I could rip this fucking dress off and throw it in the fire. But the woman in that photo wore this once upon a time when she married a different Don. And now I feel as though I'm her ghost, or she's haunting me. Casso pulls away, his eyes blazing, and takes my hand. He leads me roughly from the living room, down a short hall, and into the empty game room. I have to hold the skirts of my dress up to keep from tripping. He slams the door and locks it. "What are you doing?" I ask, backing away until I run into the pool table. But it's an act, a show, the words I'm expected to say. I know what this is, and I want it. God, I want it. He doesn't answer. He's like a wolf, hunting. I smell alcohol and pine, and he hefts me up until I feel the soft green felt beneath my fingers. He pulls the skirt of my dress up, and I gasp as he squeezes my ass and yanks me against him. I answer his kiss with ecstasy. I bite his lip and groan into his mouth as his hand slips between my thighs. My wedding day. God, my wedding day. He teases me over my panties, and I should stop this, scream for help, scream until he pulls away, but I can't move. I can't think. I can't breathe, because it feels good. So goddamn good. Like something I haven't experienced in a very long time. And I'm moaning into his kiss, and I'm losing all sense of myself. He flips my panties aside, and I groan in utter bliss. "You're soaked," he whispers in my ear as he teases my pussy. God, Olivia. You want me to fuck you, don't you? You want me to ruin you, spread you apart, fill you to the brim, make you shiver and scream. And the fucked up part is you really do hate me too. How do you keep everything straight? I don't. I can't. All I say is, fuck you. He laughs and shoves me back and drops down between my knees. My whole world stops as he gazes on my slick, naked pussy. I grab his hair tight as he grabs my hips and licks me, top to bottom, like he's savoring my taste. I gasp in wild pleasure. "You're mine now, Olivia," he whispers, and licks me again. "Every inch of you. Mine. Your skin, your lips, your pussy, your wild, yearning moans. All mine." He licks me a third time, so slow, and focuses on my clit, spiraling his tongue around in circles. When I'm about to scream in pleasure, he peels my panties off and throws them on the floor, and when I try to move, he shoves me back, pins me down on the pool table, and licks me again. Oh my God. He sucks my clit and growls as he does it like he's feeding and can't stop himself. He spreads me wide and shoves his tongue in deep before moving back to tease my clit into a million shining pieces. I moan, pull his hair. I'm on fire. My skin's an inferno. I'm burning with lust and pleasure. I want to hurt him like he's making me feel good. Bliss wrecks my mind, and this is wrong, filthy, dirty, fucked up, a massive mistake, and I couldn't care less. It feels so good I think I might break. His tongue is heaven. He licks and sucks me and slides 2 fingers inside my pussy as he rolls his mouth along my clit. I'm whimpering and moaning and panting. Sweat rolls down between my breasts, and he looks up at me with utter delight as he presses his fingers in deep. "I want you to come on your wedding day," he whispers and kisses me. I taste myself on his tongue. "You deserve a little happiness, don't you? Spread your legs, Olivia." I do as he commands. I'll do whatever he asks right now. His tongue keeps going, faster and faster. My back arches and my core clenches tighter as it builds and builds, getting deep and hot. And God, yes, I whisper his name. I moan his name. I say it loud, because he's my husband now, and his mouth is ripping me to shreds. I come on his tongue, my back arched, my legs trembling, my muscles quivering. I come so hard I see spots, nearly black out. It's heaven. I need more and more and more and more. His tongue laps against my lips, and I hold him against me. We stay there, and I'm breathing hard. "You're my wife," he whispers, and I look into his eyes. And yes, he's right. I'm his wife, for better or worse, even if I'd rather run and never look back. I'm his wife. No more underwear for the rest of the day. He helps me off the pool table, and I adjust my dress. "You know I have to talk to your family out there, right?" I don't care. He bites my lower lip hard. "Think about me." And he leaves. I stand there shivering. I have to lean against the pool table, and when I do, I look down at the ring on my finger. There has to be a way out. I can't let myself get consumed by him, but if I keep going, if I keep moving forward, one foot in front of the other, I'll be nothing. I'll give in, and he'll own me. And I don't know if I can live with myself after that. Married to my bully. Married to a man I despise. I close my eyes, pull myself together, and go rejoin the gathering, if only to spend another hour or two with Papa. Chapter 10. Casso, dark grey clouds roll across the sky as rain drips in drizzles along the normally sizzling sidewalks. Rare rainy day in the desert, Olivia remarks, staring out the window. We get 10 of these a year, and it happens to rain on the day we're going to meet with that Russian. What are the chances this is a coincidence? I squint out the front window. What did our English teacher tell us back in school? The weather's a bad analogy for how the characters feel. Yeah, well, in this instance, this fucking rain's perfect. I tap my finger against the glass as the driver drifts through the streets. Have you thought more about our deal? We don't have to keep discussing it. She doesn't meet my eye, and I wonder what she's avoiding. I feel like we do, since we're headed into a dangerous situation. I want us on the same page. I'm playing along. That should be good enough. I smile slightly and put my hand on her thigh. She glares and brushes it away, but not before I feel her warmth radiating up from her skinny jeans. I notice you're wearing the ring. She stares at it, the diamonds catching what little light gets in through the cloud cover. Felt wrong taking it off. Even if you hate being my wife, even if I hate being around you in general. Glad I know where I stand. The car slows as it nears a quiet strip mall with brown stucco siding and little cacti planted in the rocks ringed around the parking lot. You still didn't have to put it on. Nobody forced you to. Are you trying to get me to take it off? She raises her hand up and grabs the ring, glaring at me, daring me to do something. Before she can rip the thing from her finger, I reach out and stop her. I stare into her eyes, because I want her to know that I'm not messing around right now. I truly mean it when I say, keep it on, please. She seems surprised. Maybe at the intensity of my stare, or maybe at the please, but either way she pulls back and doesn't remove the ring. I like that she's wearing it. That's a novel feeling, wanting her to wear my ring. There's a strange sense of pride knowing that Olivia is mine, my wife, my woman, and she's wearing my ring on her finger. It's there for anyone to see, tucked against her skin, glittering as she moves. The thought of marriage never enticed me. I knew I'd have to get married sooner or later, but my idea of marriage was always tainted by my father's relationships and the relationships I grew up around. Mafia guys don't tend to have kind, loving partnerships, and I was never interested in being the big dick alpha asshole to some meek little mobbed-up princess. And yet here I am enjoying the whole thing. The car stops in front of a sleepy pizza shop. There aren't many of these in Phoenix, mostly because there aren't many Italians. But in terms of restaurants, there's Mexican, Korean, Chinese, South American in general. That sort of shit's all over the place. Cities like this are a mix of the people that live in them and the immigrant communities that make them great, and the food's no exception. But I have to admit, it feels good to step inside and smell the baking cheese, the oil, the herbs, the rising dough. It reminds me of when I was young and my mother would cook even though we had people doing it for her. She'd wave them away and make jokes, and the whole world would be laughter and lightness and joy. Then my father strangled her to death. Life's never been the same. Olivia stays close. My men remain outside with Nico leading the protection team. He's set up out back with men on the roof and across the street, all of them staying hidden so Danil doesn't get wind of my muscle in the area and fail to show. But I'd never bring my wife to a meeting like this without ample firepower on our side, even if the bastard wanted us to show up unarmed. There's no such thing as unarmed in my world. "Nice place," she remarks, checking out the fake grapevines etched on the walls, the big gleaming pizza ovens, the guys working with ruthless efficiency as they flip and stretch the dough, The tables and chairs spread out toward the back of the space along the right side. The left is dominated by pies lined up under glass, glistening and gorgeous and ready to be heated. I spot a man sitting alone in the far corner, straight-backed, pale with dark hair beginning to thin, and I recognize him all at once. That's Danil, the quiet teenager I remember from school, 10 years older. I walk toward him with Olivia at my heels. He looks up and his light blue eyes are startling, bluer than the sky, bluer than the ocean. He's got a straight nose, square jaw, and a scar along his forehead that I don't remember. He looks more weathered since the last time I saw him, all that baby fat gone, replaced by stark black prison-style tattoos and muscle. He stands, frowning deeply like his face is stuck in a scowl, and nods at me. "You came," he says like there was any question. "And you brought her." "I didn't think you would." There's no accent. Danil's from this area as far as I know. He's Russian in the same way I'm Italian or Olivia's Mexican. Our parents are from somewhere else, somewhere we weren't born, but we're as American as it gets. As discussed. I look around, trying to catch sight of a bodyguard, but there's nothing. Seems he really did honor the agreement, which is absurd. His eyes flash to Olivia and something flickers there on his face. It's brief, less than a second, but it's puzzling. He's either angry or in pain, or a combination of the two. "You remember Olivia Cuevas?" I gesture toward her, and she gives Danil a tight smile. "Yes, I remember," he says, and stands stiffly regarding her. "It's been a long time. Since school. Science class, remember? We did that experiment with God, I don't remember anymore. The beakers and Bunsen burners and all that stuff. Chemistry," he says, still glaring like this is painful for him. "Yes, it seems like a long time ago. Let's sit and talk." I pull a chair out for Olivia, and she takes it, crossing her legs demurely, which seems to give Danil permission to sit as well. I lower myself into the chair opposite him and feel a strange shiver down my spine. This feels wrong somehow. He's the leader of a strong Russian bratva, relatively new, yes, but still strong. Why would he show up completely alone? There's no way he doesn't have guys scattered all over the place, only I don't know who they are yet. That's more dangerous than seeing them out in the open. I wonder if Nico's scouts picked them up or not. "I will admit I didn't want to have a conversation with you," Danil says, eyeing me warily and studiously, not looking at Olivia like she's a black hole in his vision. "I didn't think it would benefit me at all." "Fighting my men at the edges of my territory will only get you so far," I say, with what I hope is a charming smile, but I know Danil will see the edge to it. He shrugs, as if that's no concern. "I came because you said you married Olivia, and I admit that I was curious. I haven't spoken to her in a long time." To my right, Olivia shifts slightly. Danil's talking like she's not in the room. "I hoped she could act as an intermediary in our discussion," I say, gesturing in her direction. "I think she is too biased for that. I wonder if this asshole ever smiles or jokes. Must be a dour, colorless life." Olivia leans forward, tapping her fingers on the table for emphasis. "Honestly, Danil, if I had it my way, I'd let you take whatever you wanted just to spite my husband here. Our marriage isn't exactly a happy one." Danil grimaces but doesn't look at her. It's strange. He ignored my attempts at communication, up until the point when I told him Olivia would show at the meeting as well. I thought he'd be more open and warmer with her, but it feels like he's doing his best to pretend like she's not here now that she's in the room. I can't quite figure it out. "We'll call it political," I say quickly, before Danil has a heart attack from the stress, although that wouldn't be so bad. "But my nuptials aren't the reason we're here. I want to know why you came back to Phoenix and why you're moving in on my territory." He frowns, crossing his arms. Danil looks like a tough bastard, which is very different from the shy, quiet boy I remember. He was a nerd back then, few friends, very academic, or as close to a dork as humanly possible. He was skinny with pale skin, always wore Slipknot t-shirts, and listened to hardcore music and acted like he hated the world. This Danil is much more subdued, much more in control. Stronger, physically and emotionally. I wonder what he's been through in the last decade to harden him so thoroughly, and I decide now to take him seriously. Your territory is almost all of the city, Danil says with a dismissive wave. If I am to move into the city at all, it means I am moving into your territory. That's not an answer, only a statement of my strength. Why are you here in Phoenix? The situation for me has changed, and I thought it was time to come home. He blinks at me and turns suddenly to Olivia, as if he's surprised to find her still sitting there. Do you remember Mr. Collins had a television in the corner of his room? Every day we'd come to class and he'd want us to write down whatever was on the screen. Do you remember if we ever once used that stuff? Any of it? Olivia sits there looking surprised, and I stare between them, trying to understand what's happening here. 1 second, Danil acts like Olivia's presence is painful for him, and the next he's quizzing her about worthless minutiae from their past and ignoring our negotiation. If this is some kind of tactic, all it's doing is pissing me off and making me want to shoot the guy in the face and be done with this. But unfortunately, my promise to Olivia is still fresh in my mind. I remember the TV and the notebooks, but you're right. I don't think we ever used it. They were like little fun facts about science, but never related to the lesson. She touches one fingernail to her lips, and a thrill runs down my spine. I love her little gestures, and can manage to find pleasure in her, even now in the middle of an extremely tense moment. That's how I feel about him. Danil nods toward me. He has this city, but he's doing nothing with it. He and his people say the right things. They do busy work. They make it seem as though they're worth keeping around. But when was the last time the Bruno Familia did anything good for the people of Phoenix? You won't hear any arguments from me, Olivia says, suppressing a smile as she looks in my direction. I'm not a charity, I say seriously, staring at Danil, and my anger runs cold through my veins. I regret giving Olivia my promise not to hurt this guy now. This isn't a game. We don't sit around the fire and sing songs together and hug at the end of the night. I have soldiers to feed, money to make, a business to run, and I don't have time for pet improvement projects. I get shit done, that's all. Danil doesn't look impressed. You're a drug dealer and a pimp. I've known men like you my whole life. Petty little men that think they are big, but they are not. He sits very straight and very still as he speaks, and my body rumbles with anger as I stare at him and take it. I'm inches from killing him, but the only thing holding me back is Olivia. I have come back to Phoenix because 10 years ago I lost something important to me and I want to get it back. My father was killed and our property was stolen, and I want to reclaim what was lost as my own. If you can give it to me, then we can call a truce on my expansion for the time being. But not before that. I take a long, deep breath and slowly release it. I can tell Olivia's loving this. She's probably not used to people talking to me like that, and if I'm being honest, I'm not either. There are very few people in this world that could speak those words and walk away alive, and Danil shouldn't be one of them. But I made a promise to my wife, and I will keep it. For now, at least. I lean forward so he can feel the weight of my stare. If you want to be in business together, you will learn the proper way to speak to me. Danil smiles. I don't think so. He snaps his fingers, and the room suddenly goes silent. It takes me 2 heartbeats to realize the guys behind the counter are no longer making pizzas. They're standing there, all of them staring at me with blank, almost bored expressions. I notice one's holding a knife, another's holding a cleaver. I'd bet anything there are guns scattered all over, hidden in tiny crevices, taped beneath the counter. So that's it, I murmur, frowning appreciatively. I was wondering why you chose this spot. Danil makes a shooing gesture, and the men get back to work. There's a club my father owned called Valley Charm. I have fond memories of that place growing up, and I want it back. The owners are proving very uncooperative, and if you're able to get me the rights, then I will be willing to negotiate a ceasefire and a truce. If you can do that, we can work together. Those are my terms. I tense my jaw. I don't like working on his terms. I don't like being dictated to. But there's no alternative. Olivia put me in a shit position with that promise. It'd be easier to lure him somewhere and put a bullet in his head. But for now, I can play the game if it means keeping my wife relatively happy. I'll consider your offer, I say and push my chair back. It would be much too mortifying to accept outright, and I won't stoop to that level. Olivia doesn't stand with me. Why did you want me to come to this meeting, Daniil? He hesitates. That pained expression returns, and I put my hand on the back of Olivia's chair. I don't like this. I don't like that she's here, or that she's restraining me, or that Daniil's acting like she has some kind of power over him. I regret this intensely, and wish I hadn't given him this opportunity to gain the upper hand. These relationships, they're all about power, about strength and fear and control. And allowing Daniil to set the pace is like giving him a head start in a race. I can't reason with a man like Casso, he says, staring at my wife, and my fingers turn white as I tighten my grip. But maybe you will speak sense. I'm not sure I can. We went through the same thing 10 years ago, Olivia. We're more alike than you realize. That's enough, I say, and pull Olivia's chair back. She gets to her feet and smooths her clothes, frowning at Daniil, but I steer her away. The men behind the counter are watching, though they're still making the pizza like they're actual employees. And for all I know, they really are. Daniil doesn't stand or move to stop me, but he's watching the whole time, those steely eyes following at a slow creep. I drag Olivia out the front door and into the rain until I spot the car parked nearby. "What the hell was that?" she asks once we're inside and on the road. She's trembling, and I can't tell if it's from what happened or from getting wet. "I don't know, but I think you should reconsider your request. This would all be much simpler if you'd allow me the freedom to make my choices as needed." She glares at me. "You're not killing him." "Why? Because the two of you are so alike?" Her cheeks burn crimson. "That's not it." "Or because you think you're better than me? You're not a killer, so that gives you the moral high ground?" "I'm sorry, Princess, but your whole life is built on the blood of the dead. You can renounce all that as much as you like, but you're still no better than anyone in my family." Her jaw works. I sit and seethe. I shouldn't take my frustration out on her, but I don't know where else to direct it. "What are we going to do?" she asks finally, quietly. I shake my head. I don't have much of a choice. I can gather more strength and crush him, but you'll make my life hell if I do, or I can play this absurd game and see how things turn out. "Then let's play," she says, and stares out the window, her body language suggesting she's done with this conversation. I let it drop. To hell with arguing. I'll follow the path set out in front of me for now. It won't be hard finding out who owns that club, and I suspect I'll be able to acquire it without too much difficulty. Everyone's got a price, and I'm good at finding it. But there's more to this than Daniil's letting on. I don't believe for a second that he's back only to retrieve some ancient strip club his father used to own. The way he was looking at Olivia, the pain and anger in his face, that little speech about me. There's more to it. This timing can't be a coincidence. I need Olivia to figure that out before I kill the bastard. Chapter 11. Olivia. The next afternoon is bright and shiny again like the rain never happened, but there are hints. Green grows in the sidewalk, cracks along the gaps in the rocks, at the edges of the buildings. Green all over, a profusion of it, drunk and giddy from the water, like the city's blooming all at once. The desert gives and it takes, and it continues. Casso's driving today. He's behind the wheel of a big black Range Rover, while I sit in the passenger seat glaring out the window. We haven't spoken since the meeting, and I get the feeling he'd rather say to hell with our whole deal and murder Daniil for spite. I saw his face when Daniil said that bit about Casso being bad for Phoenix. It was a mask of utter rage, like he couldn't conceal his emotions even if he tried. It was very unlike him. I enjoyed the whole show, but there is something strange about Danil. I don't know why, but for the moment we have a common enemy, and that's good enough for me. I don't know how I can use Danil to escape from my situation with Casso, but if there's a way, I'll find it. Casso takes me to the northern section of town, to a run-down neighborhood dotted with ranchers, surrounded by weeds and big beat-up trucks. Tucked at the edge of a field littered with refuse is a building, low-slung and gray, with a tall neon sign out front that says, Valley Charm. If any of the lights work, they're not on now. There are 3 cars in the lot, and nothing else. The windows are papered over, and ancient faded Budweiser advertisements are tacked to the stucco walls. The roof is black, sun-baked, and falling apart. It's a hole, and that's being generous. This is what that Russian wants to start a war over. He parks on the street and leans back, staring out the window. What do you think? Worth dying for? I frown and say nothing, but he's got a point. This place looks like it'd be better off flattened and definitely not worth going up against an organization like the Bruno Familia. Gavino did some research into this place, he says, talking low. Apparently it's owned by a couple of Polish guys, 2 brothers. We don't know much about them other than they're involved in the Polish mob, which is a pretty minor outfit in this area, all things considered. What are their names? The brothers? Mickey and Joey Stazek. Word is they don't like Russians much, and I suspect that's why our friend Danil is having some trouble recouping his father's old business. I don't know much about Joey, he's the younger one, but Mickey's got something of a reputation as a killer. They call him the Polish Butcher, on account of all the guys he's allegedly cut up and buried in the desert. Those nicknames tend to be exaggerated, but there's always a grain of truth. I tap a fingernail against the dash and lean forward. You think they'll deal with you? Everyone's got a price, he says and glances at me, a little smile on his lips. You included. I glare right back. Careful. I might start asking for more. He shifts slightly, facing me, a curious expression on his face like he's not sure if he wants to be pissed off or he's enjoying this little sparring session. There's something strange going on between you and that Russian. That's news to me. I didn't know he existed until recently. You saw the way he looked at you? Are you jealous? I don't think he wants me like that. Although, I'm not sure, if I'm honest with myself. The Danil I remember was quiet and attentive, but he's always looked at me like he can't decide if he wants to kill me or kiss me. I don't think you have any clue what you do to men sometimes, Olivia. He leans closer, a little snarl on his lips. You need to be more careful. Why? Because I rile some stupid assholes up just by existing. It's not my fault you all think with your dicks. That's not what I mean. His jaw's tight, and he's looking at me like he wants to rip my clothes off. I feel a cold breath down my skin, and I wonder if I can jump out of the car and run. Danil's here for something, and until we figure out what, we're stuck playing this fucking game. But you're involved, and you'd better not screw it up and make it more difficult. He turns and climbs out. I watch him go, heart pounding, sweat stippling my skin. Why does he always assume I'm some kind of idiot? Like I didn't put it together with Danil and realize that his whole thing is a little too convenient. It's too strange that he shows up around the same time that I do and seems to remember me very intensely. I understand something's going on, and I don't need to be reminded about it from an asshole like Casso. I follow him to the club. I'd rather stay behind, but the car's like an oven in the direct sunlight. He doesn't look over his shoulder as he reaches the front door and goes inside. I slip in after. The club's dark. Long bar on the right, stage on the left, scattered tables in the middle, cheap rug on the floor with geometric patterns throughout. The bartender's leaning on his elbows, looking bored, a middle-aged guy going bald and built like a brick wall with a tucked-in button-down and black jeans. A girl's on the stage, writhing against a pole and looking like she might fall asleep. 2 young guys sit at a table up front, drinking beer and throwing balled-up dollar bills at the dancer. The bartender perks up as Casso approaches. He glances to the right, toward a hall that leads into the back, and smiles nervously. There's nobody else nearby, and Casso seems utterly confident and at ease, but I feel exposed. I don't love the topless girl, or the guys throwing money at her, or anything in this extremely sad place. It's like a facsimile of a club, like everyone inside is just going through the motions, pretending to act out what a real strip joint would be like and getting it nearly wrong. What can I do for you two, fine people? We got, drink specials. The bartender spreads his hands awkwardly, looking from me to Casso, but mostly at Casso, who leans with his hands on the bar top and cocks his head. He's a big man, massive almost, with hands the size of watermelons. I'm looking for the Stazek brothers. The bartender coughs and rubs his balding head. I'm Joey, he says, glancing to the back hall again. Mickey's not here. He'll be back soon if you want. That's fine. I don't need you both. My name's Casso Bruno, and I'm here to buy your club. Joey stares, open-mouthed, like the heavens just opened, and a real angel came through. He's gaping and not moving, and the guys near the stage laugh as one of them hits the dancing girl in the face with a wadded-up single, and she doesn't skip a beat as she grabs the cash, shoves it in her underwear, then flips the guys off and keeps on dancing. They crack up, loving it. You want to buy this club? Joey asks stupidly, and he keeps glancing at the hallway. There's nothing over there, only a few other doors, more grimy carpet, more ugly walls. What the hell would you want it for? I have my reasons. You know who I am, correct? You know my family? Yeah, of course I do. I know you. Don Bruno. Welcome to our club, sir. Joey's grimacing, wringing his hands, acting like he's terrified, but I find that hard to fathom. Casso's big and strong, but Joey's an absolute giant of a man. Casso smiles like it's almost painful for him. I'm prepared to make a very generous offer, more money than you know what to do with. All I ask in return is some discretion. You do know how to be discreet, don't you, Joey? I'm real discreet, but, I don't think the place is for sale. I mean, my brother would have to be consulted and all that, and like I said, he's not here right now. Joey picks up a rag, wipes his face and inches to the right, over toward the hallway. Casso stands up. Let me ask you something. He walks toward the end of the bar, going deeper into the room. Joey doesn't like that, and every step makes him grimace. I follow after, ghosting along, feeling jittery. Joey's staring at Casso. What's a place like this cost? $1 million, $2 million. I bet it's a pain in the ass to keep running. You've got to deal with all the girls, all the customers, payroll, the IRS at tax time, all that shit. Lots of stuff you've got to do. So why not make a profit and move on? I, can't make that decision. The whole group reaches the far end of the bar. Joey clearly wants to step out under the counter, but he doesn't move, like he's transfixed. Casso leans forward, smiling almost sweetly, like a shark looking in the eyes of a big, juicy whale. What do you have down that hallway, Joey? Nothing. Just the bathrooms, our office, that's all. Changing room for the girls, supply closet. Nothing else. He's clearly lying and sweating, bouncing on the balls of his feet, making himself look even bigger than he already is. Casso walks toward the hall. Joey sweeps under the counter, surprisingly agile for such a beast, and moves to intercept. I call out a warning, but Casso is quicker. He pivots, turns to Joey, and slams a fist into the monstrous man's shoulder. He grabs at Joey's wrist, and I bite back a scream as Joey grunts, raising up a knife. Where the fuck did that knife come from? As he tries to jam it down into Casso. Joey's huge, but he's all bulk, and Casso's clearly done this before. Casso turns and uses Joey's momentum against him, twisting his weight to knock the big man off balance until Casso's able to get one meaty wrist in a tight grip. He turns it, jabbing fingers into little bones, and kicks Joey's knee so hard I think it breaks. The big man drops down, crying out in pain as the knife drops, and Casso wrenches that massive ham-bone-sized arm up behind the giant's back. Big mistake, Casso says as she shoves Joey to the floor and kicks him once in the gut. The big guy groans as he doubles over. The dancer keeps gyrating. The young guys stare and one claps half-heartedly, but the dancer calls him a dipshit and his friends make him stop. Casso goes down the hall. I hurry to follow. He opens each door. Bathroom, office, supply closet, and the last one's locked. It doesn't take long for him to break the thing open. The whole building's half-rotted, and the door's frame is no exception. Inside, lights on, there's table after folding table filled with rifles, handguns, shotguns, what look like grenades, tons of ammunition, something like a huge machine gun, all of it tagged with prices with magazines spread out in fans, a veritable supermarket for illegal guns and killing machines. I stand there and stare in shock. This explains why these guys keep the place, Casso says absently, toying with a submachine gun that looks like it was made in the future. The strippers are a front for the fun stuff. They're arms dealers. I choke out the words. Probably with Eastern European connections based on some of these weapons. Most of them are Russian or former Soviet manufacture. Nasty shit. Why'd he come after you? With a knife? The Bruno Familia owns the gun trade in this city, he says, and his face is calm as he shakes his head. Poor bastards. He grabs a magazine and loads the gun, cocking it back and leaning it against his shoulder. He strides back out of the gun room and I trail after. Behind the bar, Joey's on the phone, frantically talking to someone on a landline. Casso ducks under the counter, aims the gun at the massive guy's head, and smiles. Hand me that, will you? Casso asks. Joey grunts something in Polish I don't understand, as Casso rips the handset away and bashes the guy in the face with it 3 times until the big man drops to the floor. Casso kicks him a few times for good measure, curses at whoever's on the line in Italian, and slams it onto the cradle. I stand there, stunned. The young guys get up and leave, hurrying out, probably freaked out at the sight of the gun. The stripper on the stage sighs and sits down, looking at her nails like this kind of thing happens all the time. Casso drags Joey out from behind the bar and throws him into a chair which is like wrestling a sleeping bear. The big man's bleeding from a cut on his forehead and in bad shape, sweating profusely, twitching nervously. Casso paces back and forth, weapon cradled in his arms like a sleeping baby. I saw the guns, he says. I can explain. See, the guns, they're not ours. We're just holding them. Yeah, holding them. Casso doesn't smile as levels a flat stare at Joey. Whose are they then? Joey says, and I sigh. The poor guy is too disheveled, beat up, and stupid for this. I almost feel sorry, except he did try to stab Casso earlier, and he is selling illegal Russian guns on the black market, so that makes him much less sympathetic. Here's the deal, Casso says, tapping the barrel of the gun against Joey's knee, making the big guy flinch each time. Tap, tap, twitch, twitch. I want this club and you're going to sell it to me. If you don't, I'll come back with a lot more men, and we'll kill you. Kill your brother, and take this place for our own. We'll get tangled up in the courts, and we'll probably have to buy it from the state at auction, but it'll be ours sooner or later. I'd rather do this quick and easy, which is why you're not dead already. I'm giving you a day to talk to your brother, get your affairs in order, and settle on a price. Then I'll be back. Do you understand? I understand, Joey says, and I'm not so sure he does. But Casso accepts it with a nod. Consider us even then. He punches Joey once in the nose, knocking his head back hard. Blood spouts down the front of the poor asshole. That's for trying to stab me, you stupid bastard. He gestures at me and heads to the door. I linger but follow. Outside, the sky's like an oven. So that's what it's like to do your job, I say quietly as he starts the Rover's engine. He removes the gun's magazine, makes sure there's no bullet in the chamber, and tosses it all into the back seat. Normally I'd send someone else to do petty shit like this, but since it's sensitive, I decided to take it on myself. He flexes his fist and grins. I will admit that I missed breaking skulls a little bit. God, you're such a prick. Prick I may be, but Joey and Mickey are going to sell us that godforsaken club, and your Russian friend will get his family heirloom back. This puts everything on track. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Feel good, wife. You've been very helpful. He drives off with the AC blasting. And I don't feel helpful. I don't feel helpful at all. I don't feel much of anything, except a vague sense of pity and rage and exhaustion. There's no escape for me. No escape for Joey or Mickey or anyone else caught up in Casso's web of death and money and power. I wish there was, but there's not. Only Daniel's got a different game running. If I can figure that out, maybe I can find a way to escape my situation. I hated the strange looks Daniil kept giving me, and the eerie way he sat straight-backed and exceedingly calm. But I'll take any chance I can get. Chapter 12. Olivia. Back at Villa Bruno, Casso makes an excuse and disappears. "Got work," he says, and slips away into this office. I watch him go, wondering what this work actually means, and the fight between him and that massive Joey guy plays out through my mind again. Casso, vicious and brutal, easily taking down a man that outweighed him and was bigger than him without breaking a sweat. The efficiency terrifies me. I head out back and stand on the patio, looking out at the desert beyond the pool, and I close my eyes, breathing hard and trying not to panic, as the sheer violence of the moment plays over and over again. The spray of blood as Casso's knuckles snapped into Joey's face, the grunts of agony, the fear. I know who these men are. I grew up in a cartel and I've met dozens of soldiers like Casso. And yet seeing what he's capable of, the mindless viciousness, it scares the hell out of me. Papa worked hard to keep me away from the harsh and ugly realities of his job, and I was able to pretend like the danger, the gore, the hard truth of broken bodies and ruined lives didn't matter to me, or at least didn't affect me. But looking back now, it's so disgustingly obvious how violence pervaded every aspect of my world. There's a reason I was practically kept locked in a cage back in Mexico. It wasn't safe for me to be out beyond the walls of the compound. It's not so different here. I have more freedom, but my leash is only a little bit longer. What Casso did, that intense and sudden brutality, the guns, the knife, it all underscores just how deep I've found myself buried and trapped. Casso has changed a lot in the last 10 years. When we were kids, he was tough and seemed to relish getting into fights, but he didn't have the same level of callous and ferocious expertise he now employs. It's like he was raw back then. But now he's been refined and it's terrifying. That's the man I want to fight against. The man I want to piss off and tease. He could break me into pieces without slowing down, and I goad him into anger for fun. I open my eyes again and knuckle the tear away. What am I doing here, other than being married to that bastard? I should be hunting for Manuel's killer, and instead I'm on some rabbit hole quest with Casso, running from one failure to the next. How am I supposed to survive when it's crocodiles down below and starving lions up above? I shake my head and grip the railing tightly. The stone is warm under my fingers. The mid-afternoon sun is brutal, and I'm starting to sweat, and the only respite is inside in the constantly blasting AC. But I don't want to risk running into Casso right now. I'm too afraid of what I might say. "Olivia!" I blink rapidly and spot Elise sitting by the pool waving at me. I smile slightly and wave back. I should have known she'd be there. Elise is always lying by the pool or lounging around somewhere. But I'm too emotional right now to make sense of much of anything. I pull myself from the railing and head down toward her. She sits up and tilts her sunglasses down. "You okay, girlie?" She smiles tentatively, like she's testing it out, not sure just how bad things are. In this family, tears can mean a lot or a little, all depending on the whims of whatever brutal dickhead's hanging around that day. I nod and wipe my face. Totally fine. Just standing alone on the patio crying a little bit. No big deal. Pretty normal for girls around this house. Her smile remains, but it's tinged sad. Sit down and tell me about it. You don't want to hear about my boring complaints, do you? Come on. You're the new Don's wife. Remember that I was a Don's wife not too long ago. I have some experience on how this all works. Although I doubt Casso's as bad as his father, but you never know. That doesn't make me feel better. I chew on my lip and hesitate before I sit down. That's right. She was a Don's wife, and I wonder if she misses her old position and the privileges that came with it. I suspect she'd take back certain things. Money, power, travel, all that. But she could do without the constant fear. The sad thing is, I don't feel like anyone's wife. But I am, aren't I? I look at the ring on my finger and wonder why I haven't torn it off and thrown it into the pool yet. I went with Casso on an errand this morning. You know, for all my years living with my father, I've never actually witnessed him working before. That's a good thing. Elise stretches and puts her hands above her head. Her platinum blonde hair's swept over one shoulder, and she's in a relatively modest dark blue one-piece. Your father wouldn't be much of a parent if he was bringing his only girl around into dangerous situations. She glances at me, frowning deeply. And your husband isn't much of a husband for doing the same. It's not his fault. I practically blackmailed him into bringing me. Which is true. I told him that if he didn't let me come, I'd make his life harder. The idea of me acting rebellious and difficult is enough to get him to do what I want for now, which is kind of nice. But I wonder just how long I'll retain that ability. Sooner or later, he'll see through my bullshit and stop responding to it. I just didn't know he was capable of, What part, exactly? These men do a lot of things, girlie. Her eyebrows are raised. Cruelty? No, I know he's cruel. Violence? Brutality? I remember him as a teenager, but he's not anymore. No, he's not, she says, speaking quietly. She looks out over the pool, and I follow her gaze. A little waterfall trickles down from the rock formation above and makes a gentle splashing. I don't mean to defend him with this, believe me. The last thing I want to do is make excuses. But what they do isn't simple. It demands a lot, physically and emotionally, and I know Casso is trying his best, even if his best isn't always obvious. That almost sounds like you think he's a decent guy. She laughs. Casso's a prince compared to his father, that's for sure. These men, they have no support system, right? They're thrown into a hellish, almost medieval world that demands blood and money and sacrifice and sucks all the feelings from them like a big fat black hole, and nobody's around to listen to them talk. So they bottle it all up and it comes out in fucked up places. I know you and Casso have a complicated past, but it might be worth thinking about your new husband in context. Context? I roll the word around my mouth. It tastes bitter on my tongue. I'll give you context. When I was a sophomore in high school, he was a senior. Back then, Miller Academy was only 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, so when I showed up for my first year, he'd been there for 2 already. And it was fine at first. I was excited to start a new school, excited to get a fancy education. But then he found me one day in the halls. I close my eyes and tell her exactly what I remember. I can see it all so clearly already. Casso, tall and handsome. The guy every girl wanted in that stupid, awful place. He was a shining, glorious god with a perfect smile and hair to match, and Casso just stood there, studying me, the two of us alone in some quiet, out-of-the-way hall. He stepped up to me and said nothing, not a single word, only advanced until he was right there in front of me and I was pinned back against the lockers, and my heart was racing. I was so freaking scared, but also weirdly excited, and he leaned down and said, "I'm going to make your life fucking hell, Olivia Cuevas." That was all, nothing else. It was the first time we'd ever met, and he acted like I was his mortal enemy already, before we ever had a conversation. He walked away like nothing had happened. But that was my first introduction to Casso Bruno, and he wasn't lying. He was a bastard back then, Elise says, squinting over her sunglasses. How bad could it have been? I explain the bullying, the intimidation, the fear. But it wasn't just that. It was rumors and insinuations and harassment. He wanted to make my life a living hell, and he managed to do it, day in and day out. And no matter how hard I fought back, no matter how often I stood up for myself, No matter how many times I went to the administration to complain, nothing happened. It didn't stop. All because of that stupid war, I say, and try not to start crying again. So today, when I watched him hurt that guy, I realized he could have done that to me 100 times. He could still do it to me. He could break me without really trying, and I'm supposed to trust my life in the hands of a man like that? Elise is quiet. She runs a finger down her thigh like she's got an itch she can't get rid of. I was attracted to that once, she says, and her voice is very small. When I first met Casso's father, I liked that he was a big man, a scary man. I liked that I was afraid around him. The idea of him smacking me around a little bit was frightening, but weirdly attractive, because I thought I'd be special. I thought I'd be the one to tame the bear, and all his aggression would only come out when I wanted. That danger, it's a thrill, isn't it? I stare at the pool and say nothing. She's right. It's a thrill. But doesn't that make me broken? In some deep, intrinsic way, doesn't it make me sick and wrong if I like to be afraid? Just a little bit? To want a man like Casso is to court self-destruction, and I don't want to hurt myself. I know you won't believe this, Elise says, but I really do think Casso cares about you more than he'll ever admit, despite what he did to you back then. God, isn't that nuts? I mean, he made my life a living hell and now I'm supposed to forget it? That's like the ultimate schoolboy bullshit, torturing the girl you secretly have a crush on. It wasn't like that, though, was it? He tortured you because your families were at war. Look, I really don't want to be the one defending him, but the reason behind what he did matters. It wasn't out of hate. It wasn't really even about you at all. It was about him and your family. I bite my lip hard enough to hurt. There's more I don't tell her. The party toward the end of the year, a hot, steamy night at Roger McPherson's house, his parents out of town, the entire place a rager. Kegs of beer, bottles of vodka, dozens and dozens of drunk high school kids letting loose. And Casso in the mix, the center of attention, the king of the party. And when his gaze fell on me out of everyone in that room, his eyes like spotlight burning into me, it was more intoxicating than the single beer I drank. It was hard to handle. It was heavenly. There was always an undertone, but that night he threw away pretense. He gave up on subtext that night, and I made the biggest mistake of my life. How could I like that attention? How could I want it from a man like Casso, who did nothing but hurt me? Again and again. And the one night he decides I'm not some toy good only for smashing against the ground, that night I throw myself at him like some slobbering, love-sick puppy. It's pathetic. I should go inside. I get up and turn toward the house. I know you mean well, Elise, and you might be right. But I'm not sure I'm ready to forgive him. I'm not sure I ever will be. I know, she says quietly. If I could do more to help you, I would. I don't want you stuck in a loveless, awful marriage like I was, but sometimes the world gives you shit, and it's all you can do to keep from drowning. That's not exactly making me feel better. She laughs loudly and shrugs. There's always wine down here if you want it. I head up the house. I look back, and Elise salutes me with her glass and takes a long drink before I step inside into the coolness of the house. My mind's abuzz with old memories and what Elise said. Context matters. Context is important. There was a war back then, but there's no war now. I'm free to live my life. But how can I do that when the scars of those days are still fresh? When it feels like Manuel is barely buried, like his body's still warm? I want to find a way past what happened, but I'm not sure I can. I head toward my room, but a motion to my left startles me. Casso steps out from his office as I pass it, and he stares at me, as surprised as I am. I go to walk away, but he reaches out and catches my wrist, the hand with the ring on my finger, and pulls me back toward him. He lifts my wrist in the air. You still haven't taken it off. He looks hungry, starved. I stare into his eyes and I see that same look, the one he's always given me, so filled with longing and anger. The Casso from 10 years back and the Casso of today merged into one man, flawed and broken, but trying his best to do what's right, to provide for his family, to lead the familia, to live up to his promises. I can see it etched in his skin, in the weight on his shoulders, on the tension around his full lips. I reach up with my free hand and touch his cheek, and he turns into it, releasing a soft purr. You keep mentioning it. I think you like that I'm wearing it. I do like it, he says, so softly it kills, the burn of velvet pulled too taut. And that's what scares me, princess. I stand up on my toes and kiss him, tumbling forward against his chest. He catches me and crushes my mouth with his, and I release a whimpering moan, a noise that I don't remember ever making before, but I don't remember ever feeling like this. He staggers back into his office, and I go with him, drawn inexorably forward, unable to stop this kiss even if I wanted to. The door slams shut behind me, and I'm pinned against it, my hands up above my head, his mouth on my neck, on my lips, his tongue against my tongue. He tastes like clean sheets and soap and something minty. I bite him, and he bites back, grinning like he enjoys the pain. He pins both my wrists with a single massive hand and uses the other to trace a line down my neck, along my breasts, toward my shorts. I'm trembling with fear and desire, unable and unwilling to stop what's happening, and I keep seeing him move with insane speed and deadly force, punching, breaking, blood and agony. But for me, his pain is mixed with pleasure, never one without the other. That's how we work. A duality, the two of us as opposites, pleasure and pain, love and hate, in tandem, orbiting each other. Everything he does is intensified tenfold because of the contrasts he stokes in me, and the heat of him is like an oven as he sucks my neck and whispers in my ear. When you said I do, I kept picturing you spread wide in my bed, shaking with anticipation, naked and dripping wet. I wanted to make you my bride that night more than I've wanted anything in my life. But I respected your wishes. I left you alone. Was that a mistake? I wonder if I should have taken you regardless, made you moan, made you scream. I don't know, I answer, and it's the truth. Would I have wanted him in my bed? No, not at all, but would I have sent him away? I don't know. I don't know. I'm afraid I wouldn't have, and that scares me more than anything. But it scares me just as much that I wouldn't have sent him away if he'd come. And yet now you're here, and I know what you're thinking. You want me to ruin you the way only I can ruin you. Nobody else, my princess, my wife. Nobody else can touch you this way. He unbuttons the top button of my shorts with one quick motion, and I suck in a breath. This doesn't change anything, I whisper as his fingers slip down along the front of my panties, and I release a gasp and a moan. God, it feels so fucking good, the anticipation like candy on my spine. This doesn't change a thing. Our deal stands. You can do... Fuck. You can do this all you want. I still hate you. I know you do, he says, smirking that devilish grin as his fingers move up and down the front of my panties, down to my dripping pussy, and oh, God, I'm so wet he slides along my folds and pushes slowly inside of me before teasing my clit in incredible circles. You despise me, and that's why I love this so goddamn much. The way you look at me like you want to kill me, but you also want to fuck me, is like heaven. It's like your moans are music and your tongue is candy and God. Olivia, I hate you just as much, but I want you even more. His fingers stroke in and out and roll along my clit, and his words send jolts of shock and want along the curves of my skin. My body jerks and clenches as his grip on my wrists tightens, and I'm pinned and taken at his mercy, his prisoner, his wife. I'm his, all of me, whether I like it or not, and right now I like it, God, yes, I fucking love it. He drops to his knees and yanks down my shorts. I gasp and run my fingers into his hair as he pulls off my panties, spreads my legs, and licks me like it's the last thing he'll ever do. I moan, head thrown back, and his tongue rolls around my clit as he delves along the folds of my pussy. His hands grip my ass tight, holding me steady, and I roll my hips to the rhythm of his movements. We're together. We're one. My eyes roll back and pleasure racks my brain and threatens to burst it entirely. He slips 2 thick fingers deep into my pussy, and I moan his name. Shameless and shameful, so lost in him as he curls those fingers and finds my G-spot, sending ecstasy bolting into my brain. He swirls his tongue and fucks me with his fingers and squeezes my ass with his other hand, and it's all too much. I'm on the verge of breaking. He looks up at me and his eyes are molten fire, limpid pools filled with lust. "You taste like I always dreamed," he whispers. "The memory of you kills me, Olivia. The memory of you drives me insane, and having you here, right now, on my tongue, moaning my fucking name, my ring on your finger, it's almost too much to bear. I don't know how I can stand having you around and not fucking you mindless every second of the day. I need you, Olivia. I need you to come. I need you on all fours, moaning, begging, dripping wet and screaming. Come for me, you filthy fucking girl. Come for me, my lovely wife." I throw my head back and lose all control as he licks me again, rolling around my clit, his fingers deep inside my pussy. "Oh my God, oh fuck," I moan, panting, gasping, grinding my hips, pulling his hair hard, and after a slow, agonizing, perfect build, all my muscles straining for him, for my husband, for Casso, this bastard. I roll my hips against his mouth and cry his name as I come in a fantastic rush of release and pleasure and ecstasy, and I spread my legs wide and let him invade me. I'm his, all his, and I climax once, twice, and it feels like it'll never end as he licks and sucks and fucks me through it. I finish, a panting wreck, an utter mess. He stands and kisses me, and I taste myself on his tongue, and he smirks as he presses his wet fingers to my lips. I clean them off, one at a time, cheeks flushed, staring into his eyes. "Good girl," he says softly and kisses me again. I've made mistakes before. So many times in my life. I've made mistakes again and again, repeated them over and over, but this, right now, this moment, this can't be a mistake, because mistakes aren't supposed to feel like this. They're not supposed to be so earth-shatteringly perfect with body-numbing pleasure. This can't be a mistake. It's just too good. Chapter 13. Casso. The meeting's set for the empty parking lot of an abandoned movie theater on the edge of town. I get there early with Nico and wait right in the middle of the space. The marquee is quiet, the doors are boarded, and the only other car is a van that clearly hasn't moved in weeks. I get out and make sure there's nobody hiding in the back. It's filled with old cardboard boxes, rotten and falling apart, plus moldy old blankets, and smells like something died inside. I get back in our car and sit back to wait. I hear you and the wife are spending a lot of time together. Nico stares out the window, talking nonchalantly like it's no big deal. "You heard from whom?" "The house talks. You know that." I clench my jaw. "I'm the Don, Nico. If people are gossiping, I need to know." "Nah, can't dime them out and be a narc, you know that." He's smirking now, though trying to hide it. He thinks this is funny, the bastard. "But I'll say everyone's talking. We all want to know if you two crazy kids are going to put aside your differences and fall madly in love. It's a very will they, won't they sort of situation. We're already married, so it seems like we already did," I say, glaring out the window. I'm tempted to go break what few windows remain in this place just to release some steam. "Everyone can keep their opinions on my relationship to themselves." Nico's smile softens. "You're the Don, remember? Your relationships are important to the famiglia, so we're all curious. Besides, it's obvious you're into Olivia, even though the pair of you have a complicated past." "You have no clue how complicated." "You're right, I don't. And every time I ask you why you seem to hate her so much, you refuse to say. You do know that's annoying, right? Here I am, the only person in the whole world that might understand what you're going through, and you refuse to tell me a thing." "I'm aware," I say, and sit back, ready for this conversation to be done. He's right. His situation with my sister was very similar to my own, but different in key ways. At least Nico laughs and lets it drop as we wait. I keep thinking about Olivia, though, and even though I try not to let my mind wander to her lips, her legs, her moans, I can't help myself. She's in my brain, locked deep in the core of me, and every time I think I've purged her from my system, I find her there again. It's that kiss, that laugh, the noise she makes as she comes. It's all too much, and when I find myself fantasizing about fucking her in the shower, or pinning her to the bed and having my way with her, I have to remember what she did to me all those years ago. I have to remember the price I paid to taste her skin and how it changed my entire life irrevocably afterwards. How I'm still in the fallout. A black truck pulls into the parking lot and interrupts my daydreaming. It parks 20 feet away, more than a little conspicuous, but it doesn't matter. These guys chose the place, which makes me think they've got muscle set up nearby. But Nico's men did a sweep of the area and it's clear. And I checked that awful van, also clear. "You ready?" Nico asks, glancing over with a frown as he checks his gun to make sure it's loaded. "Ready, but I doubt we'll need that." I push open my door. These guys aren't that stupid. I hope so, anyway. Crossing the Bruno Famiglia and assassinating their new Don might throw the organization into chaos briefly, but I have brothers and loyal soldiers that would happily hunt these two pricks down and flay them alive. We walk across the lot and stop as the brothers get out of their truck. Joey's face is a mess of bruises, his nose pulped, purple-black rings around each eye, and he glares at me. That massive bastard. He's even bigger than Nico, and Nico's huge. I'm no small guy myself, easily over 6 feet and packing mostly muscle. But Joey's like a bear and I'm more like a tiger. He's big and burly. Too bad he's the one walking with the limp and sporting an extremely ugly and colorful face. But his brother's different. Mickey's older, with more gray hair, and thinner. He looks like he's been running his whole life, nearly the total opposite of Joey. He's lean and taut, with corded muscles in his arms like he's used to working with his body all day. They're dressed simply in jeans and button-downs, and there aren't any obvious weapons on them, which isn't the same as being unarmed. The pair of them come forward, Joey hanging back a bit, probably remembering the feeling of my fist crunching into his nose. "Afternoon, gentlemen," I say once we're all standing in a loose arrangement. "I appreciate you both taking the time to come meet me." Joey glares like he wants another shot, but Mickey's got a curious tilt of his head. His eyes are sharp and dark brown, and he looks like he's assessing the situation. Clearly, that one's the brains. "My brother here says you came and visited our club. He says you offered to buy the property, and by the look of his face, it seems you were very persuasive." I smile and spread my hands. "Did he mention he tried to kill me?" Joey's a bit impulsive. Isn't that right, Joey? He makes some very questionable decisions from time to time without meaning it. Yeah, real impulsive. Joey spits on the ground. He wanted to apologize. Right, Joey? Sorry. He spits again. I don't think he's very sincere, but I nod to Mickey anyway and decide not to push the issue. I appreciate the gesture. Now, I saw the little operation you're running out of there, and I guess you can imagine how I feel about it. The Bruno Familia runs guns in this region, and we don't like competition. I know how you treat your competitors, Don Bruno, Mickey says, sounding respectful, which is an understatement. The last gang that tested the Bruno monopoly on guns ended up dead in the street, their leader last, his balls cut off and shoved down this throat. A nice little message to the city. Don't fucking bother. Nico shifts at my side, watching Joey with a glower. I won't stand here and lie to your face and say we didn't mean it and won't do it again. Those are our guns, and we've been selling them in small quantities here and there to make some money on the side. Nothing that you'd notice, but it seems we got unlucky. We meant no harm, but there it is, out in the open. It does seem like you got unlucky. I take a step forward. I like this Mickey guy, even though his brother still looks like he wants to kill me. I appreciate that you're being upfront and not sniveling like so many men in your position might. You're aware of what could happen here, but you showed up, and that's a point in your favor. And since you're being honest, I'll make you a deal, and I'll make it better than I originally planned. I can forget about the guns if you're willing to sell me the club. I'll give you a good price, and I'll even buy out your weapon stock to save you the trouble of having to move them. You can walk away from this, free and clear, with money lining your pockets. How's that sound? Mickey nods to himself like he's sizing me up and trying to decide if he believes what I'm saying. I glance to the side, checking to make sure there's nobody nearby. Weeds sprout in plumes between the cracks, and the theater's like a mountain. But nothing moves. Nothing breathes. I've got an alternative proposition for you. Mickey crosses his arms, squinting, the cheeky little bastard. The way I see it, you want our property for a reason. A man like you doesn't come along personally offering lots of money and saying he'll turn a blind eye to a transgression for no reason. I suspect this is important. Careful, I say, staring him down, not happy about where this is going. I told your brother, and I'll tell you. I'm willing to do this the fast and easy way, but the long and hard way isn't off the table. Mickey holds up his hands. I understand that, Don Bruno. I'm willing to sell. Only, I want one more thing before we go forward. See, I have charges pending against me, the sort of charges that might send me away for a while. I'm currently out on bail, and I was visiting my parole officer when you had a very civil conversation with my brother here yesterday. What I'd like is if you could contact the DA and get those charges dropped or at least downgraded as much as you possibly can. I know you have connections, and I know you have money. If you can do anything for us, that's what we want. I let that sink in. He's not asking for a small favor here. Getting charges dropped by the DA is a serious use of my power. Even in a corrupt town like Phoenix, the DA's got to have the appearance of being clean and free of any undue influence from a guy like me. Which means cashing in a lot of accrued goodwill. The sort of goodwill that might be better spent on my own people. Joey's shifting from foot to foot, looking like he'd rather watch his brother do hard time than play ball with me. But Mickey's completely still, totally at ease. He's a clever man. He's smart enough to see that I want his place very desperately, and he's using that to his advantage. It's frustrating, but it's also impressive. And if it weren't my face he's holding over the fire, I might actually like him for it. I could be able to make it happen, I say slowly, and glance at Nico for confirmation. He only shrugs. You're right that I have connections, but what you don't understand is that those connections only go so far. If your charges are the type that the DA's not willing to be flexible on, I can't help. In that case, I'll have to go the hard route. Understood, Don Bruno. All I ask is that you try. If you can do that, I'd be happy to sell, and I'd be glad to continue doing business together if that's something you'd want. He nods once, like he said his piece and he's done. I smile slightly and nudge Nico. What do you think? I think these little shits are practically begging for a bullet between the eyes. Nico shows his teeth, perfectly terrifying. Joey stops glaring and looks down at the ground real fast, and I notice he doesn't spit this time. That asshole can learn some manners, it seems. But it might be worth trying. Okay, then. You have yourself a deal. Give me a few days to see what I can do about your charges, and from there, we'll buy out your property at a slightly discounted rate, along with your weapons stock. Beyond that, if I decide we'll work together, I'll be in touch. That works for me. Thank you, Don Bruno. Mickey jabs a finger into Joey's arm. Thank you, Don Bruno. Joey mumbles, turns, and strides back to the truck. He climbs in like a sullen teenager. Don't mind my brother. He's not used to getting his ass kicked. I grin at him. Your brother's never worked for me. Mickey nods and walks off. He gets ponderously into the truck. I return to the Rover with Nico, sit behind the wheel, and watch them drive off. I made a decision, I say quietly, once the Polish brothers are gone. Yeah? About what? Olivia. I start the engine and put the Rover in drive. I want her things moved into my rooms. If she's going to be my wife, we're going to do it for real. No more halfway. Nico's eyebrows raise. That's a bit drastic. How will she react? I don't know, and I'm not asking. Think this is the right idea? I shake my head and don't answer. I have no idea what's right and what's wrong here. All I know is I have to make it work with her. She's my wife, for better or worse. We're in this, and we're not walking away anytime soon. I can justify my decisions all I want. I can make excuses, rationalizations. But in the end, all I know is I want her in my room, in my bed, breathing at night beside me. I want her to be my wife, not this ghostly, partial thing, this near wife, this convenience. I want her. Scars and anger and all. Chapter 14. Olivia. Elise is the perfect lounging partner. I meet her down at the pool around noon, stretch out on a chair, and close my eyes. She says nothing, only smiles, winks, and pours me some wine. I don't plan on drinking, but it's there, so bottoms up. I feel good. Useless, but good. Elise is right. She's the queen of doing nothing, and I need a few lessons on being unproductive. Casso's busy with the familia, and I'm busy passing time. After a while, though, I get too antsy. It's exhausting, doing nothing, and I can't take it anymore. I stand and gather my things, mentally mapping out what the heck I'll do for the rest of the afternoon. It was lovely seeing you, Elise says with a wink as she cracks open her third magazine of the day. I don't know where she gets those things from. Does she even leave the house? But I only grin back and wave. You have the patience of a saint and the dedication of a true master. I admire your ability to relax. It's my life's duty, love. She grins at me, and I laugh as I head back to the house. The staff is friendlier than they were when I first came, and I assume they're not afraid to say hello anymore. I nod and smile at a few of them I recognize, and wonder where the rest of the family's at. Kara's always busy with Emilio, and I know the boys are constantly working. But it's strange how there's such a large house and it's like nobody's ever living in it. I reach my room in my otherwise empty wing, like it's my island in the middle of the ocean, open the door, and go very still. Something's wrong. It takes me a few moments to figure it out, but once I do, it sends a sudden, intense jolt into my core. My reading nook is empty. The books are gone, the pillows missing, the blankets disappeared. I had magazines on the coffee table, and comfortable throw pillows on the couch, and some paintings I found in an empty guest room on the walls that I liked. It was beginning to feel like my space, and not some room that Kara decorated however she wanted. But my stuff, it's all gone. I run into my bedroom and nearly scream. The bed's been stripped. No sheets, nothing. The mattress is bare and off the frame, tilted sideways. My clothes aren't in the drawers anymore, and the closet's barren except for a single clothes hanger. The bathroom's the same. My creams, makeup, toothbrush, toothpaste, all of it gone. Even the extra stuff, the towels, the Band-Aids, missing. Only dust remains. I'm furious. I'm shaking. What the hell is happening? I storm out into the main house, looking for someone to blame. If this is some kind of hazing ritual, it isn't funny. If this is Casso's idea of joke, I'm beyond finished with his childish pranks. I'm going to find the longest, sharpest knife, and I'm going to plunge it into his heart. I was just starting to feel comfortable. That's the worst part. Despite everything, I was beginning to think of my room as my room and not some accommodations that were given to me. But suddenly, my world's been yanked out from under me yet again, and it's hard to ignore the sudden tilting and shaking of the hallways like the house is built on shaky foundations. What's mine isn't mine. I'm adrift, a wanderer. This is so typical Casso. As soon as I feel like I'm a part of something, like I'm not just dead weight clinging onto the husk of some massive beast that couldn't care less about me, suddenly he finds a way to remind me just how little agency I have and just how small I really am. I reach Casso's office. I have no clue if he's in there, but if he's at home, it's a good bet. I hesitate just for a moment, and although I've never been explicitly told I shouldn't go in there, I can see Casso's face as I barge in, his handsome features twisting into anger as he points a finger indicating for me to get the fuck out, or whatever. But screw him, and screw his job and his privacy. He stripped that from me, and I'll be damned if I let him hold it over my head like he deserves more than I do. I yank the door open and storm inside. I'm surprised to find him behind his desk on the phone looking tired, but instead of getting pissed off, a little smile slips onto his face like he expected this. He holds up a finger meaning, give me a second, and I march over to the desk, plant my hands firmly on the top, ignore the tiny, frightened voice in the back of my head wondering if maybe this is a terrible idea after all, and maybe I should stop, and lean forward glaring at him like I'm about to bash his skull to pieces with a paperweight. "Hang it up!" I hiss at him. "Nico, I'll have to call you back. Something's come up. Yes, it's Olivia. Yes, she found my surprise. It's not funny. Goodbye." He hangs up the phone and leans back in his chair, grinning smugly. "Nico knows?" I practically scream at him. This asshole is falling back into his bullying ways and it's driving me insane. He was around when I made the decision. The decision to do what, exactly, other than invade my privacy and make me feel like an absolute worthless piece of garbage? He laughs gently and shakes his head. "First of all, you have no privacy and you never did. You're the Don's wife. Second of all, I didn't intend on making you feel bad. Then tell me what the hell you intended, because from my perspective, I just walked into my room to find all my stuff's missing, and now I'm very much reminded that this isn't my home. You aren't my family, and I don't belong here." He stares me as I breathe hard, tears in my eyes. I struggle to keep them from falling because screw him, and screw letting him see me cry again. It's like all I do is cry when I'm around him, but I'm upset, and I can't help it. He stands slowly, running a hand through his hair, and lets out a long sigh. "I need to show you something." "No, Casso, no, I'm not playing your game." I walk backwards as he comes toward me. "You can't keep doing this to me. You can't jerk me around and yank me whichever way you want without explaining what's going on. You want to show me something? How about you tell me what the heck's happening first? Where is all my stuff? Where am I supposed to sleep since apparently I don't have a room anymore? Are you kicking me out and sending me home? What's happening? It's easier if you come with me." He opens the door and tilts his head. The smile's still there, and it's still smug, but it's not as broad like he realizes he screwed up. I'm trembling with anger. I want to kill this man more than I've ever wanted something in my life. He's such a bastard, and even now he can't see that he's making it so much worse. If he'd just talk to me, use his words, treat me like an equal and a person, then maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Instead, it's like I'm nothing to him, not worth his time. He leaves the office. I throw my hands up and stare up at the sky and wonder if I'm about to be smitten by some angry, vengeful god for a sin I didn't even know I committed. But instead of lightning bolts from heaven, I just follow my husband up the main stairs to the central wing of the building and to the door of the master suite. This is the family's section of the house, and all the siblings have rooms around this area. Elise lives somewhere near here, and I'm not actually sure where. From what I can tell, she lives next to the pool. I hesitate. That's his room, and I've never been in it. And frankly, I still don't want to go in there. It feels too intimate, too real. As far as I understand, nobody goes in there, only the housekeepers, and then only a select few he personally vetted. He steps past the threshold and beckons me to follow. I pause, but curiosity wins out. I wipe my tears, tilt my chin up, and stride after. This is his room, his inner sanctum, his private place, and I can't help but want to take a look. Casso repels me, but he also fascinates me. The inner workings of a man like him, what could possibly motivate a creature simultaneously so callous and so gentle? I'm utterly enthralled by the idea of gleaning insight into him, even just from the way he keeps his private room. The living area is very similar to my own in terms of layout, and I notice something right away. The paintings on the walls are the same paintings I had downstairs. The couches are different, big and leather, extremely nice, but my throw pillows and blankets are neatly stacked and folded. On the coffee table, my magazines are spread out in a fan. And tucked in the corner on top of a large, deep bay window, a mirror of my own, is a reading nook. Different, but close enough, strung with twinkling Christmas lights glowing a dull orange and creating a cozy ambience. Pillows, blankets, a little cushion, and my books plus even more, all of them neatly arranged, just the way I'd left them. There's other stuff, too. A desk, a computer, a television, a guitar hanging on the wall, black and white photographs of Phoenix landmarks, a bookcase practically overflowing, a stereo and vinyl records tucked along a shelving unit, bottles of fancy alcohol on a serving tray, more. It's my stuff folded into his stuff, our two worlds melded together. I glean things about him from one look around that I never would have guessed. He likes music. He likes Phoenix. He likes hiking. He likes to read history. He's got a surprising number of DVDs, which are all hilariously out of date now. There's more to him than blood and death and extortion, more to him than pain. This is what I wanted to show you, he says, drifting toward the nook, not looking at me, like he can't. When I was out with Nico, I had something like a revelation. What we're doing right now, it's half a marriage. We're husband and wife on paper, but in reality, we're strangers. I want to fix that. I'm jolted from my sudden reverie as what he's saying sinks in. You want to share a room? It's so simple, and yet it makes my core clench with a nervous tightness. He nods once. I want to share a space. We will live together like husband and wife should. No more of this pretending like we're not truly together. I know you aren't committed yet, but you will be, and this is the start. Casso, I say, because what else is there? This is the most absurd, insane, stupid, absolutely crazy idea I've ever heard. We can barely be around each other for 10 minutes without wanting to murder the other, and yet he wants to sleep in the same bed. One of us will be dead before the end of the week. I know you don't like it. I'm sure you'd rather stay in your own space and live far from me if you can. But this is happening, Olivia, and it's time we both accept it. You think I want to let someone into this place? This is mine, and has been for a while. But it's time we grow up. Grow up, I echo, shaking my head. We're going to kill each other. You know that, right? His smile is so bright I have to blink. I'd love to see you try. It's not funny. This isn't a good joke. This is a nightmare, if anything. I'm not laughing, my wife. I have 2 more things to show you. He leads me down a short hallway, and he stops at the first door on the right. It's another room, but this one's smaller, the size of an average bedroom. There's a futon, a desk, and not much else. Blank canvas, your space. Do with it whatever you want. Make it into a slaughterhouse or an art studio. Whatever you want. A tight, wry smile. I step inside. Smaller than I'd like, but I feel a little wobbling excitement in my chest. He's trying. The thought is strange, foreign, but true. He's actually trying. He laughs. It's the best I can do. It used to be my gym, so be thankful I'm giving it up for you. What a sacrifice. Now you have to walk downstairs to lift weights. He grunts as if I'm not joking, and that is a real inconvenience before he takes me to the final room. It's the bedroom, the actual bedroom, his bedroom. It's hard to imagine him asleep. People are vulnerable when they go under for the night, and the idea of Casso letting himself be vulnerable seems impossible. Surely he sleeps with his eyes open, his hands on a gun. Surely he doesn't sleep at all. Everything he does is a dream. The room feels oddly warm, despite everything. The colors are mostly gray and black with splashes of green and navy blue. My things are in drawers and in the massive walk-in closet, lovingly arranged. He cared enough to fold my underwear, which I find almost hilarious. Normally, I shove it all away wadded up in balls. There's an attached bathroom and another out in the hall, and the bed is nearly twice as big as the one I'd been sleeping in at this point, and 3 times the size of what I had in Mexico. I hesitate and sit on the edge of it, bouncing slightly to assess the comfort. Not too bad. We'll be sleeping together? I ask quietly, looking down at my hands and trying to picture how in the hell that's going to work. Him next to me at night, inches away when I'm at my weakest, wearing my least. Yes, we'll be sleeping together. From now on, every night, you and me. Why are you doing this? Why now? The questions bubble up, plus 1,000 more. What does he think he can gain from making me move into his private room? What's the end game here? And maybe, just maybe, there is no reason, no ulterior motive, nothing beyond what he's already said. A desire to be my husband, my real husband. The idea's oddly terrifying and heartening. I realize that I can't keep going on the way I was going if I want to make this work. He steps toward me. And I do want to make it work, Olivia. Despite how much I'd rather throw you in the sea and watch you drown, or how badly I want to tie you up and leave you in a closet for the rest of your miserable life, I still want this. I lean back and look into his eyes. I don't think you know what you're getting into. No, I don't, but I'm willing to find out. He's there, so big and close, and I think of his mouth between my legs, his lips on my lips, and I pull away. I stand and move before I do something stupid, something stupider than what I'm already doing. I cross the room and lean against the dresser. It's wood, solid, and cool. I'm going back to the pool, I say, because I don't know how else to avoid him. He only shrugs. Whatever you want to do, my wife. I'll see you tonight. I rifle through the drawers until I find a new cover-up and a towel, then hurry out. I grab a book on the way and rush into the hall, leaving him alone in the room, in our room. I stand there breathing, just breathing, getting myself together, but it's hard. He trapped me in my own life, but he trapped me with earnestness. There's a half of me that wants to give in and accept what he's saying as true, that what he really wants is to be mine, or to make me his. However that'll work. But the other half rebels and screams and struggles and reminds me just how awful he's been to this point, and just how awful this gesture truly is. It's manipulation, or it's coercion, or maybe it's a man doing his best. I don't know. That's the problem. Elise doesn't seem surprised to see me again, and she doesn't comment when I remain all day until sunset. We talk a bit about trivial things, late-night hosts, good new TV shows. We walk to the house together and eat dinner in the living room. Cara comes down with Emilio, and it's strangely comfortable and normal, watching the little boy play with blocks while we talk about motherhood and raising babies until it gets late, and I have nowhere else to go. I can't avoid this forever. You seem on edge, Cara says, standing in the hallway with me as she heads upstairs. Emilio went to bed a couple hours ago. Everything okay? Your brother moved all my things into his room. I can't look at her as I say it, but she smiles and isn't surprised. I heard about that. You okay? There are lots of other places you can sleep, you know. If you ask the staff, they'll provide bedding and whatever else you need. It's the nicest thing anyone's said to me in a long time, and I don't know why it hits me so hard. I feel the tears spring into my eyes, and I only shake my head and give her a quick hug. She hugs me back, now surprised. Nobody's ever offered to help, simply to give me what I'm asking for, to give me a way out that keeps my dignity. She just did that, and it feels good, and it's also painful in its way. I thank her and say maybe another time and hurry away, upstairs and into the unfamiliar living area. It's dim, but the light in the bedroom's on. I head inside and find Casso sitting in bed. He's shirtless, and I stare at the tattoos on his chest, at the muscles on his ripped chest and stomach. He's got a glass of whiskey on the bedside table and a tablet in his lap. I can't tell what he's reading, and he turns it off when I step deeper into the room, watching me warily. He looks so damn normal, stripped of his suit and his power. Just a handsome man sitting in bed with messy hair and tired eyes. Wife, he says, nodding once. Husband. I shiver at the word. I'm going to sleep. That's what we're here for. He watches me like that's the easiest thing in the world. I grab a t-shirt, shorts, underwear, and run into the bathroom to get ready. When I'm changed and freshened up, I stare at myself in the mirror. I see a small girl, smooth brown skin, big pink lips, bags under her eyes, hair a frizzy mess from sitting in the sun all day. But not bad, all things considered. I don't want to look away because that means I have to go back in there. I've never slept in the same bed as a man before. The idea's absurd. How do people even share a bed? Will I feel him breathing all night? Can I possibly fall under with him so close? I don't know. And I can't put it off forever. I slip into the room. The lights are out, and he's under the sheets. I climb into my side, and I'm intensely aware of him there in the low light, his dim body outlined by the silver moon. He breathes slowly, but he's not asleep. I feel his eyes on me, watching. Did you have a good day? He asks softly, like he's struggling to form the words. Aside from this situation, fine. I turn my back to him, tucking my hands under the pillow. Good. That's good. He clears his throat. It hits me that he's nervous, which is so crazy. This is my husband. This is Casso. He's the don of a powerful mafia family. Why the hell would he be nervous? True, we've never slept in the same bed together before, but we've done so many other things. This shouldn't be a big deal. But it is. I feel it too. Well, good night. He lays back and I adjust myself, getting comfortable, or as close to comfort as I can. I feel like the gap between us is immense, and I shift slightly closer, wanting to feel his warmth against my skin. He notices and moves in my direction, and his hand touches my thigh softly. Don't get ideas, I whisper. Okay? Just sleeping. Just sleeping, he murmurs, his hand moving up and down my leg to my hips. It sends tiny jolts of excitement along my flesh. I meant to tell you. We're going to a party tomorrow. What sort of party? We need to speak to the Phoenix DA about getting charges dropped. Someone in the family is in trouble? No, not someone in the family. One of the Polish brothers has a case. He sighs softly and grips my hip tightly. I chew on my lip to keep myself from releasing a whimper, and he moves closer, pulling me against him in one fluid motion. So seamless and simple. Like we do this all the time. I feel him, hard and massive and warm, as he wraps his arms around my body. I go very still. I don't move an inch. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll keep going. I'll roll over and kiss him. I'll straddle his hips and ride him. And once we cross that line, there's no going back. Touching, cuddling, holding each other, that's not so bad. That's not something that can't be undone. This might be okay. I can survive this. Except it feels so good to have his body tight against mine, and I don't know what to do with that. The party, I say stupidly, desperate to distract myself. What do I need to wear? I'll get you a dress. Something nice. It's one of those rich people charity events. Do you go to many? You'd be surprised. It's expected of my family. We give a certain amount to appease the powers that be, and they tend to turn a blind eye if they happen across one of our more illicit activities. Though that rarely happens. His breath is warm against my neck. I stare into the darkness, his crotch against my ass, and I'm tempted to wiggle my hips, just to see if he's hard. Sounds, fun. It won't be. It'll be work. His lips are against my neck and a shiver runs down my spine. But I want you there. He wants me there. I close my eyes and picture dancing with him. The world slows and comes to a stop, and his breathing is rhythmic. Then I'll be there, I say quietly, more like a whisper, his heartbeat lulling me, his warmth and touch comforting me, until my mind starts to drift and the dreams drag me under. Chapter 15. Casso. I'm halfway through my second whiskey when Olivia comes out from the hallway and does a little spin. Well, how's this? It takes all my willpower to keep myself from pinning her against the wall, ripping that fucking dress off her body and taking her here and now. You look beautiful, I say, and truly mean it. She grins back at me, cheeks pinkening. I don't know why she acts as though she's unaware of just how gorgeous she is, like she doesn't own a damn mirror. She's in a tight golden dress, a dark burnished color that makes her skin glow, with her hair pulled back in a tight bun. A large bow hangs down her back, and her smooth arms are bare, the front covering her breasts and legs entirely, but draped in such a way that it makes her look like the dress is made from liquid. The effect is magical, a classical beauty, and I stare at her with a pounding heart, barely able to keep my hands to myself. I'm glad you like it, she says softly, almost shyly. But how can a woman like that be shy? She looks like a goddess. I put down my drink and offer my arm. Shall we? She takes it, and together we descend the stairs. Nico's waiting out front in the Range Rover, and he grins when we get into the back. I'm your driver for this evening, he says, bowing dramatically. I refused a bodyguard, and Nico insisted. I grunt at him and wave away his fake attempts at helping me into the back. Olivia smiles at him and seems to appreciate his levity, and soon we're rolling toward downtown and the venue. I steal glances at my wife. Last night she fell asleep in my arms, but I couldn't manage to drift off. I was intoxicated by her, by the smell and touch of her, by the ease with which I moved to her side of the bed and held her against my body. It felt natural to hug her close. It felt good to be with her the way a husband's supposed to, and I can't decide if that scares me or sends a jolt of excitement into my core. It helps that her ass was pressed up against my cock, and I was half-hard for hours afterwards thinking about fucking her mindless. Even better, I woke with her still there, the smell of her permeating everything, and I remained in bed longer than I would have otherwise enjoying her presence. Only when it became obvious I had to move did I manage to extract myself without waking her. The ballroom at the base of the Regency Hotel is dripping with old money, and new transplants from other cities come to this place to follow their dreams and build their own empires and fortunes. The tech set meets the old guard, oil barons and the current algorithm bros. Phoenix courted Silicon Valley types with their VC money and internet startups about 10 years back, offering generous tax breaks and easy tax filing, and a bunch of other incentives, and now the most successful of that crop have inserted themselves deeply into the social fabric of elite Phoenix society, much to the chagrin of the families that have been in this city all their lives, the drillers, the diggers, the so-called lords and ladies. The old and new circle each other like slobbering wolves. It's the same everywhere. Nico trails after us, looking like a security guard. If he had his way, my entourage would be massive. But I'm not here to draw attention. I place my hand on the small of Olivia's back and draw her close so I can whisper in her ear. See that old man over there in the bolo tie and cowboy hat? That's Bernardo Blessing. His family's been ruining Phoenix since white people first came out here and started killing all the natives. And that guy there is Julian Abel, silver spoon so far up his ass he's spitting coins. And that's Edwin Hickmott, another rich old guy. I forget what he does. And over there is Donnie Oscar, invented some kind of fancy internet money, sort of like Bitcoin but worse. I explain all this and more, the different factions, the various groups, as we get drinks and circle the room, shaking hands, making introductions and small talk. Casso Bruno, you haven't been to one of these in too long. Hedley Pibrock croons and tugs over her husband, a white-haired man with hearing aids and medals pinned to his overly large tuxedo that I'm pretty sure are fake. Darling, it's Casso Bruno. You know the Bruno family? They own all those restaurants and drinking establishments. Her smile is bolted on. Yes. Why, yes. Liked your father, the old man drones. Speaking too loudly. Probably can't hear himself. He was fond of you as well, I say, playing it up. We chat briefly about how the city's falling apart, as always. I leave them with smiles and well wishes and move on. Is everyone like this? Olivia asks, grinning at me. Do you have to kiss all their asses? Pretty much, I say, not smiling back. At least I have to be polite. These people don't have power over me exactly, but they can make my life a living hell, and I am in business with a good chunk of them. It pays to be liked. Another tech bro, Berthold Roning, holds court nearby, and standing in his little crowd is the woman we're here to see. I point her out discreetly. She's cute, Olivia says, sounding surprised. And young. What is she, like 30? 40. Keeps trim. I laugh softly. Joyce Flowers is Phoenix's rising star. It's hard-nosed DA, tough on crime and tougher on corruption. Except she's as corrupt as any of the rest of them, I whisper, and Olivia laughs. Tell me she's in your pocket. Not exactly, but she owes me a favor or two. Come on, let's see what Joyce has to say for herself. Joyce is a tall white woman with dark hair, severe-looking, in a simple pantsuit that accents her lack of figure. She's like a willow tree incarnate. But she's got a presence, I'll give her that, and the rich love to shake her hand and pretend like they're her best friend, even while giving money to her primary challenger. But Joyce, she's a snake. She'll win re-election if she has to drag every old asshole in the city by the balls to vote. I insert myself into her conversation, but as soon as I appear and make my introductions, Joyce slips away. So begins the most frustrating game of cat and mouse imaginable. Every time I get near, Joyce makes up an excuse, polite as can be, and hurries off. Nico watches it all from the bar, laughing to himself. The bastard. It's like I'm chasing her around the room. She's a master at evading my advances. She doesn't want to talk, Olivia observes. Astute. I toss back a whiskey, frustrated. How am I supposed to get this woman on our side if she won't give me the time of day? Is this a normal problem for you? Olivia touches my chest, batting her eyes, playing it up. And shit, I like it. She's the most incredible woman in this room by a healthy margin. No, not remotely. There's a reason she's trying to ditch me, and I'd better figure out why. Poor little Mafia Dawn. I almost feel sorry for you. Oliva's lips brush my neck and she smiles at me seductively. My palms sweat and my heart races. We're in the middle of a crowd, but I'm alone with her. A waiter passes and I grab a glass of champagne. Here's to my lovely wife, I say, taking a sip, but Olivia catches the glass and steals it. And here's to my doting husband. She tosses it back, cheeks flushed. I watch her lips with ravenous fascination. She's doing this to piss me off, but it's having the opposite effect. If she doesn't stop, I'm going to drag her into a back room and have my way with her, because I can't stand another second of her flirting like this without having a nice long taste. If you're not careful, you're going to regret looking so damn good in that dress, I murmur in her ear, and I feel a tremble run down the length of her body. Maybe I'd like that. But before I can answer, she squeezes my shoulder. Casso, I've got an idea. Still want to talk to that DA? I do, obviously, but come on. She grabs my hand and pulls, and I'm hurrying after her. She leads me across the room toward the far bar. At first, I think she's aiming to get another drink, but instead she goes past it, down a short hallway, and pauses outside of the restrooms. What's the plan here? I ask, looking around the otherwise empty space. At the far end, the kitchen bustles. Plates and silverware clatter. Voices shout in Spanish, curses and pleas. Stay! She taps a finger on my chest. Wait. Then she slips into the women's room. I stay, and I wait. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, and spot Nico at the hallway's entrance turn, aside a couple of older folks. I don't know what he says, but he gently makes them head somewhere else, then looks back at me with a wink. A woman emerges from the bathroom, Matilda Tempera, heiress to a pantyhose fortune, looking somewhat put out. "Very rude woman in there hurried me away," she says, shaking her head in a huff. "Very, very rude." She leaves in a cloud of rank perfume. Olivia appears in the doorway, beckoning. "Hurry!" I nod to Nico and step inside. The bathroom's nice. Pink, mostly. 6 stalls, only the far one occupied. Small hand soaps cover the counter with an assortment of other feminine hygiene products. I poke at the offerings and Olivia glowers. "We don't get half this," I mutter. The toilet flushes and out steps Joyce. She walks head down to wash her hands and comes up short when she spots me. Her head raises, her eyes widen, and her skin pales, if that's possible. Olivia beams at her, hanging on my arm. The brilliant fucking girl. I remind myself to thank her later. "Hello, District Attorney Flowers," I say with a smooth grin. She glares. "This is the women's room, Casso. What the fuck are you doing?" I guess I shouldn't ask, since obviously you'd stoop to following me into the toilet. That's the sort of man you are. She's goading me, clever girl. I don't rise to it. "So we're dropping pretense. That's fucking nice. Gets real old being all stuffy with you, Joyce, when I know you're a cold-hearted killer deep inside." She rolls her eyes and steps up next to me to wash her hands. She pumps soap and scrubs. "Make it fast. You've been avoiding me. It's an election year. You think I want to be associated with the Bruno Familia right now? I'd rather cut off a hand. I'd have a better chance at winning. Come on. These old windbags love me. But the young ones don't. Your father made enemies and he left them for you, but you've been too busy doing your crime thing to notice." Joyce finishes, and I hand her a wad of paper towels. "Thank you." She dries her hands. "I need to call in a favor." Shitty time for that. She throws the paper towels into the trash and faces me. "I've been good to you, Joyce. Now I need you to reciprocate. Don't make me resort to threats." Joyce's eyes slip to Olivia. "And who's this?" "My wife, Olivia Cuevas." "Yes, that Cuevas family." Joyce sighs and nods. "Nice to meet you. You as well." Olivia's perfectly polite. "Who got picked up?" Joyce asks, looking supremely exhausted and wary. "I might be able to help, but there's no promises." "Mickey Stazek. I need something from him, and he says he's got a case." Joyce barks a laugh, shaking her head like it's the worst joke she's heard all day. "You're kidding me? Since when did you work with a Polish outfit?" "Since now." "Can you do it?" "No way," she says, crossing her arms, trying to look tough. "Mickey's got a murder case against him, didn't you know? A murder case with a good witness? He's going down, and I'm getting the credit." "Sorry, Casso, but you'll have to ask for something doable." I grind my teeth together. Fucking Mickey didn't mention his charge was murder. I wouldn't have tried to use my political connections to help a damn murderer. Not that I mind the killing bit. More that getting caught is a real problem, and I don't feel like getting tangled with that mess. "Lower the charge, then. Give him, I don't know, involuntary manslaughter, something like that." Joyce shakes her head. "Witness saw him execute a guy. Shot him right in the skull, no hesitation. There's too much evidence here, not going to happen. There has to be something. A campaign donation, a crook you want prosecuted that I don't care about? You want another big case? I can give you one." "Not happening, Casso. I've got this one all lined up and ready to go. Maybe if there weren't an election, but I'm half DA and half politician. Now please, when we're out of here, act like we don't know each other." "Seems like we don't," I say softly, glaring at my useless DA friend. "For now, until I win re-election, you're right." She softens a bit. "Try me again after the votes are tallied, okay? I want to work together, just not on this." She turns and leaves, and the door swings shut. Shit. I pace back and forth. Mickey's going to play hardball now. "What will you do? Come up with something?" I stop walking and look at her. "Let's get the fuck out of here." "Yeah? Where should we go?" "Back home. I have a good bottle of wine I want you to drink." She smiles a bit. almost shy. "You're trying to get me drunk." "I'm trying to spend a few hours looking at you in that dress. Or would you rather stay here and see if we can count how many pairs of dentures there are in that room?" She laughs and takes my arm. "Lead the way." We step from the bathroom together. Claire Slaughter and Flametta Parareda are arguing with Nico, and both spot me and Olivia leave the women's room arm in arm. The old ladies look utterly scandalized, and I give them a wink and a blown kiss as we pass. Let them gossip. It'll only help my cause. Rich people love a good scandal. "Rotten boy," Claire Blyer hisses like a wrinkled albino snake. Nico howls with laughter as we exit the premises. Chapter 16. Olivia, I'm buzzing on the high of a successful heist. Well, a somewhat successful heist. I'm still new to this crime thing. Getting Casso time with Joyce alone in the bathroom was a stroke of genius, and it helped that Nico got involved and played goalie. "To teamwork," Casso says once we're back in our private living room. I toast him and sip the heavenly red, light and fruity and slightly tart. Delicious. It's a bad thing that the DA wouldn't help, right? I watch him pace back and forth again, trying to act as though that wasn't a major setback. The brothers will still sell, right? They'll sell, only the price will be higher. I could kill them both, but getting possession of the place might take months or years, and by then our Russian friend might have already moved on to making my life even worse. Not to mention you. He stops and studies me for the 10th time that night. I love the way his eyes roam my body. When I saw the dress Elise picked out, I told her she was crazy. "I'll look insane in this thing, are you kidding me?" But she swore it'd suit me, and by the time I put it on, it was too late. And she was right, at least based on the way Casso keeps staring. He's not even trying to hide the naked lust in his gaze. And I like it. He sits on the couch beside me and pulls my legs into his lap. I sip my wine to cover the excited flush that creeps into my skin. Being so close to him like this, working with him and playing his little game, I have to admit it's a lot of fun, and it feels good. I feel useful. But two things keep nagging at me. First, I feel like I've forgotten Manuel. He's the reason I'm still here at all. I'm supposed to be trying to find out who killed him, but I've gotten all tangled instead. But second, the memory of what happened the last time I let myself get caught up in Casso's attention is pressing, if not downright intrusive. He keeps talking about what to do, and I listen, nodding, smiling, drinking the wine, and his hand remains on my legs, moving up my calf slowly, creeping closer to my thigh, seeing how far I'll let him go. And I'll let him go as far as he wants right now. I don't stop him as he brushes along my thighs, and a shiver of delight runs down my spine. Casso hits a button on a remote, and the fireplace comes to life, gas flames rippling, orange and blue. "I want to talk to you about something," I say, working up the courage and finding it's barely there. "And you're not going to like it. This is the wrong moment, I know. But we're both in a good mood, basking in the wine haze, and I want to get this over with, especially if his hand's going to keep creeping up my body." His eyes shimmer. Maybe from the fire, maybe from something else. I'm not sure. Now's the time, then. I find myself in a strangely good mood, despite the setbacks. That night. I don't elaborate. I don't need to. His fingers press into my flesh, stippling the skin there. He knows the night I mean, the one that changed so much between us, complicating everything. That was a long time ago. Whose party was it? I can't remember anymore. He's trying to sound calm. We're not calm, though. "Roger McPherson. Remember him? Quiet kid. Lots of freckles. I remember. He had rich parents, and he liked to flaunt it. God, I dislike that little weasel." "You remember what happened then?" I say, looking at my glass and wondering if my cheeks are the same color as the wine. "I remember." His voice is husky, like after waking from a long dream. I think about it a lot. The idea of him thinking about that is hard to fathom. I don't dwell on it. I don't want to risk getting knocked off course. There's something I've wondered, since that night. Can I ask you? Go ahead. Ask. He grips my leg tighter and I struggle to catch my breath. Did you know, when you took me upstairs, that we might do something? I had some idea, yes. There's a reason I dragged you along. Why? Why that night? Every other day, you treated me like dirt, but for some reason, you were the total opposite. Why? He doesn't answer immediately. His fingers stroke along my leg, and I want to scream from desire and from frustration. Why am I doing this to myself, now of all times? After we just had a fun night together, why am I bringing up the past? Because I need to know if I'm going to go further. I haven't asked him what I really want to ask yet. But it's coming, barreling toward me, and I'm terrified of what he'll say. You didn't look like yourself, he says quietly, concentrating on my ankles. Without the school uniform, you were like someone else. And I wanted to be someone else that night, too. There'd been some hard days at home, and I desperately wanted to pretend like I wasn't Casso Bruno for a while. So when I saw you standing there looking so fucking gorgeous, I thought to myself, what's the opposite of what Casso Bruno would do? And that answer was you. I found that I liked the answer. I wanted that answer. I went with it. Maybe I was just making up an excuse to do what I'd been wanting to do anyway. I chew on my lip, digesting. The fire flickers in an invisible draft from the windows. I shift slightly, leaning toward him. You wanted me? Even before that? He nods once. Always under everything, I wanted you. That answer gives me the courage to finally blurt it out. Did you know I was a virgin when we slept together? The words rush from my mouth before I can stop them, and once they're in the air, I wish I could jam them back inside. He stares, mouth open, and he doesn't need to answer. The answer's obvious. He didn't know that he took my virginity until this moment. Right now. I didn't have a clue. He says softly, voice hard. Are you sure? Casso, I say warningly. That's something a girl knows. I just mean, I thought you had other guys. You told everyone I slept with half the school, if that's what you mean. But no, that was all bullshit. You were the first. And the last, I don't add. There's not a whole lot of opportunity living in your father's cartel compound for romance. Casso was my first. My last. He's all I know. He shifts closer, moving nearer. His hand touches my hip, and he places his glass on the coffee table. He takes my glass, finishes it, puts it down with his own. I didn't know, he says, but now I think I understand why you ran away that night. You were so angry about that. I was confused. I fucked you until you screamed my name and came, fucked you for the first time apparently, and you couldn't wait to get out of there. I hated you. You hated me. I was just as confused. He nods, staring into my eyes. I'm still not sure what I was thinking back then. Casso. He's closer now, lips inches away, his body over mine, a tremor running down my skin. I didn't know, he whispers. I took your virginity, and all these years I had no clue. You gave me something I should have cherished, and now I understand so much of what came after. You were angry about it all, weren't you? Not just the way I treated you because of the war, but everything. I was so angry about a lot of things back then. I tilt my chin up, lips quivering, wanting to feel him press against mine so badly it's like a spotlight on my mouth. My wife, my princess. His finger caresses my cheek softly. I wish I knew. I wish you'd told me sooner. What would it have changed? I don't know. Something, I hope. He leans forward and kisses my neck. His lips are silken against my throat. I run my fingers through his hair and stare into his eyes. That's the problem, Casso. Even if you'd known that you took my virginity that night, nothing would have changed. We were still in a war, and you could easily justify everything with that simple excuse. His eyes blaze into mine as he reaches his fingers into my hair and grips hard. I'm not going to repeat the same mistakes, he whispers harshly, and he presses his lips against mine, slowly and tentatively at first, gently probing how I'll react. And when I kiss him back, he growls into my mouth as he smothers me, shifting to pin me against the couch. I gasp as he yanks my skirt up, pulling it around my hips, the silky fabric pooling around my soft skin. He dominates me then, completely and fully, pinning my hands up, yanking my dress higher. I moan into his mouth and feel smothered, destroyed, ruined, like he's my doom, and I can't wait for it. I grind my hips and wrap my legs around him as he pulls my hair and kisses my neck, biting and licking, his mouth coming up to my ear. I was an idiot back then to ever let you walk away, he says as he slips down me, kissing as he goes, until he's kneeling between my legs. I watch him take off his tie, toss it aside, unbutton his top button, then roll up his sleeves. His forearms bulge with muscle as he talks. I was too blinded by my anger over getting kicked out of school to see what was right in front of me. You were perfect that night, Olivia. An angel. And I didn't deserve you. I might not deserve you now, but I'll have you anyway. Once his sleeves are finished, he reaches up to my hips, grips my panties, and slowly pulls them off. I chew on my lip as he yanks my dress up higher, exposing my naked, slick pussy, glistening in the firelight. He looks at me and my whole back goes numb, like all the blood in my body rushes down between my legs. His face twists like he can't believe how gorgeous I am, and I release a shocked whimper when he rolls 2 fingers along my length, teasing my wetness, gathering up around my clit. I groan, head thrown back, arms stretched out above my head. He takes his damn time, savoring me. You're beautiful. Too fucking beautiful. Dangerously beautiful. It makes me do dumb things, because I'll make 1,000 mistakes if that means I get a night with you. Do you see how bad that is for a man like me? I can't afford weakness, Olivia. I can't afford to break. But you break me. He pushes 2 fingers deep inside and I gasp, arching my back. You ruined my plans back in high school. You got me kicked out and everything I was working toward disappeared in that moment. I despised you so much, wanted you dead for so long, and now I see that none of it matters, because it led me here. I'm about to open my mouth. What do you mean? Got you kicked out of school? But he drops between my legs and licks my clit, making my brain go haywire. Jolts of pleasure rock along my skin. I gasp, arching my back and grab his hair as his fingers plunge inside of me again, rolling along, fucking me as he licks and sucks my clit, and I'm moaning wildly now, lost to whatever he's doing. His tongue is a miracle, and his fingers are so skilled they could spin silk, and I'm his, completely and utterly, lost in him. Nothing matters. I'm floating in space. The only thing anchoring me to the world is Casso and his mouth and his voice, and I'll do anything for him, give him what he wants so long as I get to keep feeling this way. For so many years I was a prisoner, but Casso's freeing me every time he licks my clit, every time he sucks it and makes me come. He's giving me more than I ever imagined he could, and the horrible truth is, I'm greedy for what he can do. Even if it means losing bits and pieces of myself along the way, I'd gladly trade all that for an hour of pleasure with this man. He pulls back as I ride the edge of orgasm, building and building, and he comes up to kiss me. I'm practically begging him to keep going, panting and gasping. Please don't stop, you asshole! But he smirks, bites my lip, and moves back, sitting down to unbuckle his belt. I watch him, mouth hanging open. I'm tingling and burning with want, so hot and hard I can barely control myself. I watch him take off his pants, his shirt, until he's only in a pair of black boxer briefs, his skin marked in whirls of tattoos, Skeletons and keys and guns and big blooming flowers and antlers and more crisscross his chest and stomach and arms. I don't remember those tattoos or the scars that come with them. I don't remember so much as I lean forward and touch them and slowly stroke down along his hard cock as I kneel on the couch at his side. He grabs my hair and kisses me as I pull down his briefs and take his shaft in my hand. God, he's as hard as iron, twitching and massive as I roll my fingers along his tip, gathering his pre-cum and stroke him down. I pull away from the kiss and take him in my mouth, and he groans his incredible masculine grunt of utter ecstasy, and I suck him deep, swirling my tongue. I taste him and love the noises he makes, and the way he grabs my hair and pushes me deeper. I slurp and suck, not trying to be coy or cute, only wanting to take his cock, greedy for him. I fit as much of his massive cock into my mouth as I can before he pulls me back, yanks me into his lap, and makes me straddle him, holding my hair so hard it hurts. I feel his cock graze my soaking slit. "You won't run this time," he says, looking into my eyes. "After I'm done fucking you, you will not run. Do you understand?" "I won't run," I say, quivering, on the edge of taking him inside of me again after 10 long years. I need it so badly I could scream, and him holding me back like this is only making it worse. "You are my wife, Olivia. You can hate me all you want. You can despise me for what I did back then. I might feel the same about you, but you will be mine, all of you, flesh and blood. I'm yours," I whisper and press back slowly, taking him inside. I moan in pain and pleasure as he enters me inch by perfect inch. I glide down the length of him, and he fills me to the brim. I stay there once he's so deep I feel him bottom out, and I kiss him, moving my hips in a slow circle, getting used to his thick girth. He squeezes my ass, then reaches up and unties my dress. I help him get it off, up and over my head, my bra coming next, and then I'm naked in his lap, his cock deep between my legs. I'm exposed and filled, and it feels so fucking good. He kisses my breasts, licks my nipples, sucks them hard, and I groan. He pulls my hair, squeezes my ass, and spanks me roughly as I start to ride him. "That's right," he says in my ear as I go faster. "I want to see you take me, every inch of me. Think about me filling your tight, wet pussy. Think about how much you hate me, Olivia. Think about how badly you want to fuck me too. Let it all go, my wife, my dirty fucking girl. Let yourself go." And I obey him. I move faster, so soaking wet he slips up and down like it's nothing. I ride the length of him and moan as he thrusts with my rhythm, and we're fucking together, moving as one. He slaps my ass hard, raw, rough. I'll have bruises in the morning, and I like it. I want to see them in the mirror, little reminders that he's claimed me. I bite his shoulder, dig my fingers into the hard muscles of his back, and I want to taste every inch of him. He burns and glows between my legs, each stroke a new burst of pleasure, each movement another level of heaven I didn't know existed. He bites my lip, pulls my hair, and I say his name. I pant it, I beg it. "You're mine," he growls. "You're my wife, my Olivia. Take my cock, you filthy girl, and beg me to let you come. Casso, you bastard," I groan. "Casso, you asshole, you piece of shit, you monster. I hate you." He slaps my ass for that and shoves me off him. I gasp as he spreads my legs and plunges himself inside of me again, pinning me down, his body on top of mine. "I hate you too, Olivia," he grunts, biting my lip. But he doesn't say it like he hates me. Not at all. "I hate fucking your tight, soaking cunt. I hate making you moan and sweat and writhe. I hate watching you come, and I hate tasting you. I hate dominating you, making you please me, making you suck my cock and swallow my cum. I hate your perfect ass, your beautiful breasts, your curves, your lips. I hate every inch of you." He palms my breasts, then pins my hands above my head, fucking me hard. And I almost believe him. I nearly believe he hates me as much as I hate him, and that only fuels the both of us. I move my hips faster and faster, grinding into him as he rips my pussy to pieces, and I'm in ecstasy. I'm overflowing with too much passion. I'm ready to explode, and this bastard won't let me. Casso, I moan. I whimper. I plead. I want to come so badly. I need you to let me come, please. I'll say whatever he wants. Just release me, God. I need it. He bites my shoulder. Come for me, Olivia. Come for me now. And when you're done, I'm going to fill you to the brim. Do you understand? Oh, God, yes. I groan, and there are no more words. There's only motion. Casso inside of me, my hips rolling along his, my clit and pussy bright with so much pleasure it's overwhelming. And soon it builds to a peak and it breaks over me, the crest of a wave rolling over, an explosion deep inside of my spine. I come in a fury and a lightning strike. I come like the sky split in half by a thundercloud. I come like there's no containing my body anymore. He moans, grunting, fucking me through it, and just when I think there can't be more, he adjusts himself, fucks me faster, and I reach a second blinding orgasm as he comes with me this time, filling me up to the brim. My vision goes hazy, nearly blacking out, and when it's finally done, my ears are ringing and I stare at him, panting and sweating, at his beautiful muscles, my husband. I kiss him slow and he holds me, arms wrapped around my body, eyes roaming my skin. I feel self-conscious, but he's looking at me like I'm his goddess and he's worshipping me. Nowhere to run to, he whispers as he holds me against him, the pair of us cuddled up on the couch in front of the fire. Not this time. No, I say, leaning my head against his chest. I don't plan on going anywhere. I close my eyes and listen to his heartbeat. Chapter 17. Casso. This wasn't easy to get, Finn says, parking his truck outside of a quiet house in the Phoenix suburbs. It's a burnt Sienna Rancher with solar panels on the roof and a blue Prius in the driveway. Gravel fills the flower beds and some grass grows, but not much. Took me working day and night to track her down. Who do you have to bribe? A dozen lawyers at least. Finn taps the steering wheel, frowning. Someone important didn't want me finding her. That someone would be Joyce Flowers. His eyebrows raise. You're up against the DA? She told you not to get involved. Don't worry, brother. You did good work. I squeeze his shoulder and he sighs, shaking his head. I hope you're right. Word is this woman's serious about bringing down that Polish guy. Everyone's a hero until a mobster shows up at their door. Just stay here in the car and make sure nothing goes wrong. Honk if I need to get out fast. Finn nods and turns up the AC. Be fast. It's like a damn oven out here. I step out onto the street and watch the house for a quiet moment. The sun beats down on my face. I can still taste Olivia on my tongue, and her moans from 3 nights ago still linger in my ears. She's a sweet dream, or the perfect song stuck on repeat. We haven't slept together again since that one time after the party. It's like the spell that fell over us after the charity ball dissipated in the morning. But I haven't been able to clear her from my mind since. She got inside of me, her legs shaking, her lips wrapped around my cock, her breasts and hard nipples, her hips as she rode my shaft, faster and faster, panting the whole time, beads of sweat rolling down her muscles. God, she's incredible. And it's even more frustrating that I haven't been able to touch her, and even worse that I hate her, though that hate's beginning to soften. Each night, we get into bed and she rolls away. I pull her against me and hold her, but it doesn't progress beyond that. The walls are back up and taller than ever. I can't decide if I want to scale them because I want her or because I want to fuck her. I'm not sure it matters at this point. All of my emotions are tangled and twisted and uncertain, and I'm afraid I'm constantly making some vital mistake, some terrible misjudgment. She's a distraction, but a delicious one. I head to the front door and knock. It's all quiet inside. but Finn assured me she'd be home. The witness in Stazek's murder case is named Natasha Whelan, aged 56 widow. Finn doesn't know her connection to the deceased and didn't have enough time to figure it out. Getting this much was enough. I knock again and ring the bell. Shuffling sounds inside, then the door opens. Natasha frowns out at me, dirty blonde hair down to her shoulders, square forehead, square jaw, bit of age lines around her dark green eyes and round nose. She's not pretty, but she's not ugly either. Just a harsh woman in a black top and jeans, looking like I interrupted her cooking as she wipes her hands on a towel. She squints at me and frowns. "I'm not signing anything," she says. "I don't vote and I'm broke, so I don't buy anything either. Thanks anyway." "My name is Casso Bruno," I say before she can slam the door in my face. "And I'm here to talk about Mickey Stazek." Her eyes go wide. I can't tell if she knows my name or not, but she definitely knows the name of the guy she plans on throwing in jail. She takes a step back, and I know she's thinking about closing the door, but I make the decision for her. I step forward and jam my shoe on the floor before she can get it shut, blocking it open. From there, it's simple to shove my shoulder forward and push inside. She stumbles back into a plain living room. A cross on the wall, a watercolor painting of the desert beside it. A television streams a Jeopardy rerun, and a green couch sits against the wall on the left with a brown easy chair opposite. Family photos are stacked on a cabinet. "You can't just barge in here," she says, backing away. The carpets need to be vacuumed, and I think cigarette burns dot the area around the coffee table. I apologize for this. I close the door behind me, but I don't have time to waste convincing you to have this conversation. Please, let's not make this process difficult. Sit and speak with me. She stands staring like she can't decide if I'm a demon sent to devour her or some kind of avenging angel. But all at once her face falls like she makes a decision. It's surprising. Most civilians unused to men like me would be trembling by now. I just invaded her home. I forced my way into her living room. But she accepts it. "I recognize your name, Don Bruno," she says, moving over to sit in a worn easy chair, and that explains some things. If she knows who I am, she knows it's not worth struggling against me. "Do you want something? Tea, maybe?" Normally, I'd say yes, but I'd like to make this a quick interaction. I sit on the couch opposite her. "I only want to talk." "I guess I know why you're here then." She looks at her hands, almost resigned. "How do you know who I am, Ms. Whelan?" "Call me Nat. Everyone else does." She tugs at a strand of hair, then tucks it behind her ear, like she's remembering not to engage in a bad habit. "He mentioned you'd come sooner or later, though it might take a while. He said I should be ready. I'd heard there were guys like you in the city, but I didn't know about the group you run. My husband was into dumb things, always getting his fingers into all different pots, but he was a dumb man, a small fry." I go very still. A cold rush runs down my arms and pools in my fingers. He said, "Who are you talking about, Nat? Who told you about me?" "He said I could call him when you came, since you're dangerous. He said he has people that can help me." She rubs her face, visibly paler now. "I didn't want to get involved. That's why I tried to send you away at the door. I figured, hey, if he just up and walks, no big deal, right? No harm, no foul. Mickey's a stupid bastard and he should rot in prison, but Reese deserved what he got. You know my Reese stole guns from those crazy brothers? Yeah, that's right. Stole guns from them, from a couple of psycho Polish outlaws. Reese was never too bright. Fingers in all the wrong pots." "Slow down," I say, trying to digest the spew of information. "Reese is the man Mickey killed. My husband. Ex-husband now, I guess. I came downstairs one night to find boxes of guns and ammo in our garage, and I was like, 'Reese? You stupid fucking asshole. What did you do?' Reese only laughed and said it was our ticket out of here into a better house with a real lawn and all that. He was obsessed with having a lawn and grass and the money to mow it. He wanted to ride around on a mower, drinking beer like those guys on TV. But then Mickey shows up a few days later, and him and Reese get into it in the backyard, and I guess Reed wasn't too keen on handing over the goods without some kind of recompense. And Mickey pulls a gun and Reese pulls his, and I guess Mickey was faster, since Reese is dead now. I saw the whole thing and wasn't going to say a word until he shows up and tells me I should prosecute. Who, Natalie? I'm sitting forward now, spine tingling, a voice in my head's yelling, "Get out!" You've mentioned a him twice, but you haven't told me who. Nice boy, honestly. Very proper, sits very straight. He said he knows you, and that I should make sure Mickey goes to jail, and that you'd show up one day asking about it. Crazy how he was, right, you know? I sort of wrote it off, figuring who would care about a worthless guy like Mickey and my poor dead husband Reese. I reach out and grab her hand. She looks surprised and tries to pull it away, but I hold it tight, digging my fingers into the small bones at the edge of her thumb. She sucks in a pained breath. Who told you that? I ask, growling now. Danil, she says, showing a bit of that panic I'd expected. Danil Fedorov. My father knew his father back in the day. Please let go of me. You're hurting me. I release her hand and sit back, head dizzy. Danil Fedorov. He convinced this woman to stand as witness against Mickey. Why would he do that? To get the club back? No, that's too obvious, and I don't think he's patient. If he wanted the club, he could take it on his own instead of going to these lengths. It's something else. Something worse. Did you call him? I ask, standing suddenly. I hurry to the window. I started to when I saw you from the upstairs window before I answered, but it only rang a couple times before going to voicemail. She sounds mystified. He said he's got lawyers. I thought maybe they could help. But you're not the lawyer type. She rubs her hand, glaring. The horn outside blares. 3 long blasts. Shit, I say, pulling my gun from the holster at my side. Get on the floor, I snap at the stupid woman, who stares at me with wide eyes. What's going on? She asks as the gunfire starts. It's deafening, and every instinct inside wants me to get down, stay down, and don't move. But I throw myself at the door because Finn's out there in the car still, all alone, waiting for me. I dive outside as a black SUV sits in the street with the front and back windows open and guns pointing out like the needles in a hedgehog. The bastards fire on the house and my car, and everything's a hurricane of bullet splatter and shrapnel. Finn's nowhere, gone. I can't see him behind the wheel anymore. Some dim voice hopes he made it out. I begin shooting back, running in a crouch, bullets scattering wildly all over. I hit the ground and roll until I come up against the Prius, using it as cover, returning fire when I can. I shoot out the front windshield and the back window and aim for the wheels. I manage to hit the front tire, and it pops with a loud burst. The SUV spins into gear, and the engine roars, barely audible over the racket. The guys keep shooting, lighting everything up as it pulls away. The house is a wreck of bullet holes and shattered glass, and someone inside is whining like a dying cat. Probably the woman. I can't spare time for her. Finn's car is a nightmare, like it was melted down. When the SUV is gone, I run down and fling open the driver's side door, heart racing, terrified of what I'll find. Finn's on the floor, curled in a ball, covered in blood. My hands shake as pull him out. He's bleeding from a couple wounds, chest, shoulder, abdomen. I touch them with trembling fingers. Fuck, it's bad. His eyelids flutter, he's half awake. Casso, he groans. It's really bad. You're okay, I say, putting pressure on the wounds. I need a hospital. I need doctors. I got you. You're gonna be okay. I might be lying. I don't know. I have to save him. I have to. My brother's dying, and I have to do something right now. But his eyes are glassy and pale. I get him into the back. It takes all my fucking strength, and he groans as I do it. Natalie stands in the doorway, gaping at me, apparently alive and uninjured, looking around at the destruction of her house. Once Finn's secure, I slam the doors, start the engine, Fucking works, thank God, and peel out, driving like a madman for the Phoenix Medical Center, about 6 miles from here. The wheels shoot up sparks. To hell with them and everything. Hang on, Finn, I say through gritted teeth. Hang the fuck on! I blow through stoplights, nearly get in accidents, but I'll die before I let my brother go. Chapter 18, Olivia. The hospital's a fluorescent nightmare. Antiseptic smell wafts in every time the doors open. The waiting room feels packed. Cara, Nico, Gavino, Elise, Casso, and me. Baby Emilio's at home with the nannies. Everyone's frayed and on edge. Elise keeps buying soft drinks and handing them out. Nobody wants them. Doctors come and go with no news. Finn's been in surgery for a couple hours. I squeeze Casso's hand. We sit apart from the others in the back corner. He's got scratches all over, abrasions on his hands and knees, and a long, jagged cut down one shoulder. A nurse wanted to take a look and he cursed her out. Said she'd better spend her time saving his brother's life. Nobody's checked on him since except for me. I think he'll live. It was Daniil, Casso says quietly, staring at the floor. I shift closer and squeeze his hand tighter. The whole thing was a wild goose chase. It was a setup from the beginning. What are you talking about? I'm a wreck myself. My stomach's in a twist, and I'm so scared for Casso. If he wanted to set you up, why not do it when you came to negotiate the first time? I don't know Finn well, but I don't want him to die. Not even a little bit. If only to spare Casso from the pain of losing a sibling. Something I went through, and something I don't want anyone else to experience. She told me it was Daniil. This is the most Casso's talked since I arrived at the hospital. He's been practically non-responsive for most of the day. The witness. She told me the whole thing. Daniel pressured her into testifying against Mickey. I bet Daniel got her husband to steal those guns. It's all an elaborate trap. I don't understand, I say, shaking my head. His face is pained. Daniel wants that club, but it's not about just that. He tried to kill me today. He tried to kill my brother. His voice breaks as he looks up at me with utter rage and pain in his eyes. I'm going to ruin him, Olivia. I can't let him live now, you understand? I know, I say, leaning against him, and fear bubbles in my stomach. The promise he made is long gone. I'm terrified, afraid of what's going to happen, fear for Casso and Finn and everyone else in the family. There's a war coming, and I know how these wars go. A doctor comes in and everyone sits straighter. Middle-aged hairy arms, blue scrubs, a sheen of sweat on his forehead and a floral bandana over his hair. He adjusts his glasses. Are you all Finn Bruno's family? Casso stands, releasing my hand. I wish he wouldn't. Yes, doctor, we're his family. He moves forward. Is my brother okay? The doctor nods once, looking grim. We stabilized him. The wounds were serious, but you got him here fast. He's not awake, and I honestly don't know when he'll regain consciousness. We have a lot to talk about. Can I see him? Casso doesn't sound relieved. If anything, he's struggling. The doctor wipes his face. One of you can come, he says, looking around. I'm sorry. He's fragile and we need to be careful. I'm going, Casso says before anyone can argue. Cara looks like she wants to tell him to fuck off, and Gavino's pale and silent. But nobody argues. Casso is the Don, after all. The Don and their brother and the one that feels most responsible for this nightmare. Casso tosses me a look before he follows the doctor, speaking quietly. The door slowly swings shut. Elise sits next to me and sighs. Stable, she says, looking up at the ceiling, tears in her red-rimmed eyes. That's a good thing. Stable doesn't mean he'll pull through, Gavino says bitterly. Just that he's not actively dying. Have hope, Cara says, pushing her brother. Finn's strong. Nico puts a hand on Cara's knee. If anyone can pull through, he can. But the words sound empty. Stable, Elise repeats, babbling now. I hate that word, stable. Like he's a bland little mountain. Oh, so stable, but so boring. Is that all we want from him, stable? I want more than stable. What'll we do if he doesn't wake up? I shake my head and stand. I'm trembling. I shouldn't be here. I'm not a part of their family, not a part of this world. I need some air. Elise shrugs, lost in her own thoughts. I walk to the door and Kara watches me, frowning. You need someone to come with you? Gavino asks. I shake my head. I'm fine, just going out front. I push open the door and leave. Nobody follows as I retrace my steps to the elevators and ride them down to the front lobby in silence. Nobody cares what I do right now. I could grab a bus and ride it as long and as far as it'll take me, but what good would that do? Abandon Casso when it matters the most. He'd hunt me down and kill me, and I'd deserve it. Hospitals are strange. Life is kept separate from death and pain and suffering. People fill the lobby, some sick, others not. The patients remain in their rooms. I wander down a tile floor, past an information kiosk, past 2 armed police officers, and out into the brutal afternoon sunlight. Nearby, a nurse smokes. The smell is sickening, and I walk away toward the parking lot. I don't know what to do. I want to comfort Casso, but I feel at a loss. For so long he's been my enemy, and all I wanted was for him to feel a small amount of the pain I've been through since Manuel died. Now that's coming true, and his brother is on the edge of dying, and I feel as though I'm responsible somehow, like I manifested it into being. Cars reflect sunlight and the blacktop sends heat waves wiggling into the air. It's brutal and sweat pools under my arms. I don't care. I welcome it. None of the others know me. Not Cara. Not Elise. Not Gavino or Nico. I can't help them even if I wanted to, and I feel so worthless. So pathetic. This is a familiar feeling. I lived my whole life down in Mexico thinking I was no better than the furniture, and at least you can sit on the furniture. But standing there alone on a strip of grass on the median in the middle of the parking lot, I think I understand what my role has to be. Casso needs a rock right now. Someone strong enough to help him weather what's coming, no matter what it is. I can be his island in the storm. I can help him cling to himself. No matter what happens with Finn, I can be there, steady and available. I have to do it for him, because nobody was there for me when Manuel died. Nobody was there when I was sent back to Mexico. But I have a chance to do things better. And I will. It doesn't matter if Casso deserves my help or not. This isn't about deserving anymore. We're all flawed, all cowed by our past. I need to break the cycle and try. A person steps out from between cars not far away. I look up, frown a little, look away, then stagger sideways and stare. Danil smiles at me from behind a pair of dark sunglasses. He takes them off and walks closer. I put my hands in the air as if that can stop him, like I'm warding him away with magic. "What are you doing here?" I blurt out, looking around for those cops. But they're still inside and we're 50 yards away from the entrance, lost in the sea of SUVs and trucks. I was hoping I'd get a chance to speak with you alone, and look at how that worked out. His face twists into a facsimile of a smile. No joy touches his eyes. "How is everyone in there?" I lower my hands and stand my ground. He stops 10 feet away, close enough to menace, too far to threaten. "Suffering. Did you do it?" He nods once. "I ordered it, yes." I release a breath as if kicked in the gut. "Why?" I ask, not understanding. "We had a deal. We were fixing things." His face morphs again. This time, no more smile, only a simmering rage. "Fixing things?" He shakes his head slowly. "There's no fixing things. That's what you don't understand yet. The dead don't return, and what's lost isn't restored." "What are you talking about?" 10 years ago. He practically spits the words. My father. Murdered because of that family in there. He points at the hospital, lips tugged back to show his teeth. I returned to Phoenix not for some business opportunity, not to reclaim a single club or a piece of territory, but to get revenge for what they did to me. I stare at him. Sweat rolls down my arms, but I feel a chill in my feet. He's looking at me like he wants to crack himself open and bleed onto the ground. He wants to prove his sincerity, and the only way to do that is to suffer. What can I do for a man like this? Crazed by revenge, still seeking it after so long, like me. Why Finn? He shakes his head. That was a mistake. Poor planning and worse execution. They were supposed to kill Casso but mistook Finn for him. Your husband survives only because my men are incompetent. But don't worry, they've been punished. Why Casso? What did they do to your father? He steps closer. I step back and nearly slip off the edge of the curb. Come with me, Olivia. It's not too late to get away from these people. You have no idea how dangerous they are. I tried to stop all this 10 years ago, but I made a mistake. I made some terrible mistakes. I'm here to fix all that now. Come with you? After you just tried to kill Casso? And might have killed Finn? I shake my head, spinning, dizzy with uncertainty. A week ago, and I might have taken him up on this offer. There was a time when I wanted exactly this, to use Daniel to escape my fate. Now I can't imagine abandoning Casso, not in his moment of grief. Stop whatever this is, I tell him. Revenge isn't going to fix anything, Daniel. It's only going to make more grief. Let the war go. Like you have? He sneers now, head tilted. You seem to have gotten comfortable with the Bruno family. Did you forget all about your father selling you like a piece of property? Or did you forget about your brother? I glare at him, anger flaring. Fuck you. I haven't forgotten anything. Then find out who killed him if you think you know your husband so well. Really find out who pulled that trigger. And once you know, come find me. I'll be waiting to help you see how it's all been them from the start. He steps back once, twice, then turns and walks to the line of cars. I watch him go. He slips between a truck and a sedan and disappears to the next row. Hey, Olivia! I jump and cringe. Kara's coming toward me, shading her eyes, looking haggard. Holy shit, it's hot out. Were you talking to someone? Just a guy, I say, the lie slipping from me without any effort. Casso's back from seeing Finn and wants to talk to you. Are you sure you're okay? I nod once, glance at where Daniel disappeared and turn away. Kara frowns at me, and I'm sure I look like hell, pale and on the verge of tears. But we're all a mess. I'm an island. I'm a fortress. I'm a rock. Let's go see my husband, I say softly. I bet he needs me right now. Though what Daniel said keeps playing in my head. Find out who killed Manuel. It's all been them from the start. Chapter 19. Olivia. Casso refuses to go home. He kisses my hands, bleary-eyed, exhausted. Everyone else is heading back. You should go too. I don't want to leave you. The endless drone of the hospital AC system groans in the background. Outside, a construction crew jackhammers the road, a nightmare groan of broken gravel. The waiting room is stuffy, despite the constantly flowing air. Doctors say only one person can sit in Finn's room overnight right now, and it's going to be me. You can't do a thing lying around in the waiting room. Go home, get some rest, come back first thing. I reach up and touch his face. He smiles at me, turns slightly into my hand. I get on my toes and kiss him, and he kisses me back. I don't know what I would have done without you, he says softly, nuzzling against my throat. Just having you here is like having oxygen to breathe. You'll get through this, I promise. Finn's going to be okay. Nobody knows that. It's in God's hands now. He kisses me one last time and steps away. Go home. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. He turns and walks off, and I watch him, wondering how he's holding himself together when everything around him seems to be falling apart. "You heard the man," Elise says, taking my arm gently. "Let's get going." She yawns and shakes her head. Poor Finn. We all knows it's a possibility in this business, but it's still a shock. I say nothing. What can I say? I've been through this before. It doesn't matter, and she can't do anything for me now. We pile into a pair of black SUVs and are driven back to Villa Bruno. Elise rides with me and Gavino, while Nico and Kara are in the other vehicle. Nobody speaks, and the silence is oppressive. But one thing keeps rolling through my mind, like film stuck on a loop. It's all been them from the start. I came to Villa Bruno thinking I would dedicate myself to finding out who killed Manuel. Instead, I was distracted by Casso and his quest to get rid of Danil Fedorov. But Danil woke something up inside of me out in that parking lot in the flesh-rotting heat. It's been the Bruno family from the start, from all the way back then. It was always the Bruno family, and I let my desire for Casso cloud my judgment and block my memory. Casso's kiss lingers on my lips, but it fades the further away we drive, replaced by the image of my brother's face, the last smile I ever saw on his lips. The SUVs park outside the black and quiet Villa Bruno. I can't remember it ever being dark before. The place is normally filled with life. Staff, family, people coming and going, mafioso and business associates and cooks and housekeepers. But tonight it's dead. It's 10 past 10 and everyone's dragging. "I need a fucking drink," Gavino says, stepping out of the SUV. "Elise, you game?" "I'm game for sleep, darling," she says with a world-weary sigh, like she's sick of sitting Shiva and never wants to do it again. For all I know, this is the 10th time she's done it this year. She could have an entire life outside of this place, and I'd never know it. "I'll drink with you." The words come out too quickly, too eagerly, at least to my ear. But Gavino only narrows his gaze at me, shrugs a bit like I'm better than nothing, and walks on. I exchange a look with Elise. She seems amused, but too tired to do much else than smile. I hurry after Gavino as she disappears up the steps and toward wherever she sleeps at night. I still don't know. The game room floods with light. Gavino goes behind the bar and I sidle up to it. Cool wood beneath my fingers. "Whiskey only tonight," he says, grabbing 2 cut crystal glasses, 2 big chunks of ice, and a lovely-looking bottle. Finn's favorite. Some Japanese stuff. I prefer American, but I'll admit the Japanese can make a decent liquor. Maybe it's wrong to drink it without him, but I say we do it in his honor. And anyway, if he pulls through, I'll buy him as many bottles as he wants. How well do you know Finn, anyway? He pours 2 hefty splashes. I accept my glass. Not very well. I wish I'd tried harder to talk to him before now. Gavino sighs and nods and raises his glass. "To future chances," he says. I toast and drink. The whiskey's smooth and dry with sharp aftertaste, and it warms my guts. I'm surprised I like it. Whiskey reminds me of angry men and shouting. But this isn't so bad. Gavino sits beside me, leaving a single stool buffer. I wonder who's supposed to be there and figure it's Casso, or Finn, or anyone else. I'm the last person Gavino wants to drink with, but I guess he'll drink with anyone right now, if only to have some conversation to fill the silence in his head. "I'm going to admit something to you." Gavino swirls his glass around, watching the ice melt. "I don't really remember you at all from back in the day. I barely remember there was a war going on, if I'm honest. We were so sheltered back then, everyone except for Casso, really. Father had us learning about the business, but we weren't out on the streets like my older brother. I remember Father being stressed all the time and yelling at Casso constantly, but I never cared enough to find out why. We had that privilege, and you know what? Sometimes I regret it. Yelling at Casso? I blink with surprise. I didn't know about that. He never told me." Father was hard on Casso. He was the heir after all, and the Don had to make sure the familia would pass on to someone strong. He was always up Casso's ass, making him do crazy shit and forcing him to get out and do crimes. I honestly don't know how he survived, let alone ended up as relatively well-adjusted as he is now. For a psychotic gangster anyway. Gavino grins and drinks. Casso doesn't talk about your father much, I say, looking at the bar. There's a lot from back then we don't talk about. Can't say I blame him. Casso got the brunt of father's intensity, and I think he's only just figuring out how to deal with it. He rubs his face and sips his whiskey. Finn had it the easiest, I think. He kept his mouth shut and did what was asked of him without complaining. Then there's me, unable to be quiet for 10 seconds. But mostly I had it easy. Father didn't expect much from me, and I didn't offer much, and now here I am. How involved were you and Finn in the war? I mean, you were kids, right? Kids, he confirms. And heavily uninvolved. Like I said, we barely knew it was happening. I mean that literally. Your brother was the opposite, though, from what I recall. He says it casually, like he's just being polite, but the mention of my brother sets my whole body on fire, like a jolt of lightning down my spine. I try not to show it, but I'm trembling. I risk a sip of whiskey to calm my nerves. The ice rattles against the glass as I place it back down. So much for getting myself together. I still don't know what happened to my brother. I stare at the ice, unable to meet Gavino's eye. Even after all this time. Papa doesn't talk about it. He says Manuel died in an accident, but that doesn't explain anything. Died in an accident because someone accidentally shot him. Died drunk driving. What accident? The casket was closed and Papa claims it was better that way. I don't know why. I just don't know. It's hard, wondering what my brother's last days were like. I accepted a long time ago I might never find out. Gavino lets out a long sigh. He finishes his whiskey and pours another. I take another drink and he tops me off with a grim nod. If that were my brother, I'd want to know. If it were Finn, I'd want someone to tell me. I can't imagine how hard it would have been going from having a brother 1 second to him being gone the next, just gone. No explanation. That's all I want. Just to know what happened might help, although I worry nothing will make the hurt go away complete. He slides the bottle away. I'm not supposed to say anything. It's not some big secret, but Casso said he's got a deal with you. Fuck deals, though. Fuck the Familia right now. The Familia got us into this fucking mess. He closes his eyes as he takes another drink. Your brother died in a car bomb. I sit back and stare. He's got to be joking. A car bomb. That's the sort of thing that happens somewhere else, over in Ireland during the Troubles, or in the Middle East during the Iraq invasion. A car bomb here, in Phoenix? It's too hard to fathom. I don't understand, I manage to say because I can barely breathe. I take another drink to try to loosen up, but that doesn't help at all. Only makes me cough, and Gavino gives me a pitying look. I don't have the details, but Nico told me about it. Story goes like this. Your brother was at some meeting with our father, an important meeting brokered by this Russian guy. I don't know his name or how he's involved, but he was the one acting as the middleman. Anyway, meeting goes well, all that stuff. But when they get back to my father's car and shake hands, a bomb goes off, blows my father's truck to pieces, kills the Russian, kills your brother, and our father only survived by blind luck. I wonder how much better off everyone would be if that bomb killed our father instead of your brother and that Russian guy. Guess we'll never know. He swirls his drink, holds it up, and smiles bitterly. To fallen family. I don't toast. I sit there numb and in shock as he drinks, throwing back the contents of his glass, and gets to his feet unsteadily. He looks run down, worn to the bits, like he's going through his own slow-motion explosion. Nico says after that, the war went into overdrive. Father went sort of nuts, blamed your family for nearly killing him, and drove them from the city. The rest is history, as they say. He wipes a hand across his face. I'm heading to sleep. Thanks for having a drink with me. Sorry about your brother, but I hope knowing helps. He walks past me, out the door, and disappears. I can't move a muscle. I'm frozen, utterly frozen. Gavino has no clue what he just did to me, but it's like I'm locked in a tomb. My brother died in a car bomb. He died at a meeting with Don Bruno, Casso's father, and a Russian man. That Russian has to be Danil's father. It's the only thing that makes all these pieces fit together. Only one person survived that meeting. Only one person walked away and lived to wreak hell and havoc on this city. No wonder Manuel's casket was closed. No wonder Papa didn't want to talk about what happened. A car bomb. A horrible car bomb. My brother was blown to pieces. It's all been them from the start. This can't be right. This can't be the full story. And yet, it's all I have. The first hint at what might have happened all those years ago. Manuel was at a meeting with Don Bruno and Daniel's father, and something happened. But what were they meeting about? What was worth dying over? I finish the whiskey nice and slow. By the time my glass is empty, the ice is melted and it's late. Much too late. But my head's spinning, dizzy with uncertainty, dizzy with implications. Chapter 20. Casso fins as motionless as a corpse. His chest rises and falls, but barely. I have to lean close to see it. The rest of the family is allowed in his room the next morning, though only briefly. Cara, Nico, Gavino, Elise, and Olivia all pile next to the hospital bed. The beep of machinery overlays the quiet stress and suffering that echoes off the bodies of my loved ones. If I could help make this easier on them, I would. If I could give myself up for Finn, I would. But that's the tragedy of life. We don't get to make those decisions. Olivia holds herself back from the group and hovers near the window. Sunlight filters through her hair, giving her a beautiful glow. The walls are light blue and off-white. Scuff marks mar the vinyl flooring. Everything's tile, plastic, plaster. No real wood. Nothing hard to clean. Finn looks painted on, like he's fake. Doctor says it's a good sign that nothing went south last night, Nico says, frowning at me. He said it like there was a real chance of it happening. Now we just have to wait, and that's almost worse. Kara gazes down at Finn. He looks smaller somehow, but that can't be true, right? Finn's strong, Gavino says. He's taking it hard. He and Finn were closest of everyone. Sometimes I was jealous of them. Father never pushed my younger brothers as hard as he pushed me, and they got the luxury of friendship. I was never afforded that. Only Nico and those jackals at school. But the jackals were never real companions. And Nico's not blood family. Gavino looks hungover and strung out, like he spent the night drinking. He probably did, and I wouldn't blame him. There's not much to do but wait. After everyone does their visiting, I let Olivia convince me to head home. Kara volunteers to stay with Finn for the afternoon while I shower, clean up, get something to eat. Try to make myself human. "You're the Don brother," Gavino says in the hall, squeezing my shoulder. He tries to put weight behind his words, but nothing feels real right now. Maybe it's the lack of sleep, or maybe it's the crush of reality threatening to destroy me. You can't stay here all day. There's work to do still. It infuriates me, but he's right. The familia asks, and it asks, and it asks, but it rarely gives back. That's our fate. Olivia fusses once we reach Villa Bruno. She makes sure I shower and sets out clean clothes for me to change into. She brings food from the kitchen, and once I'm clean, she makes me sit down and eat it. I slump forward on the couch in the living room, poking at a plate of tamales. I can barely eat. I can barely do much of anything except close my eyes and picture my brother lying in a bed on life support, barely alive and wrapped in a nest of wires like a spider's victim. My strong, silent brother. He deserves so much more. You keep pacing, I say, watching her stalk across the room and back again. Sit down. You're making me nervous. I can't sit right now. Too much energy. She's not looking at me. In fact, ever since she came back this morning, she's barely glanced in my direction. I frown slightly and sit back, legs crossed. I feel like my brain's made of sludge and nothing's working right. I can barely think, let alone reason this out. What's up with you? Nothing. Just worried about Finn. It's not just that. I tilt my head. I may be running on fumes, but I can see through an obvious lie still. You haven't been able to look at me since you came back. That's not true. She forces a smile on her lips and turns in my direction, but her eyes don't meet mine. Everything's fine. Tell me what's wrong. Casso, stop it, I say, and I sound harsher than I mean to. I'm just exhausted and finding it hard to control myself right now. The day's getting to me, and I don't want to take it out on Olivia. She doesn't deserve my impatience. You're acting off right now, and I want to know why. Don't make me drag it out of you, but I will. She goes quiet and stops moving, but she's still facing away, still not looking at me, and a strange chill runs down my spine. I probably shouldn't say anything, but last night Gavino and I were talking. She closes her eyes and she's shaking. She's trembling. He told me what happened to Manuel. I sit back against the couch and watch her. A clock ticks. The wind whistles past the window. Long shadows stretch across the floor. I'm trying to make sense of what she said, but struggling. What did he tell you? She gives me the short version. Meeting, Russian, car bomb, dead brother. Your father survived it. He walked away. I try to process all this. Nico mentioned something about having figured out what happened, but I didn't realize it was this. I got sidetracked by dealing with Daniel and all that bullshit. Let me understand. My brother's lying in the hospital nearly dead and I'm at his bedside. Casso, it's not like that. And you're here, talking to Gavino about something that happened 10 years ago about your own fucking brother, because it's about you and what you need, right? My anger's painful, mostly because I don't want it, but the rage is hard to fight. Rage is so much a part of me now. It's hard to get away from old, bad habits, and Olivia's only triggering my ancient anger toward her. Casso, she says, sounding desperate, and she finally looks at me with those big, beautiful, sad eyes. It just happened, okay? We sat down to have a drink, and it came up, and I asked, and he told me I wasn't trying to do anything. She steps closer, pleading, and I stand. My hands ball into fists. I clench my jaw, grinding my teeth. You couldn't just wait, could you? I speak quietly. Her lips part, and she shakes her head. I didn't mean anything by it. If your brother died in some mysterious accident 10 years ago, wouldn't you want to find out exactly how? Yes, I would. I step around the coffee table and move toward her. I'd want to know everything, every little detail, but right now, right here in this present moment, my brother's fighting for his life while you're rehashing the dead. It's not always about what you want. She backs away as I approach. I'm shaking with anger, so much fucking anger I could explode. She bumps against the wall and stays there, mouth open and afraid. I can see the fear in her eyes, and that stops me. I see myself from her perspective. Big, half-starved, crazed, filled with rage, borderline unstable from a night of no sleep and huge amounts of stress. I see myself, but I can't quite stop as I reach up and twine my fingers into her hair and grab it tight. You're my family now, I say quietly, staring into her face. You are my wife. Finn is your brother. What's happening now needs to be your priority, Olivia. Otherwise, how can I trust that you'll step up when something bad happens in the future? This is the life we lead, the life we chose, and you're a part of it. I didn't ask for this, she says quietly, staring into my eyes. I can't give up on my brother. I won't ask you to, only I'll ask you to wait until the crisis passes. But what's done is done, and there's only one more thing I need from you. What's that? She asks, whispering. Punishment. I pull her against me and drag her to the couch. She gasps in shock as I push her down, dragging her into my lap. She moans in surprise when I roughly yank down her shorts, exposing her ass, barely covered by a pair of green panties which I peel off nice and slow. "Casso?" she asks, looking back at me in shock and pure, dripping excitement. I don't warn her about the first one. I bring my palm down flat against her smooth skin and spank her hard. She gasps in shock, and I tighten my grip on her hair to keep her from trying to escape, because I'm sure she's never been taken by a man like this before and put in her place. "Punishment," I repeat firmly, spanking her again, softly this time. No more selfishness. No more delving into the past. I need you here, right now, with me, until this business with Finn is over, one way or the other, and I'll show you what it feels like when you do that. Prepare yourself. She sucks in a breath, and I spank her hard again. She moans, gasping in pain, and I spank her a third time. After a fourth, I spread her ass and find her pussy, fingers teasing her dripping folds from behind. God, she's wet. And yes, she likes this spanking. She likes it enough to wiggle her hips as my fingers slide inside and tease her like she's daring me to hit her again. Another hard whack followed by another. She's turning pink and red and arching her back, giving me an unobstructed path. I roll around her clit and feel her heart racing against my thighs as she pants and moans into a pillow. She bites it hard when I spank her again, followed by more pleasure. Back and forth, spank and tease, fingers fucking her and rubbing against her clit, palm cracking against her smooth, beautiful ass. It's glorious, making her submit. It's glorious making her moan and tremble as she takes her punishment. "You're such a good girl, Olivia," I say, and I mean it. She is good. A lovely girl who means well. But lovely girls can fuck up sometimes. I spank her again before sinking my fingers deep. The mix of pleasure and pain short-circuits her brain. Soon the receptors for one or the other will tangle, and she won't know if it hurts or feels good. And that's the goal. Spank, tease, spank, tease. I draw her along on a string, bringing her closer and closer, my fingers dripping wet with her juices, her ass shining and bright red from my rough palm. "So close," I whisper, and bend forward to kiss her neck. "You're so close, Olivia. You're dripping onto my lap now." "I don't know if I'm in agony or ecstasy," she says, half laughing, half moaning. "Fuck, Casso. This is driving me insane. I don't know how much more I can take." "You want a release. You want to come for me, don't you?" "Please," she whispers. "I need it. Will you obey? Will you be good, like I need you to be?" "I'll try. I promise I'll try." I spank her 3 times, harder than the last, and she throws her head back as I slide my fingers deep and find her G-spot. I fuck her like that, curling my fingers, faster and faster, taking her to the edge and well past it. She comes, squirming and writhing in my lap as my fingers do their work, driving her wild, making her cheeks flush and her body tense and all the muscles in her spine tighten. She's beautiful and wild and free, and as she comes like an atom bomb in my lap, I already know I'll never be able to get this moment from my mind. It's burned into me, this beautiful girl coming, and as it slowly finishes, I realize with a painful clarity that she's never going to let the issue of her brother drop. How could she? If I were her, I wouldn't. Manuel is her flesh and blood, and now she has just enough information to keep digging. She's so close to finding out who actually killed her brother, to who planted that bomb, so why stop now? I can spank her all I want and it won't make a difference. Melancholy takes me as I pull her up and hold her tight against my chest. "Good girl," I whisper, while knowing that she won't stay one, because she can't possibly. I brush her hair back and kiss her, and she looks up at me with orgasm-foggy eyes and a big smile on her face, and my heart swells 1,000 times larger, trying to contain the feelings I have for her. But even that's not enough. Chapter 21. Olivia. My butt is sore and bruised the next morning. I twist and look at myself in the mirror and marvel at the handprint, the finger-shaped bruises, the swelling. I can still feel the after effects of that spanking. How the pleasure melted into the pain until it was all one sensation buzzing along my skin, rolling like a steam train and flattening all my defenses. It was one of the best orgasms of my life, one of the most intense moments of my life, and it feels like it was all one big lie. He knew it, and I knew it, but neither of us could admit it out loud. I can't let this go. I feel like I'm so close to putting it all together, and if only I could get that one step further, I might be able to understand why Danil's father was involved, why my brother was there, why there was a bomb. Danil isn't going away, and my brother's death isn't going to change, and Finn may or may not wake up from that coma, but I can't stop. Casso listened to his family and stayed home yesterday. He texted Kara for constant updates, no change at all, while tending to the family. Men came and went, offering their condolences, checking up on the Don. Casso put on a good show, a brave face, a united front. Nico and Gavino remained to help him deal with the capos and the lieutenants and all the business organizers that wanted to make sure the Famiglia was still strong. And it was, despite the cracks forming. Casso slept soundly, and now he's up and bustling around the house, making plans, taking calls, acting like if only he can stay one step ahead of death, then Finn will be okay. Elise watches it all with me from the couch in the main living room, and she frowns at her magazine, shaking her head. He's going to work himself to death, she says, and that won't help anyone. He needs a distraction. That's what they all do. Something bad happens, so it's time to shove their head under the sand and pretend like work's the only way to make it disappear. But Finn's still in the hospital, and his attackers are still out there. What do you want him to do instead? I ask her, frowning slightly, surprised by my own defensive reaction. I don't like that she's criticizing him right now. I want him to deal with his feelings, but I'm aware that's unlikely. I shake my head and stand. You can't blame him for doing his best. She seems surprised but amused. I like that you're standing up for your man. Good for you, Olivia. We're all trying to handle this the best we can. I stand up, trembling slightly. Casso's going to find Danil Fedorov and make him pay for what he did to Finn, although I'm not so sure. Fedorov, the Russian. Her eyebrows raise. I recognize that name. Domiano had some business with a Russian named Fedorov years ago. I think he knew your father as well. I guess Danil's the son, then? Elise looks mystified. What a strange coincidence. But it's not a coincidence, is it? Danil's father, my father, Casso's father. Something happened between them all those years ago, and now it's coming back like ripples in a pond. I glare at her and walk away. Elise is a good person and means well, but her attitude is frustrating sometimes, and I can't handle it right now. Not with Casso hanging on by a thread, Finn still unconscious, and my own goals tantalizingly close to unfolding. An idea enters the back of my mind, and by mid-morning, I'm standing out on the patio, seriously considering it. Kara joins me quietly and leans her elbows against the railing, looking at her nails. You look lost, she says quietly. Like you're thinking about something you don't want to think about. That's pretty much right. I can't bring myself to look at her. I'm thinking about doing something. Is it something that'll help right now? I don't know. I think Casso might take it the wrong way, but it's coming from a good place. Kara nods to herself. Sometimes the right thing is hard. Casso's struggling, we're all struggling. But you've got your own thing to deal with, don't you? Casso all but told me to drop it. Maybe he's right, I don't know. But you're a decent person, Olivia. I trust you to make the right decision. Anyway, I only came out here to check on you. How are you holding up? As good as I can. She smiles and touches my arm. I feel a sudden jolt, and it's almost painful. Since the first day I arrived here, Kara's been kind to me, even when she didn't need to be. She tried to make me feel welcome, set up a room to feel comfortable and homey, and tries to check in when she can. Kara's a good person, and I suddenly feel like I don't deserve her kindness, her attention, or anything I have in this place. And yet self-pity doesn't bring back the dead. Nothing does. She leaves after a few minutes and I make up my mind. I head inside, up into Casso's room, my room too now, and grab a bag. I'm packed in 5 minutes, enough to last a few days at most. There's cash in his bedside drawer rolled up in wads of hundreds and twenties next to a loaded gun. I take the money and throw the backpack over my shoulder as I hustle out, go down a long side hall and take the back stairs. A few staff members spot me but say nothing. What can they do? I'm family now. I go out a back door onto a wide trail of paving stones. Heat's rolling all over, and the slow breeze ripples through nearby palm trees and scrubby bushes. Across the driveway is the garage, manned by a bored-looking guard. I walk over with purpose, head held high. "I need a car," I announce. The guard frowns at me. "Do you have permission?" "I'm driving up to the hospital to check on Finn for Casso." "Do you want to be the one who explains to the Don that you didn't let his wife go check on his injured brother?" The guard looks at me for a very long time, and I can practically see the mental calculation. But he steps aside and lets me head in through a side door as the main garage doors roll up. 6 black SUVs are lined up in a row. I hesitate, lingering, not sure which to choose. I don't even know where the keys are kept. I have my passport, I have cash, I have clothes, but suddenly the entire endeavor seems insane. "Where do you think you're going?" I look over and spot Elise. She's wearing her poolside clothes, gauzy cover-up, bandana over her head, big black sunglasses. She saunters toward me in flip-flops and the guard glares at her but says nothing. She acts like he doesn't exist. "Out for a drive," I say, feeling extremely lame. She gestures at my bag. "Packed like that? If I didn't know you better, I'd guess you were running away." I glance at the guard and he's studying me very intently, no doubt kicking himself for not noticing the damn bag. Poor, stupid bastard. Casso doesn't necessarily hire men for their brains, but more for their willingness to follow orders and get violent for money. "I'm not running," I say, and when Elise frowns at my obvious lie, I decide to tell her the truth. "I'm going home to Mexico." The guard takes a few steps toward the house, but Elise holds up a hand, halting him. She glances in his direction. "Don't stop and don't move. Do you understand?" "Ma'am," he says nervously, "I have to report this." "Then go report it, but go very slowly." He hesitates, but decides it's better not to argue. He walks toward the main house, but he does it at a leisurely pace. Elise turns back to me. "Explain." Quickly. "My father knows something about what happened 10 years ago. Fedorov, the Russian, his son's the one that tried to kill Finn. His father's the one that died with my brother in an explosion. Those things are connected, and if I can understand what's putting it all together, then maybe I can fix this." Or something like that. I'm not even sure what the hell I'm doing if I'm honest, but I feel so strongly that it's the right thing. Elise digests that. She stares at me, not speaking. "Casso's going to hate you," she says softly. "If you leave right now and go back to Mexico, he's going to be so angry." I know that. Believe me, I know. I'll suffer the consequences when it's time, but I think I need to do this. I have to talk to Papa, but I can't do it over the phone. I need to see him, face to face. Elise nods and sighs, rubbing her temples. "You're doing this for him, right?" "Yes," I say, and stick with the truth by adding, "and for myself." "All right then. For honesty, I'll let you go." She points toward a gray metal box tacked to the wall. "Keys are in there. Grab the top left set. That's for this first one here." She kicks the tires of the car behind her. "Get in. Drive off. And don't you dare look back. Casso's going to be livid. But if you think this is right, then it's right." I run to her and hug her tight. I don't know why the women in this family are nice to me, but Elise has been like an older sister. It means more to me than she'll ever realize. "Thank you. Just make sure you come back, please. I'll miss having a poolside friend." She smiles and wipes a tear from her eye. "Now you'd better run. That guy's probably inside by now. I run to the wall, grab the key, and hop into the car. The engine turns over, and Elise watches me sadly as I pull forward. The big hunk of rolling metal drifts into the driveway, past the spouting fountain, and down to the main road. The gate rolls back once I figure out which button to press. And then I'm gone. I hit the road and lower the gas pedal down. I put the address to my father's compound in Mexico into the car's navigation system and steel myself for a very long drive. Casso's going to kill me, but I have to go. My father knows why my brother was at that meeting, and if I can understand it, I might be able to solve the whole puzzle. Daniil wants me to figure something out, and I have to see this through. I have to do it, for myself and my brother and for Casso too, even if he doesn't see it that way. I hit the gas harder and I drive. Chapter 22, Casso. Gavino pulls the slide back on his gun and lets it cock forward. He nods to himself, shoves the weapon into the holster under his arm, and leans back in his seat. Outside, the night is crisp and empty. The stars, like paint, splatter against a black canvas. Nico's in the back seat with night vision binoculars, watching the front of a quiet strip club nestled in the parking lot of a strip mall at the meeting point of two major roads. No motion, Nico says, voice low. Scattered throughout the area are 4 other SUVs, each filled with my most violent and dangerous men. What time do we have? 2:10, I say, checking my watch. Club closed 10 minutes ago. We watch the late-night drunks filter out, get into their cars and weave away, hopefully without smashing into someone and killing them. Girls should empty out soon. You're sure Daniil and his men are inside? Gavino sounds anxious, and I don't blame him. My brother's a hard man, and he's done some violent things, but he's never gone on a raid like this before. For a long time, I got my hands dirty so nobody else needed to, especially not my brothers or my sister. That was my curse and my burden, a part of what it meant to be the Don's oldest son. I embraced that part of me with relish, and now I wonder how deeply broken and scarred I've become. And yet I am much too far along to analyze that too closely. It's our best guess, Nico admits. There's no clear word on where exactly Daniil calls home, and we haven't taken time to stake the place out. Doesn't matter who's inside. I run my hands over the steering wheel. We kill anyone that moves except for the girls, if there are any left. Make sure everyone's on the same page. Spare the girls, kill everyone else. I'll tell the others, Nico says, and gets busy on the radio calling into each team. As I watch the club and count the strippers that emerge wearing normal civilian clothes like they've morphed from dancers to their regular lives, I can practically feel Olivia's breath on my neck. The car's silent now and thick with waiting. 2 days ago, Olivia and I slept in the same bed, my arms around her body, her breasts rising and falling with each inhale, her warmth radiating across my skin. I still feel her ass against my palm. I hear her moans in my ears, and I taste her tongue on my lips. But I knew it the moment I punished her. I knew she wouldn't let her brother go no matter what I said. There'd be more arguments, more spankings in her future, and some part of me was excited for the challenge, the opportunity to break her over my knee. But I didn't think she'd run away. Anger rolls through me again. God, it's like I've been unceasingly angry ever since Finn was shot, like I haven't had a single moment of calm since Daniil nearly killed my little brother. Olivia's face mixes in with the terror and pain of that day, of the sharp glass scattered all over the pavement, of Finn's moans and blood all over my clothes, and I can't get my head straight, can't manage to think beyond anything in front of my face. She left me. She turned and ran when I needed her the most, and I don't know if I can ever forgive her for that. This is my lowest, my darkest hour, when everything feels as though it's finally crumbling like sand falling between my fingers. The paint that I've smeared over my life in an attempt to make it look palatable finally flaking away. I was beginning to believe that we could have something, that we could put our past behind and move forward. But now I see that was always a stupid dream. It was never more than sex with her. That's all it ever was. Sex and lust and fucking. Nothing more. That's how it was back in the day, and that's how it'll always be. Now she's gone back to Mexico and her father, and I don't know if I'll ever see her again. That's 8 girls, I say, as a little beat-up Camaro pulls out of the parking lot and starts to drive. A handful of cars remain, and most of them are nice. 2 BMWs and a Range Rover. Which means men with money are inside. How many are usually working? Gavino asks. I think 10, Nico says. But I don't really know. Like I said, lots of guesswork here. He's not happy with this mission, and he's made it clear more than a few times. Nico likes to plan and execute a hit with accuracy and bloody prejudice. I appreciate that about him, but today I only need him to be a killer. But I don't give a shit about planning or making everything perfect. Finn's lying half dead in the hospital and Danil's still running around the city. My fucking city. I can't have that. It makes me look weak each day that passes without killing a few of those fuckers. Let's move in, I say, eager to get this over with. Gavino's echoing nod is suitably grim, the face of a man that knows he may not survive the next hour. But that's the truth we live with whenever we do something hard. That's the truth of being part of the familia. Death lurks, death and pain and loss and decay, and that's all we'll ever have. Nico relays my orders as I get out of the car. Gavino follows, and together my brother and I stalk across the parking lot toward the drab little building. No windows, just a pair of big fake oak doors and a ratty red rope like they're trying to make this seedy joint nicer than it is. Other men appear from other cars scattered all over. Men I'd trust my life to. Men that have been fighting and killing for the Bruno familia for generations. Men that will burn this place to the ground in retribution. Nico catches up. In and out, he says. We'll set fire to the place when we're done to help clean up the mess. No time for a deep cleansing. We'll make sure any girls left behind get out before they burn to death. Nice and easy, I say, slapping Gavino on the shoulder. You good? He nods, but his hands are trembling. He holds his gun loosely, just the way I showed him. He doesn't want to tense up now and accidentally pull the trigger before we're inside. There'll be enough time to shoot soon. I draw my weapon once we're on the sidewalk and a few feet from the door. 3 guys from Team A meet us there, dressed in black and holding submachine guns. Hard fuckers, men with steel in their spines and venom in their blood. They pause only long enough to get a nod from me before they rip the door open and we storm inside. The club's dim, though it's silent. The club music gone, the stage empty. 4 guys sit at the bar plus the bartender nearby wiping glasses, and all of them look over as a mob of armed and body-armored killers flood into their midst. It's almost comedic. The looks on their faces, the confusion. One bald fucker dives to the floor like that'll help. Another guy, big and beefy with shoulders like a bull, reaches for a weapon in his jacket. Much too slow. 2 more only sit and stare, their beers held up to their faces like they're mid-drink. The bartender stands staring with his mouth open, still cleaning a glass like it matters. He's got long hair tied into a bun on the top of his head and a little bow tie at his throat. Fucker's got no clue what's coming. It's a slaughter. We open fire and kill all 5 of the guys without asking any questions. The guy on the floor gets lit up, bullets ripping his flesh to pieces. Gavino's calm as he shoots, his face a neutral mask of pure calm, and I'm proud of my brother. It isn't an easy thing to do, killing men in cold blood this way. But it's what we must do if we're going to keep control of the city. There's a loud bang and more gunshots from the back of the club as my other teams breach the back door and start killing. I don't know how many guys are back there, but they're all dead now. Once the main room is clear, I head forward and go through the pockets of each dead bastard. They're all armed. All of them are soldiers. They knew what it meant joining this life. They understood the risks, and now they paid for it. We got the right place, I say, shoving one unfortunate bastard over to the side. His body hits the floor with a dull thud. The back team comes forward, led by a soldier named Luis Rebo. 3 more in the back plus 2 scared girls, he says, squinting at the guys at the bar. 8 total, then. We'll make sure the ladies won't talk before we release them. Fedorov? I ask. He shakes his head. Nobody matching the description. I wipe my face, pacing back and forth. I'm fucking jittery and amped up on adrenaline. But there's nothing else to do now. The whole point was to catch them unaware and slaughter them like animals, and that's exactly what we did. But there's no release for me now. No justice. No revenge. Fedorov wasn't here, only a bunch of his guys. That's good. It'll show strength, but it's not good enough. Light it up, I say, and gather Gavino. His gun's away, and he's not shaking anymore. He looks positively elated. Is it always that easy? He asks, running a hand compulsively through his hair. No, unfortunately. You happen to come along for a good one. I grin at him, proud that he's taking this so well. My brothers are strong, and it lightens the load on my shoulders just a touch, knowing that they'll step up if I'm gone. Gavino laughs, glancing at the corpses and all the blood, his eyebrows raised like, if this is good, then I don't want to see bad. And he's right. He doesn't. The guys start spreading gasoline all over. I walk behind the bar and smash bottles. The alcohol will help it all burn. Gavino joins in with gusto. I wonder if the bartender was a part of Fedorov's crew or if he was an innocent bystander. Not much I can do about it now, but the idea does disturb me. Maybe he was some kid working nights to earn money to get through school. I could flip him over and check his pockets, but I leave him where he is. Flames going up, Nico says and tosses a burning lighter into a stream of gas. It catches fast and spreads, fire spouting all over in bursts and a dull roar as it hungrily eats the oxygen. The soldiers hurry out the door, followed by Nico and Gavino. I stand and hesitate, letting the heat twist the edges of the small hairs on my face. I want to take a deep breath and suck the burning black gas fumes into my lungs. I want to let it scar me and let the fire consume my flesh. I can burn here and now and end all this, but it's self-pitying bullshit, not real strength. Dying now won't save Finn, and it won't bring Olivia back, and it certainly won't get revenge on Daniel. I turn and leave, the smoke billowing out behind me. We return to the cars. The smell of burning wood and plastic mixed with blood sticks to my clothing. It was a successful hit, but it wasn't satisfying. Gavino and Nico meet me at the car, both of them hard-faced, wondering why I stayed behind so long. I look at my best friend and my brother. I can see an echo of myself on their faces. Both of them are exhausted, on edge, and angry. Gavino's riding that fine line between sadness and depression, and he's looking for the next crazy risk to take the edge off his despair. Nico's struggling to hold himself together amidst my descent into chaos, and he's got Kara and his baby to worry about. That's holding him together. I've got nothing, only a wife that's gone. He's still out there, Gavino says. The flames grow behind us and send a flickering orange light across our bodies. It makes Gavino's face eerily distorted. We'll find him, Nico says. I've got dozens of guys looking and asking around. This might send him into hiding, but it won't matter. If he's dumb, he'll try to spark an all-out war, which would be ideal. We can crush him out in the open if he's stupid enough to step up against us directly, Gavino says, nodding to himself. He seems almost eager. My brother and my best friend. They can handle this. I know they don't necessarily need me. The strength of the Bruno Familia doesn't flow from one person and one person alone. It comes from each member working together, and that's how we've kept power for so long. And all at once a decision comes to me. It hits me unbidden from a dark, quiet part of my mind, the part that's constantly ticking through possibilities and trying to weigh one path against another. It's the mad part, the bitter part, the darkest recesses of myself. You two can handle Fedorov for a few days, I say, looking from Nico to Gavino. I have to go to Mexico. Neither of them seems surprised. Nico only nods and Gavino sighs and squeezes his eyes shut before opening them again like he's dealing with a massive headache. But this is the right decision. I need to take care of my own business before I can concentrate on finishing Danil. I have a runaway wife, and I'll be damned before I let her disappear and leave me alone without at least seeing her one last time. She is mine, body and soul, and I will not release her until I've had my fill. And I am far from being sated. When are you leaving? Gavino asks. Tomorrow morning. I'll spend tonight at the hospital with Finn, then hit the road early. I squeeze my brother's shoulder. I have to do this, Gav. I don't want to leave with Finn still out and Daniel still alive. But I have to. I know you do, Gavino says, sounding tired. You have to bring her back. Nobody's going to question that. Or at least I need to talk to her. Because I'm not sure I'm coming back with her. I'm not even sure that's what I want. I want to understand why, after everything, why she ran away, and why I can't let it go. Leave the killing to us, Nico says, nodding as he climbs back into the car. We'll keep hunting for Danil and murder any of his people we come across. The city might be a wasteland when you come back, but it'll be red with their blood, my friend. Gavino looks at me hard, and I can see the gears turning. I know you love Finn. I know you love the familia more than anything in this world. You've already given so much, Casso. But I also know you love that girl, and you'll be a wreck until you face her again. So go with my blessing, and anyone that speaks ill of your decision can come say it to my face. I'll deal with them. Thank you, brother. I pull him into a hard brotherly hug and clap him on the back. When I release him, he's looking thoughtful. You know, since you're going, you might as well see if the Cuevas would be willing to send some of their guys to help us smoke out Fedorov. You know, as a sign of goodwill, since the fucking girl ran and all. I laugh and nod. I'll see what he says, but I think we should do this on our own first. It's a sign of strength that we can handle our own problems, but it was a good thought. Now come on, let's go before the cops arrive. In the distance, sirens blare, getting closer. We climb into the car. The other teams are already gone, heading back to their respective stations. Bars, clubs, restaurants scattered all over Phoenix. This city, the city of my birth, the city of my family, where my parents both died, and where one day I'll die too. This is my city, and that interloper Danil Fedorov will taste a bullet from my gun before this is through. But first, I have a wife to fetch. Chapter 23. Olivia, Papa's estate looms in the distance, appearing and disappearing from view behind the hills as I wind up the familiar dirt road. The SUV flows and rocks, and I have the windows down, breathing the air, letting the dust get into my hair. I don't care and can't think of anything but getting home. This is my dust, my dirt, the land of my father and my family. Even if I came to it late, I grew to love it here. The men at the front gates a half-mile back looked like they saw a ghost when I smiled at them, but they waved me through and radioed up to Papa, so he knows I'm on the way. I don't know what kind of welcome I'm in for, and it doesn't matter. I'm not here for smiles and hugs and joy. I'm here for answers, and I'm just happy to be home and for this drive to be over. It's been a nightmare of toll roads and boredom, watching miles flit past, up until I reached the border. But even that was no big deal. The guards practically couldn't have cared less when I rolled through. They just waved me on and wished me good luck, like they knew I was headed home to have the most important conversation of my life. The house comes fully into view. Red clay tile roof with whitewashed walls and Spanish arches. It's not the most opulent house in all of Mexico, but it's certainly large. It sits on several acres of gorgeous land dotted with pristine scrub brush and wavy brown and green grass, with small windswept trees dotting the lazy hills. I used to walk through the trails and listen to the birds and chase after the small foxes and squirrels like I might catch one of them and force them to be my friend. But there are no friends here, not this far away from civilization. Over 6 hours from Phoenix, an hour from any major population centers. It's inconvenient being so far from the humming heart and lifeblood of Mexico. But it's safer. This house was my home and my curse, my comfort, and my prison. It feels strange parking out front like I'm a guest. But I am a guest. I don't live here anymore. even if it is the home of my father and the house I spent so much time for so many years. I get out of the car and wipe my forehead. It's later in the day, past lunchtime. The front doors open, and an older woman steps out. Fernanda, one of the main housekeepers. A pretty woman with bright eyes and a big, easy smile. I run to her and give her a big hug as she greets me in Spanish. The language comes back to me, like stepping into a pair of slippers. "Ah, little girl, you're home again. The house has been so quiet and dull without you. Hello, Fernanda. I missed you so much. How is everyone? How is Papa?" She tuts and makes a face. "Ah, you know your father, always working too hard. But everyone else is fine. They're all fine. Complaining as always, but fine. Well, look at you. You look healthy at least. The Italians are feeding you, yes? They're taking care of you." "I'm glad you haven't forgotten how to speak your own language yet, even if you do sound like an American, talking that silly English up there all the time." "Go easy, Fernanda. Go easy. They're decent people. They treated me right." Which is the truth. If anyone, Casso's been more than patient with me, and everyone else embraced me into the family with grace and ease. I wish I could complain, but it wouldn't be fair. I want to say more. Tell her about Elise and Cara, about little baby Emilio, about the food and the kind cook that tried his best to give me a taste of home. But the doors open again and Papa steps out, and Papa does not look happy. Papa looks at me like I'm a little girl again getting in trouble around the suburbs of Phoenix. "Good luck," Fernanda whispers and hurries off, head bowed, smiling a bit as she passes my Papa. He gives her a little nod, since he knows she loved me so much, and he won't punish her for coming out first. Besides, his household runs thanks to that old woman, and he knows that pissing her off would only be a headache. "Daughter," Papa says, coming toward me. There's no happiness in his expression, not like Fernanda. He doesn't want me home, and he knows my visit must mean something awful happened. "You're back, and you're alone. I wasn't expecting you." "I know, Papa. I left in a hurry and didn't call. I wanted to get here as fast as I could. I drove straight out, over 6 hours." He comes nearer, his frown deepening as he gets a good look at me. I know I'm a mess, disheveled, exhausted, malnourished. Fernanda was being kind when she said I looked well fed. I've been living on rest stop fast food for the last day, and I feel like a bloated mess. "Come inside," Papa says quietly. "Let's talk about why you came here. I will warn you that I already called Casso and let him know you're with me." My stomach sinks. "Did you speak?" "No," he says, head tilted. "I left a message. Strangely, his phone did not pick up." He leads me in through the main entrance. My footsteps echo in the familiar walls, paintings, little statues, the decorated niche with its drawings of St. Mary and the flowers, and the little burning candles with the crosses and the necklaces and the offerings. It's all so familiar and so achingly comforting. Being back here feels good, and it feels awful, because I'm here for such a bad reason, and I know that everything back in Phoenix must be falling apart. Casso called my phone a dozen times, but I never answered. What could I say? Nothing would make this okay, not after he admonished me already for following up on Manuel's murder. This house itself is a blessing and a curse, and I don't know if I love it or hate it. I think a little of both. It was bad enough pressing them on Manuel's death, but running away? I know I may never be able to come back from this. But it's so important that I'm willing to risk it all to find out the truth. Papa leads me into his study. Not the living room, not the back patio where we used to sit and drink coffee in the morning, but to his private study where he does all his work. It's like that then. My visit is work for him, nothing more. His daughter is now a reluctant duty. "Let me call for food and drink," he says as he sits and hits an intercom. "Fernanda, we need refreshments, please." I lower myself into an uncomfortable chair across from him. I feel like a little girl getting scolded all over again. It's been so long since I sat here facing Papa, and he looks older than I remember. More grey hairs, more lines around his eyes. But not good lines. The sort of lines that come from stress and anger and fear. I don't know how his business has been since I left, but I thought it would prosper with the Brunos' help. Maybe I was wrong. Fernanda comes immediately. She must have already been putting together something, with coffee and fruit. Papa picks at the food and I sip the coffee, happy for the caffeine. "Why are you here?" he asks finally, getting to the point since why bother pretending? I'm not his responsibility anymore. He sold me to another man. No need to chat about pleasant things like how my life is going and what I do with my time. No need for kindness. I came to talk about Manuel. His face falters slightly, but he gives nothing away. I know what happened to him, Papa. I know about the meeting and the car bomb. I'm here to find out everything you know, because I feel like I'm even further from the truth than when I started. He stares at me hard. All pretense at gentleness is gone now. This is Papa, the cartel leader, not my father, the kind man that's always loved me in his own way. Even when he was stern and when he ripped me from my life in the States and when he forced me to stay hidden away in this house, he did most of it out of love. This man, the son of Mexican farmers, this man that pulled himself from poverty through ruthlessness, risk-taking, blood and death, this man for whom life has never been kind. This is my father. This is my lineage. Why did you come all this way to ask me about the past? Because it isn't the past for me. It's all coming back to haunt me, and I think what's happening with the Bruno family and what happened to Manuel are linked. You worked with a man named Fedorov, didn't you? He flinches and covers his mouth with his coffee mug like he's trying to hide himself from my watchful gaze. How do you know that name? I know a lot of things. I know Manuel was at a meeting with Don Bruno and Fedorov, and a bomb went off. I know that's how he died. What happened that day, Papa? Why was Manuel there with Don Bruno and the Russian? Papa's eyes close like he's recalling a time long ago. I know the loss of Manuel hurt him deeply, and the scars never faded. He prays nightly for his fallen son, for his dead wife, and he fears that all the bad things he has done will outweigh whatever beliefs he holds in his heart, and I know he fears never seeing them again. These things are long gone, he says quietly. I do not want to talk of them anymore. Does your husband know you're here? He knows I left, which is true, he knows, but he didn't give me permission. And he doesn't matter. I need answers, Papa. I came all this way. He stands abruptly. The coffee splashes down the side of his cup, a long, dark smudge on the white porcelain. He turns to the windows and looks out at his land, and I watch him. He's in a plain tan shirt over his brown skin marred by scars and wiry hair. Papa's a strong man, always has been, a hard man willing to do a hard man's work. But there are some pains that can drag him under even when he tries his hardest to keep them at bay. I need you to understand that I was sick, he says quietly, not looking at me. That's the only reason I wasn't at the meeting myself. I'd picked up something during my travels back to Mexico and was busy sweating in bed when the bomb went off. I was too delirious and feverish when it first happened, and they tell me I screamed at my men for 2 days in my sorrow. The fever broke eventually, and I began to understand that my son was truly gone. But in those first days, I only remember it like a nightmare. He leans his hands against the glass and takes deep breaths before looking back at me. Boris Fedorov was a small-time gangster, with control of a few clubs back in those days. He wasn't strong, and he wasn't important. But he was friendly with me, and he was friendly with Don Bruno, and that mattered. He approached me one night saying Don Bruno wants to speak about ending the war, and so I agreed to go to the meeting. We were losing, but it was a bloody, vicious war, and it was costing both sides a lot of lives. Don Bruno was ready to put an end to it, and I had little choice.
But like I said, the sickness hit me, and so Manuel went in my place. I only know what I was told later. My understanding is the meeting went well. Manuel and Don Bruno hashed out a rough idea of what a peace would look like, one that would leave us able to exist and prosper without bothering Bruno interests overmuch. We would seclude ourselves and leave Phoenix proper to the familiar, but we'd be allowed to stay in America. It was a good offer, and I would have taken it gladly. However, at the end of the meeting, the bomb went off and destroyed Don Bruno's car. Boris and Manuel died in the blast. I'm told they were standing closest to the car when the bomb detonated, but Don Bruno survived. I suspect he only lived because Boris and Manuel took the brunt of the explosion for him. After that, the Don was too angry to negotiate, and he drove our people out of Phoenix with a savage aggression. He blamed us for the car bomb, though to this day I swear that it wasn't me.
I never would have tried to kill him like that, with such a cowardly act, not when the peace was coming. Papa's face is drawn and exhausted, the face of a man that spent a decade thinking about his dead boy and wishing things were different. I can imagine Papa's fury and grief at being stuck in a sickbed while his little boy died, and it breaks my heart. It truly does. He negotiated a peace, I say softly, chewing on my lip. I pick up my coffee and sip it again. Which means it makes no sense for it to be an attack from Don Bruno. No, it wasn't the Don. Remember, it was his car that exploded and I wasn't even there. He knew I wouldn't be present, so why bother? Killing Manuel did nothing but make me fight harder. No, I believe the bomb was meant for Don Bruno alone, and whoever planted it made a mistake when Boris and Manuel died instead. And you swear it wasn't you? Papa nods once. I swear it. Although I shouldn't have to swear anything to you, daughter of mine. I would not have risked my son to something like that, and you know it. I believe him. Despite everything, Papa loved us. He loved Manuel, and his heart still bleeds for what's lost. Then who would have done something like that? I ask quietly, not understanding. The Russian? If it was Boris, I doubt he would have put himself in harm's way. Papa sits down, practically folding himself into his chair. No, daughter. I've thought about his long and hard. I've looked at it from all angles. I even sent men to ask around to try to find who planted the weapon. But there is nobody. I don't understand who would benefit. Perhaps someone in the Bruno familia didn't want peace, but I found no evidence of that. I can tell you nobody in the Cuevas cartel wanted the war to continue. We were losing too many sons and brothers and friends for anyone to have that kind of appetite for more blood. Papa shakes his head and puts his face in his hands. I'm sorry, Olivia. I don't have answers for you. I sit back and look at the ceiling, at the cold stone and the exposed wooden crossbeams. I breathe the smell of my papa's study, of the old books and older paintings, of the rugs and the fireplace ash, and try to picture playing with Manuel in this very spot when we were still little. The memory feels so fresh and so painful. Papa's right. Nobody in the Bruno familia would have planted that bomb, unless it was someone from before my time, someone that's not in power anymore. And even that I find hard to believe. There's only one person that doesn't fit into this story. I can account for Casso. I can account for myself and for Manuel and for my father and for Don Bruno. But Danil Fedorov still doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for him, at least one that would explain why he's back, and why he's acting like he wants his father's old club, or why he's warning me away from Casso. Unless this is all for revenge. The third person that died in the car bomb back then was Danil's father, and it's entirely possible that Danil blames either Papa or Don Bruno for planting the device, despite obvious evidence otherwise. But that only points toward his motive, and doesn't help me solve the riddle. I drink the coffee and sit in silence with Papa for several long heartbeats. Are they going to be angry? He asks softly. His aggression and rage are gone now, like a deflated balloon. Casso will be hurt. I hope once I explain why I had to come he'll understand, but I don't know. Did you hear about Finn? Papa nods gratefully. Very ugly business. We think it was Boris Fedorov's son, Danil Fedorov. Kasso's been having trouble with a bratva Danil started, and we think he's been systematically targeting the Bruno familia. Papa strokes his face thoughtfully. I know that I didn't plant that car bomb, and I can say with some certainty that it wasn't Don Bruno. But Boris Fedorov, I don't know what that man thought. All at once, my exhaustion hits me like kick to the teeth. I sigh and tug at my hair anxiously as the weight of this trip and the inevitable fallout sits on my shoulders, threatening to crush me. I lean back in my chair and close my eyes for a moment. I came all this way, and I don't feel like I have the answers I need. It's good to rule out my father, but I still feel like I'm left grasping for the truth, like it's inches away and mocking me. Can I stay here for the night? I ask, when I open my eyes again. I'll leave in the morning and head back to Phoenix. You're more than welcome, but you need to call your husband. He needs to know you are here and you are safe. Do this for me. I understand, I say, too tired to fight. You have to preserve the alliance. I'll call him. Papa's quiet for a moment. Then, I know this is hard on you. I know you feel as though you don't have any control or power. But believe me, Olivia, you are strong. You can do more than you realize. I smile sadly and shake my head. I don't know if that's true. I know it. You'll see eventually. Papa waves a hand. Go on, rest while you can. In the morning, you'll head back to your husband. Thank you, Papa. I stand and step away. And thank you for telling me the truth. It's an ugly story. Papa looks at his gnarled, knotted palms, rotted with scar tissue. I never wanted you to know my shame, Olivia. Your brother died in my place, and I have never forgotten that. I don't sleep at night without dreaming of the life that boy lost because I was too weak and sick to go to that meeting in his place. And no, please don't try to argue with me. I know all the arguments already. I've burned them into my heart, and they will always be with me. I've made my peace, but I will never forget. I blink back tears and try to imagine how Papa has survived so long with this hurting him. But my Papa, he's made of iron, wood, and steel. He'll continue on so long as he can. But I understand why he never told me this story before. In his mind, it's a failure. I leave his study, and as I step into the hall, my back pocket vibrates. I'm surprised. I didn't think I'd get service internationally. But then I remember I'm on Papa's Wi-Fi, and when I take my phone out, my entire body feels like ice crawls across every inch of my skin. It's a message from Kasso. I'm coming for you, wife. Don't move. Chapter 24. Kasso. I drive through the night, stopping only to refuel the car, buy some food, and get more espresso. I'm wired when the GPS leads me along a bumpy, stone-strewn road to a large gate guarded by 4 armed men. Tell Senor Cuevas that Kasso Bruno is here to see his wife. The soldiers call up to the main house via handheld radio before waving me through. The property is lovely. I have to admit it. Almost as nice as Villa Bruno, though different. Cuevas's place is Spanish style with whitewashed walls and tightly joined stones dotting the facade, sweeping arches and wind-blown trees. A fountain gurgles nearby, sputtering water across a basin. I wonder how many days of rain they get, and would bet it's less than a dozen. And still it's halfway to verdant. I park beside an SUV I recognize. It's the car Olivia must have taken. I try to imagine how the drive down here felt for her, but it only makes my blood boil with anger, and I banish all thoughts. She left me. She abandoned me when I needed her the most, and as much as I hate her right now, as much as I despise her, she is still mine, and I will not give her up so easily. Stones crunch underfoot. Her father comes out to greet me. It's just past 8 in the morning local time, and I'm in a foul mood. I must look even worse. Unshaven, rumpled clothing, bleary eyes. Senor Cuevas says nothing about that. He looks almost as bad as I feel, like he didn't get much sleep either. Hello, Kasso. He shakes my hand firmly, his face grim. I just want you to know,
that I didn't tell her to come. I had no idea she was on her way. I know, I say, nodding slightly. Gerardo Cuevas is a snake and a dangerous man, but he's not a stupid one. He'd never willingly bring his daughter home and defy our arrangement, not when it's so new, and he's already beginning to profit nicely. He needs this business more than I do. But I need to see her. She's still asleep. I don't think she slept at all between leaving your house and driving here. He hesitates, as if wondering if he should speak the obvious aloud. You look as though you haven't either. My brother's lying in a hospital bed in a coma right now, half dead. I left last night at 2:30. No, Gerardo, I didn't sleep on my way down here. I want to see my wife. He nods, keeps nodding, like that'll appease me. You're welcome to her. I can show you to the room. Coffee first, I say, because I need something to buoy me against the blackness that's tugging at my heart, and because the stuff I drank on the way down here was like mud and left a foul taste in my mouth. For the both of us.
Please! He leads me in through a large entry hall and into a comfortable sitting room. An older woman comes with 2 large mugs of dark, rich coffee, and I take them both. Gerardo tries to convince me to sit and drink first, but I insist on seeing Olivia right away, and so he shows me to her room. It's toward the back of the house with a nice light gray door. The place is quiet, hushed, but I feel the thrum of life nearby, like it knows I'm here and it's hiding from me. Thank you, Gerardo. No matter what happens with your daughter, I won't forget this. He looks almost grateful as he leaves. I prop a mug under my arm and get the door open before shuffling into the room and shutting it behind me. It's smaller than back home. A sitting area on the left, lots of books, lots of blankets, and several large windows. A dresser, a closet, a television, and the bed on the right. It's a wide mattress, piled with more blankets and pillows, and her hair is a small dark spray toward the top. Her back's to me, and I stare at the line of her curves and her hips beneath the light top sheet, and I can feel her breath against my neck, her heartbeat against my back, and the warmth of her skin beneath my palms. I yearn for her body in my bed, but I'm shaking with anger, and the coffee's nearly spilling. I put her mug down on the bedside table and stand by the window, sipping mine. She wakes after a while. I don't rush her. I steal glances at her sleeping form, at her innocent face, her beautiful lips. I know it won't stay like this. When she wakes, we'll fight. But for now, I can enjoy her simple, gorgeous peace. By the time my drink is finished, she's stirring, blinking at the light, frowning at me as I turn to face her. She's not surprised to see me, but there is a flicker of fear. Good. She's learning. She must know how bad this situation is. Morning, wife. I lean on that last word. Wife. Good morning, husband. She glances at the bedside table, sits up, and takes the mug. The sheet falls away, revealing a low-cut tank top that shows off her graceful breasts, her thin collarbones, her small shoulders, and that lovely dark skin. My blood boils and burns, and my anger only peaks as my pure physical lust for her intensifies. I watch her drink. I stare at her and wonder if this is a mistake. I could leave now and let her stay with her father forever. I have the alliance, and there is no reason to break it on account of one willful daughter. I can be reasonable. Gerardo and I will grow stronger together, whether Olivia is involved or not. Let some other cartel fool have to deal with her. But I won't leave her alone. It would look too weak to give her back, and there would be whispers. No, I'm in this, and I won't give it up. I know it, and I think she does too. Olivia is mine, in body and spirit and mind. She's been mine for so very long. Ever since I first saw her at school, from a distance, and didn't know who she was yet, I only knew that she was the new girl, and she was absolutely fucking beautiful. I wanted her badly in those first moments, wanted to kiss her full lips and palm her thick hair, right up until I heard her name and all that desire turned to ash on my tongue. But it never went away. even during all the days I spent making her life hell, torturing her, teasing her, harassing her, making her understand that she's nothing but a speck beneath my boot, which was always a lie. A comforting lie, I told myself. Olivia's never been a speck, or a bug, or an ant. Olivia's a lioness and always was. Even when things were at their peak, and I was a vicious viper striking out at her any chance I got, Olivia never backed down, never ran away, never held her tongue. She was strong then, and she's strong now. I can't be surprised when she does exactly what I think she'll do, even if it pisses me off to no end. It's that inner strength, that incredible glow, that draws me to her again and again, despite myself, despite everything. No, Olivia fights for what she believes, and that's what I love the most. "Did you get what you came for?" I ask her softly as I step toward the bed. She frowns slightly, staring at the coffee. "I think so." "And what did you learn?" I watch her take another long sip before putting the mug back down. Her back straightens and she draws herself up like a queen sitting on cushions in front of her court. Her posture is impeccable, and I feel a sharp thrill in my guts I do my best to ignore. I put my own mug down and move closer. "Manuel died in a car bomb. The bomb was planted on your father's car. Boris Fedorov and my brother took the brunt of the blast while Don Bruno survived through sheer luck. They were there to discuss ending the war and coming to terms, and the Russian was acting as a go-between. I'm confident your father didn't plant that bomb. I'm fairly confident Manuel and my father didn't either, which leaves Boris Fedorov. But why would he do it when he stood to benefit? Why would he go anywhere near that car if he knew about the bomb? Something doesn't fit, Casso." I watch her carefully, studying the lines on her face, and take in what she's saying. The bomb, the peace negotiations, the deaths, the blood and guts. 10 years gone, but so fresh for her. You're right. I don't think it was either of our fathers, and I doubt it was Boris, which means it was someone else. And there's only one person we both know that's still involved in what happened 10 years ago. I sit slowly at the edge of the bed and she watches me. I feel the weight of hours and miles and the deaths of Danil's men, what feels like a lifetime ago. So much slaughter, and all for what? Finn's silent, unmoving form on the hospital bed. "He was a kid back then," I say quietly, looking into her deep brown eyes. "You really think he set up a car bomb?" She shrugs, chewing on her lip. "I know this will sound crazy, but he was good at chemistry. He basically did our whole lab when we worked together. Is it such a huge leap to imagine he could make a bomb? I mean, that sort of stuff was all over the internet back then, right? It wouldn't have been hard to figure it out, not for someone already good at that sort of thing." She's not wrong. The internet was the Wild West 10 years ago. Now all that stuff's been moved to the dark web, but it's still accessible for someone clever and dedicated enough. Danil's both of those things. What did he have to gain, though? Danil was in high school when that bomb went off. But he's acting like he knows something we don't. Her knuckles turn white as she digs her fingers into the mattress. I know it's stupid, but what if he has something to do with it? What if everything that's happening now, the attack on Finn, everything else, what if it's all because of that bomb 10 years back? I want to tell her to let it all go. I want to tell her that I'll handle it, that I'm already hunting Danil for what he did, that he'll be nothing more than a sticky red smear on the pavement soon enough, but it won't matter. She ran away to Mexico to pursue a lead. It doesn't matter what I say at this point. She's going to keep moving forward. For her brother. Just like I'll keep pushing forward for Finn. I reach out to her. She doesn't flinch away when I touch her cheek, and I feel a swirl of conflicting emotions threatening to rip me to shreds. Tears spring to her eyes, but she blinks them back. God, she's so strong. It breaks my fucking heart. I touch her softly and she nuzzles against my palm. I hated you for a long time, I say quietly, and that only makes her face scrunch up as if fighting harder not to cry. For so many years, I blamed you for everything wrong in my life. Back then, I wanted to go to college. I wanted to become something more than a mafia thug. I had plans, Olivia. and they all involved me graduating from high school with good grades and a perfect resume. I worked hard in school, even when all I wanted to do was fuck every girl possible and act like a king. Instead, I studied. I was so close. But it was all ripped away when you told the administration that I was selling tests, and they expelled me. I smile bitterly as she reaches up and takes my hand from her face and holds it tightly. But her eyes are wide, and her lips are tugged into a deep, confused frown. My father beat me so bad I couldn't walk for a day after we got the call from the principal, I say, remembering the way he cursed me and hit me with a switch and shouted in Italian and told me I was nothing but a worthless, filthy wretch, how I wasted all his time and money on that silly private school, and he was right. I tried everything I could to get reinstated. I begged and pleaded and coerced and bribed. It was true. I was selling tests. But so the fuck what? Why is that worth ruining my life? I knew it was you, Olivia. I always knew. And I hated you so goddamn bitterly for so goddamn long because of it. I close my eyes, trembling. I can't look at her now, but the pressure of her fingers on my hand increases. I took her virginity at that party, and she ran out on me. I always assumed because she was too damn angry. Then 2 weeks later, I get kicked out of school. It was obvious, so damn obvious what happened. Olivia knew about my scheme. Olivia had motive. But, Casso, I didn't tell anyone about you, she says, so softly, so quietly I almost don't hear. My eyes open. It's okay, I say, running my fingers over her smooth skin. It doesn't matter anymore, you know. I'm not angry. I understand why you did what you did, and I might have done the same in your position. God, after the way I treated you, I deserved it and more. Casso, really, I'm not lying. I didn't tell the administration about you selling tests. She shakes her head, looking even more confused. I swear it. When you got kicked out of school, it was a surprise. I had no clue anything was going to happen. I was happy it happened, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't involved at all. Why would I lie now? Why would she? I release her hands and pull back, standing. I'm shaking now as I walk to the windows, trying to get my head straight. For years and years, this was my story. This was how I understood what happened back then. And now to learn it's all wrong? I'm dizzy with the shock of it. But it had to be you. Who else would have done it? Anyone, she says earnestly. Your friends, your enemies, everyone knew. But everyone was too afraid to cross me. You were the only one that ever had the balls to speak up. It had to be you. It wasn't me. She moves from the bed and stands. She's in a pair of tiny shorts and that tiny fucking tank top, and her skin glows in the early morning light. She looks like an angel, and I can't take my eyes off her. Every inch of her skin calls to me, from her lips to her shoulders to her knees and everything in between. It was like God made her to my exact specifications, and I can barely keep from reaching out and touching her, kissing her, pushing her up against the wall and fucking her senseless. I don't know what to think right now. If you didn't get me kicked out of school, then I've been hating you for no goddamn reason all this time. I'm sorry, she says, and comes closer. Not for that, but for running. I'm sorry for running and for not trusting you. But I swear, Casso, I didn't tell anyone about your tests. It wasn't me. Her words are iron rods into my heart. I force myself away from the window and toward her, even if I'm having trouble reshaping my view of the world. I've been such a damn fool, I say, advancing fast, and she doesn't have time to pull away as I grab her and yank her against my body. She feels soft, gorgeous, and my heart's racing at the way her lips part. She's sensual and perfect, and I feel her fingers dig into my back and a purr on her lips. What are we going to do? She whispers, looking up into my eyes. We're going to get answers, you and I. We're going to find the truth. But for now, I need to do what I drove all the way out here to do, and I won't leave before it's finished. What's that? She asks, and I bury my mouth against hers, kissing her hard and deep, because no matter what happened in the past, no matter what happens in the future, there's here and now. And in this room, she's golden and gorgeous, and I can't resist her. I can't walk away from her, and I have to taste her until I've had my fill. Chapter 25. Olivia. His kiss lights a fire in my core, and not in a million years did I think this would happen. That Casa would come to my father's house and kiss me and make me feel like I'm glowing. I expected rage, rejection, blame, punishment. Instead, I get his lips, his tongue, his arms around my body. His hands move across my skin, up to my breasts, in through my hair. He grips tight and he kisses my neck, his lips like heaven on my throat. Mine, he purrs. All mine, little Olivia. You can run all you want, but you are mine and you will obey. If you're lucky and I choose to keep you, I swear it, you will never do something like this again. His grip in my hair tightens. Do you understand? Yes, I whisper, as he squeezes my hips like he can't get enough. Say it again. He bites my shoulder and slowly tugs down my shorts. I'm wearing a pair of black panties, old and worn, and they barely cover my ample ass. He grips it with his free hand hard enough to nearly hurt. I won't do anything like this again. He growls and bites my lower lip. He's savage. He's angry, and he's taking it out on me. He pulls my hair as he steers me to the bed, but instead of pushing me down, he pulls off my tank top. I've got on nothing beneath, only more skin and hard nipples. He licks my breasts and sucks them, groaning as he does it, and I feel his arousal like lightning and waves in a pond. I dig my hands into his back and he seems to love it as he pulls my hair tighter and finally shoves me down roughly. I topple onto the bed. He yanks me to the edge and drops to his knees in supplication. He pulls down my panties, not bothering to tease me first, not bothering to wait. His eyes worship my bare, glistening pussy. This isn't for my pleasure. This is for his hunger, and if it feels good, well, that's only a byproduct of how badly he wants to consume me. I gasp and grab his hair as his mouth kisses up my inner thigh, and his tongue laps along my lips, spreading me wide. I'm naked, exposed, and he's there licking and sucking my clit like I'm the last woman on earth. Like I'm his everything. And if I close my eyes and pull his hair and feel his fingers slide inside my pussy, I can imagine that yes, I'm his, all his, and he's mine too. I moan and gyrate my hips as he fucks me with his fingers nice and deep. His tongue rolls circles around my clit and his lips suck it. He's teasing now, playing with me, getting me moaning and writhing, my breasts shaking with each inhale. He's merciless, and I know I won't find any kindness, and right now I don't want any. Only his fingers, his tongue, his lips. Only a hard sense of rough pleasure, the kind of pleasure that comes tinged with pain, the two intertwined so deeply it's hard to tell them apart. That's how I am with him, twisted up and braided, a rope of longing and hate and desire and control. He fucks me with those fingers, two of them, deep and slow, and looks up into my eyes. When I make you come, don't think it's because I want you to feel good. I'm making you come so you know I own you. I'm making you come so I can destroy you. I'm making you come to remind you that I am your husband, and you are my wife, and without me, you are nothing. Right now, Olivia, I fucking hate you. I hate you for running away when I needed you the most, but goddamn, I need you too. I want to fuck you until you're nothing, until you come so hard you forget you exist. I want you on all fours in our room, quivering, shaking your ass, dripping wet, waiting for me to mount you. Fuck you, come deep inside of you. You turn me into a fucking savage, Olivia, and I hate you for that too. And then his fingers curl against my G-spot, hitting me just right, stroking me slowly at first, then faster and faster as his tongue circles around my clit. I'm throbbing with need for him, and I don't know how long I can take it. His commanding voice, his mastery of my flesh,
and all the pleasure builds and builds, gathering in my core until I'm moaning, back arched, fingers grabbing his hair, pelvis working up and down. He growls and sucks harder, licks faster, and I'm clenching with need, right on the edge. Until I burst. I come so hard it's madness. I lose my mind, heavenly, heady, unfathomable. I come in an avalanche, and he moans when he tastes it, like I'm euphoria for him. I'm white-knuckled in his hair, and the orgasm rips through me, shatters me, leaves me ruined and gasping for breath as sweat rolls down between my breasts, over my hard nipples, along my stomach. He stands, staring at me with blazing eyes, and unbuckles his belt as I lay there panting hard and blinking rapidly. "Mine," he whispers. "Look at you. All mine. Your beautiful breasts, your perfect hips, your lovely legs. All mine." He takes off the belt, his pants, his shirt. I stare at the rippling muscles covered in tattoos. My heart's racing wildly, and his thick, hard cock straining against his boxer briefs. "Sit up. Now." I obey. Right now, I can't do anything else. I sit up on the edge of the bed, back straight, pulsing. He pets my hair lovingly and takes off his boxer briefs. His cock's so hard he's twitching when I take him in my hand. I look up into his eyes and he's staring at me so intently, it's like he wants to remember every detail forever. I lick him first, top to bottom, lapping his hard shaft, swirling his massive tip before I take his cock into my mouth. I suck him slow, but he doesn't want slow. He doesn't want gentle. He pushes me down and I gag, moaning. I pull back, gasping, stroking his cock now covered in my spit. I suck him fast and deep, and he groans his delight as he grabs my hair and fucks my mouth. He's taking me. This is what it means to be taken, and delight rips along my skin, sizzling and buzzing. And God, yes, his cock pulses in my mouth, and he's iron hard, so goddamn hard, and all for me. He wants me so badly it kills him. I make him like this, wild with lust and savage in his desire. He can't stop himself. The thought drives me insane. It ruins him to want me, to need me so badly he'll leave his family to follow me to Mexico. I realize then and there how much of a sacrifice this is for him, and what it means. And I need him, God. I need him so badly it hurts, just like he needs me. He pulls me up and turns me around, bending me over, getting me up on my hands and knees on the bed. My face is down in the blankets, and I look back over my shoulder at him as he grabs my hips and strokes his shaft along my sopping wet pussy. Not inside, not yet, only slathering his cock in my juices. He slaps my ass once, lightly, then again, hard. I gasp, remembering the spanking. I have more of those coming, and it's a pleasant idea. A lifetime of spankings, a lifetime of punishment just like this. "There's only one way I know how to discipline you, Olivia," he says as his tip presses against my aching, throbbing entrance. "Only one thing I know you'll listen to." He spanks me hard, and pain pulses down my spine, just as he sinks his cock deep inside my pussy. I gasp, head thrown back in sudden agonizing ecstasy. I don't know where the pain starts and the pleasure stops, and he spanks me again in the midst of it, pulling his cock back and stroking in deeper, fucking me wide and rough. He spanks me so hard I have to bury my mouth in the blankets to keep from screaming as he reaches around my hips to roll his fingers along my clit. He dominates me then. There's no other way to say it. He holds me down and fucks me, his massive cock slamming deep into my pussy in waves, sending massive bursts of pleasure mixed with pain rushing through my brain until I'm nothing but a knot of tension that just keeps growing. He leans over me, his massive body pinning me down as he takes me. His fist slides into my hair and he pulls. I move up and back against him. His lips crush into mine as I grind my hips. I'm greedy to keep going, desperate to feel him fill me and stretch me and tear me to bits. I moan into his kiss and he bites my lip before pushing me back down, slapping my ass, spanking me rough.
I'm bucking my hips now, riding his massive shaft, taking every inch of his throbbing thick cock. I moan, stupid with wanton need, ringing with every long thrust, out of my mind and groaning. He growls in response and we're moving together, fucking wildly, sweating and uncontrollable, and finally, I feel it build so much it drives me insane, and one more rough spank from his hard palm pushes me over the edge. I come and he doesn't stop. I come so hard I nearly black out as spots curl in the edge of my vision, and that only makes the orgasm so much more intense. I'm moaning his name into the blankets. I have them halfway shoved into my mouth as a gag. Otherwise, the whole damn world will know how bad I love his cock between my legs. And as I finish, he slides out of me, leaving a palpable absence. But he rolls me onto my back and pins me down. He holds my wrists above my head. He keeps them there, contained, as I wrap my legs around his hips. He slides inside with ease, my pussy so slick it's dripping down onto the bed, and he fucks me slow at first as my orgasm eases. He licks my nipples and palms them with one free hand and goes faster, staring into my eyes. "Mine," he whispers. "My good girl." He's looking at me like he can't turn away, like he needs to see my face, and I start rolling my hips, and we're rocking together. We're moving as one. He kisses me. I kiss him back. He bites me and I bite him back. He's possessing me. He's owning me. This is what it means to be fucked, to be dominated. "Fuck me, Casso," I whisper. "Please keep fucking me. I need you right now. I need you so badly it hurts. Please don't stop." He growls in response and goes faster. I'm moving my hips, grinding against him, and we're fucking together in a passionate frenzy. "I want to taste you every day, Olivia. I want to see your cunt dripping wet inches above my hard cock. I want to see your body tremble with need and hear your frustrated moans as I deny you what you want over and over again, leaving you just on the edge of absolute pleasure. I will not be merciful. I will not be kind, but you will thank me for it. I want you to tease me, and I want to drive you right to the edge and hold you there. I need your breasts, your lips, your sweet ass, your sweeter pussy. I want every piece of you. I want it all, Olivia, you filthy fucking girl. Yes," I moan. "I'm yours, all of me. Fuck me faster, you bastard. Fuck me like you hate me." "I do hate you, princess. I hate every inch of your perfect fucking body. I hate the way you make me feel. And most of all, I hate how badly I need to fill you up." "Casso," I gasp, back arching, and it hits me, blinding and intense. I come again, and this time he's coming with me, both of us tumbling down into bliss, his cock filling me deep between my legs. I feel him, warm and perfect, comforting and right, utter bliss. I dig my fingers into his back and kiss him, burying his mouth with mine, until we're both lying spent, soaking wet, and utterly satiated. He stretches as I admire his lean, muscular frame from the distance of my hazy post-orgasm glow. He grins at me, kisses my nipples, palms my breasts, slaps my ass. He can't keep his hands to himself and his cock is still half hard, twitching with each heartbeat. I nuzzle against his chest and pull the sheets on top of us. "I've never fucked a guy in my father's house before," I whisper, grinning stupidly. "First time for everything." "Do you think anyone heard?" "Princess, I suspect all of Mexico heard." I blush deeply, utterly mortified. "That's more than a little embarrassing, you know. I suspect your father will be relieved more than anything. He wants this marriage to work, and fucking you is a good sign." He laughs and bites my ear. "But don't worry, it won't matter when I bring you home." I look into his eyes, his lovely dark eyes, and I wonder, do I want that? Do I truly want to go with this man when I know what it means? Marriage. A lifetime of servitude. My existence will be for the familiar, whether I like it or not. If I go with him and leave my father's house again, there will be no turning back, because if I try to run again, Casso will kill me. He'll have to do it. Honor and duty and fidelity to family will demand my sacrifice. We both know it. Is that what I want? To commit myself to this? When are we leaving? I whisper, already sure of the answer. There's no turning back for me, not anymore. As soon as you get your things together. He's quiet now, staring at the ceiling. I feel his heart race against my cheek. I need you to understand that I don't know what this means if you come back with me. I'm not making any promises to you. I chew on my lip. I assume it means I'm your wife. You hurt me, Olivia. You ran away from the family while Finn's lying half dead in a hospital bed. You turned your back on me and everyone I love. How can I let you back into my life after that? Even though I want to, how can I do it? I close my eyes and struggle against the tears. He's right to ask that question, even if it breaks my heart. He's right to wonder, because I'm wondering how we'll move past it, or if we even can. I shake my head slightly. I don't know. I answer truthfully, and that's not what he wants to hear. More silence. Only his beating heart and his deep breaths. A tear rolls down my cheek and pools onto his chest. I wipe it away. We'll go home, he says, and we'll figure it out from there. I nod once. If that's what you want. I don't want any of this. I didn't want it, and I still don't. I don't want to feel this way. He pulls me closer, his big arms wrapping around my body. But you need to want it too, he says into my ear. You have to want to come with me, Olivia. You have to want to be a part of my family and everything that means. I won't chase you again. I will expect obedience, or at the very least, I'll expect honesty. Beyond that, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I just don't know yet. I let his words sink in and try to picture what they mean. Family dinners, society events, the life of a mafia wife. I'll make appearances, smile at galas and charity balls, dinner parties, campaign gatherings. I'll wield huge power, but be expected to do my duty, to have children, to be the perfect princess. And it's appealing, if it means I'll get to be with Casso. Take me home, I say, and he kisses me. Chapter 26. Casso Finn's the way I left him a day earlier. Still, quiet, pale. The machines softly beep and the room stinks of cleaning products and lemons. Kara's sitting with her knees pulled to her chest and watching Finn with tired, red-rimmed eyes, bleary and exhausted. I doubt she's left his side since I went to Mexico. Guilt stabs at me, but I know he'd understand. The nurses say no news can be good news. Kara's voice is reedy and thin, like she's talking through a tin can string phone. That doesn't sound right. I touch my brother's shoulder. His chest rises and falls, slowly. It means he's not getting worse. I think the doctors expected him to die that first night, and the fact that he hasn't is a small miracle. He's got to heal. She nods to herself, as if making a decision. He'll pull through this. He will. I tighten my jaw and stare at Finn's quiet, sleeping face. Back home, Olivia's in our room, waiting. She swore she wouldn't leave it, and I believe her. I haven't slept more than a few hours in the last 2 days, and I'm running on fumes. But I had to come here to check on Finn. I already feel little stabs of uncertainty writhe along my skin. I hope I'm doing the right thing. I want to save everyone if I can. It's strange, but I feel like I think more clearly next to Finn, and I need to figure out what I'm doing with my wife, what I want from her, and what I can expect. There's so much swirling all around, all these moving pieces, from Danil to our parents to poor dead Manuel to Finn, and on, and in the midst of it all, there's Olivia. How's she doing? Kara looks at me expectantly. Your trip seems like it was successful. Elise texted and said she saw Olivia. I shrug a little. She's fine. Back home now, but she's on house arrest. Room arrest, really. She smiles to herself. Gavino owes me money then. I bet him you'd bring her back and he thought you'd leave her there. I want half of that. My eyebrows raise. That's my action too. Too bad. It was my bet. Besides, you made the right choice, so you're a winner either way. Are you sure about that? I lean back, slumping slightly. I roll my neck trying to relieve some of the tension in my shoulders. I'm worried you're wrong and this is all some massive mistake. Olivia doesn't want to be here and I'm not sure I want her. Kara's quiet. My sister has been through a lot, especially with Nico. It's been hard for her these last few years, but she finally found a slice of joy with her family, her little boy, her husband. She's been thriving ever since, and I'm proud of the way she overcame adversity and managed to keep on going, despite my father trying to shove her back. But father's dead and gone, and she doesn't need to worry about him anymore. If Finn died, what would you do to get revenge? Her question has an obvious answer, but I sense the trap. Anything, I say simply. I'd burn this city to the ground. You mean that literally too. I know what she's doing, but I can't help it. If Finn died, I'd do anything to find the people that hurt him and make them pay. That's all Olivia's doing. Her brother died a long time ago, but she's still hunting the people she hates. You understand that, don't you? I do, and if that were all, I could forgive her. I might not like it, but at least I could understand. But she ran away and abandoned me only a day after Finn got shot. That says so much about her priorities. How can I trust her anymore? Does it matter, though? Finn's not her brother. She's new to our family, and my understanding is she barely wants to be here at all. Can you really blame her for doing what she thinks is right? I work my jaw, shaking my head. I don't want to talk about this. Well, I do. And I'm tired of being quiet just because you're the big bad Don. You're my brother, Casso, and I don't want to see you screw up something good. What the hell do you know about something good? I glare at Kara now, seething, but I'm not mad at her. I'm angry with myself for getting put in this position at all. I wish things were simple, and I were capable of making everything right with Olivia. Don't be stupid. I see the way you look at each other. When she's around, it's like you're 10 years younger again. You're happy with her in a way I never really expected from you. I know she messed up when she went back to Mexico, but she wasn't wrong to do it. She did it for a good reason, not just to escape you or something. I slam my hand down on the arm of my chair. Enough. I don't want to hear this. Because her words are all the words in my heart, echoing the same arguments I've made quietly in my mind 100 times. The messed up thing is, I want to forgive Olivia more than anything, and I desperately want someone to give me an excuse to do it. You need to hear this. She sits up straight and leans forward, glaring at me across the sleeping body of my brother. Olivia's good for you. If you keep going on like this, you're going to ruin your one chance at being happy. It's a small miracle you got her back in your life. Please don't ruin it just because you're too proud. She made a mistake. People do that sometimes. Get over it, forgive her, and move on. I glare hate at my sister. She glares it right back. When we were kids, I would have tried to shove her over, and that would have turned into an all-out brawl. Kara was never shy about trying to beat the crap out of us just because she was a girl. We didn't hold back either. Back then, all of us would get into these enormous shouting matches with thrown fists and screaming, and the staff would roll their eyes. I feel like that again, seething at my sister for telling me how I feel when I know damn well how I feel already. I don't need to hear it from her. And in that moment, I can see the absurdity of the situation. We're arguing above the body of my comatose brother and acting like we're children again. I grin at Kara, and the tension suddenly breaks, and she sits back in her chair, grinning in return. You're probably right, I say, waving a hand in the air. But if you're not, I don't know what I'll do. Before she can argue more, the door opens. Nico's there, looking grim. He nods at his wife, but doesn't go to kiss her, which is rare for him. Instantly, I sense something is very wrong. Casso, he says, I need a word. I nod and get up. Kara sighs and blows her husband a kiss. Talk some sense into my brother, husband dearest, she says, waggling a finger. He's not thinking straight. I'll do what I can, wife of my heart. I step into the hallway. We're tucked in a back corner of the hospital at the far end of the building, away from the nurses' station. It's quiet and empty, and we move over toward a window that overlooks a parking lot. News on Fedorov? I ask, bracing myself for the worst. We hit one of his places last night. Lost a guy, but we killed 6. This morning, we hit another spot. Lost 2 more and killed 8. No Fedorov, but his bratva's hurting really bad. Streets are all quiet and there's a lot of panic and fear going around. I let out a long breath. Make sure the families of the dead are taken care of. Make sure they want for nothing. I will. Good. I rub my face. Panic and fear are good. People make bad decisions when their backs are up against the wall. What's Fedorov's strength at now? Can't be more than 10 or so soldiers. I've got guys crawling the streets sniffing for a single whiff of the bastard. But there's nothing. It's all silent. Most of the other crews and gangs and small-timers are all lying low in case we decide to turn our guns on them. Nobody knows what the fuck's going down. He knows we're coming. He's not stupid enough to show his face until some of this blows over, which means we need to double our efforts. If people are scared, they're going to make bad decisions. Let's keep turning up the heat and apply more pressure. I've got every guy I can spare on it. Then use some you can't. Fedorov is our top priority. I need the entire West Coast to understand what happens when you fuck with the Bruno Familia. We're making an example of this fucker and anyone else that decides now's a good time to step out of line. Sow as much chaos as you can, brother. Nico grunts and nods. I'll hit a few more spots we've been looking at and see what we can turn up. He approves of this strategy, but his face is clouded, like he's uncertain about something. One thing's still bothering me. Why the business in the beginning about buying back that club? Why the bullshit with the Polish guys if he was just going to try to kill you anyway? I'm not sure, and that's been bugging me too. I don't understand what that game was about. And it was a game, I'm sure of that now. He never cared about the club or the Polish brothers. He only wanted to fuck with me. He wanted to make me dance for him, and that pisses me off beyond measure. I have a theory. You won't like it. He's looking out the window now, not glancing in my direction. And that's not good. Spit it out, Olivia. I think she's behind all this. My eyebrows raise. She's behind all this how? Maybe not behind it. Maybe she's more like the center of it all. He clears his throat. Here's my theory. That first meeting you went to? That was an ambush. But he didn't spring it because Olivia actually showed up. I'm guessing he didn't think that would happen, but as soon as she walked into the building, he decided to pivot and call it off. That fucked up his plans. After that, he needed to get you in a position where you were weak and separated from the rest of the guys, and so he put you through the fucking gauntlet to try to get you isolated from the rest of your muscle. He was watching that whole time, just waiting for the perfect moment. At the first opportunity, he struck and just happened to miss. I take a deep breath and let it out. Why would he give a shit about Olivia? That I'm not sure about, but I think she's the key to all this. He glances at me. Go home and talk to her. Maybe she'll know something. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I lean my head back against the wall. A dull, low throb pulses at my temples. I don't know what I want from her right now. Just do it. And if my wife is telling you to forgive Olivia, then I think you should. I snort, laugh, and shake my head. My sister's not right about everything, you know. So says you, but in my experience, she's right more often than not. Just think about it. Yeah, all right. I'll talk to her at least, but first I'm going to spend some more time with Finn. You get out there and start fucking shit up. Nico nods and glances back. Give my wife my best. He grins at me and heads down the hall. I remain alone by the window for a long moment, trying to gather myself. but I feel like I'm broken in 1,000 different pieces, with each piece trying to move in a different direction. And it's then that I realize the one thing I keep coming back to is Olivia. Nico's right. She is the center. She's my center, at least. Even when I'm at my lowest, even when it makes the least sense, there's always her. Always Olivia. Everyone's telling me she's good, so why try to fight it when I don't want to? I turn away and head back into Finn's room. I sit down across from Kara, and she arches her eyebrows at me. "Well?" she asks. "I'll talk to her," I say. Kara looks smug and very self-satisfied. Chapter 27. Olivia. Is it curled up in the reading nook Casso made for me, but I can't seem to concentrate on anything. We left my SUV behind, a little parting gift for Papa. I'm still dragging from the 12 hours I spent in a car, 6 out and 6 back, the trip home spent in tense silence, all except for a half hour when he pulled over in a quiet, dead parking lot and looked into my eyes. "Take off your shorts. Take off your panties." He pulled me into his lap and, God, he was so hard, twitching against me with a raging, yearning need. I rode him in that abandoned lot, rode him until the car rocked and the windows fogged, and we both came in a flood of lust. When there's nothing else in the way, things with Casso are good. They feel right, perfect, like two puzzle pieces snapping together. But the situation we're in remains complicated, and Daniel's still out there somewhere causing problems. Casso won't stop until he gets revenge for his brother, and I can't blame him for that. I'm doing the same thing. My phone buzzes and I check the text. "Casso, I'm heading home. You better be there." Olivia, "I'm right where you left me." Casso, "Good girl. Have you been thinking about me?" Olivia, "I have. Very bad things, though." Casso, "I like that. Tell me some of those bad thoughts." Olivia, "I was picturing what you made me do on our drive home when you pulled over." Casso, "I made you take off your pants, your panties, and had you straddle my hard cock. Remember the way it felt deep between your legs?" Olivia, "Yes, I remember. I don't think I'll ever forget it." Casso, "Does it make you wet thinking about riding me like that? Right in public, where anyone might see you? I love that you're a dirty girl for me." Olivia, "You and only you." Casso, "I love how soaking you get for me. I love the way you moan and the way you scream my name when you come. I'm on my way home to see you, and I want you soaked for me on all fours, your ass in the air waiting. I want to find you in bed like that. I'll be there in 10. My stomach does flips with excitement, picturing the wait. It'll be torture, utter agony, and I need it so badly it hurts. I need the release, the proof that he wants me, the way he looks at me as he fucks me and feels my slick pussy wrapped around his massive, throbbing cock. I need him kissing me, biting me, telling me he loves it when he's inside me. I need him to remind me why I can't get enough of him. Olivia, "Yes, sir. I'll do what you ask, but only because you asked so nicely." Casso, "Good girl." I'm grinning as I get up and start to undress. If he's coming from the hospital, he won't be long. I pull off my shirt, and my nipples are stiff already as I walk to the bed, swaying my hips, already feeling his hands on my body and my mind. I'm smiling as I climb up and pull off my pants and spread my legs, and, hell, I can't help myself. I touch myself a little bit. I rub myself slowly, my pussy already slick with need, and my phone buzzes again. "Casso!" I purr. "You bastard." I pick it up and freeze. It's not Casso. It's a number I don't recognize. Unknown. Olivia, "Did you find out who killed your brother yet?" I stop touching myself and sit up against the headboard, my legs locked closed. I pull the sheets up around my hips, frowning as I try to figure out who the hell is texting me, but I already know, deep down in the pit of my stomach, it's obvious who's on the other end. It's got to be Daniel. There's nobody else who would talk to me like that, who knows what I'm trying to do so intimately. Olivia,
How did you get this number? What do you want, Daniel? Why are you messaging me?
Daniel, I want to know if you've figured out that your husband is the root of all your problems yet. Daniel, I want to know if you're ready to hurt him the way I think he needs to be hurt. Daniel, the whole Bruno familia is a stain on this city, and together we can bring them down and burn them into nothing. We can make them pay for what they did to us 10 years ago, if only you'd help me. Why don't you help me, Olivia? We can do so much together, you and I, like the old days, like chemistry lab. Don't you think we're good together? I get dressed. I pace back and forth, and my phone rings, and it's Daniil, but I don't answer. I'm panicking, afraid, and uncertain. Do I tell Casso about this? If I'm not stripped and in that bed in the next 2 minutes, he'll know something's wrong. Can I really hide these messages after everything that happened? I'm terrified that I'll do the wrong thing. Casso might not understand. If he realizes Daniil's trying to get me to betray the Bruno Famiglia, he might think I really want to do it. He might rightfully wonder how Daniil got my number in the first place. He might even think I've been talking with Daniil this entire time. I ran away once, so it's not a huge stretch to imagine I'd do something even worse. Can I tell him? Even if it might ruin whatever we're trying to rekindle? I hear his steps in the hall. More texts from Daniil come through, and I'm too afraid to check. It's like if I don't read them, then I can't be held responsible for what they say. I'm trembling, terrified. And when the door opens, and Casso looks in at me, his face falling at the expression in my eyes, I look back at him and taste his lips on mine, feel his body against mine, and I know what I need to do. Daniil started texting me, I say, holding up my phone. I don't know how he got my number, but Casso, he's texting me. He walks over and I give him my phone. He says nothing, but I see the tension all over him. Casso reads the texts, one by one. He frowns, shaking his head. When did this start? Just now. He grunts and makes a call on his phone. Nico? How are things going? How many dead? Shit, that's good. Yeah, I got some news. Daniel's been messaging Olivia. We'll need to see what we can figure out from this number. Yeah, calling too. All right, send your tech guy. He hangs up, puts his phone away, and hands me back mine. What are we going to do? I ask, feeling somewhat relieved that he's not jumping to the worst possible assumption. He watches me for several long moments, and I'm terrified of what he might say. You're a liar. You ran away once. You're a traitor. How can I ever trust you? I'm trembling, and I brace myself to hear the words that I think I deserve. Come with me, he says instead, and steers me to the couch. We sit together, him with his arm across my shoulders, and I nuzzle close. Do you trust me? I nod once. I trust you. And it's true. I do trust him, and I want to trust you too. He takes a deep breath and lets it out, his body slackening slightly. Nico's been running all over the city trying to smoke Daniel out. He's been killing Daniel's soldiers and hitting the underworld hard. It'll blow back on us eventually, and I suspect our friends in law enforcement won't be friendly for long, but it's working. I think Daniel's texting you because he's desperate. So here's what we'll do. We're going to use this against him. I'm going to tell you what to say, and you're going to say it. Will you do that for me? I look up into his eyes, and yes, I'll do anything for him. Anything he asks. Whatever you want, I say. Good girl, he whispers, and kisses me. Now, about what I told you earlier. I believe you're supposed to be stripped down on all fours with that sweet ass wiggling in the air. Can you do that for me now, little wife? Then after, we will deal with this other problem. I think I can handle that. A pulse of excitement runs down my spine as he kisses my neck softly. Good. Very good girl. He laughs gently, kisses my throat, and pulls my hair. Now, undress. Chapter 28. Olivia. It's a sick irony that Daniel wants to meet midway down in the parking garage of the hospital where Finn's lying in a coma, but I don't have much choice. He sets the time and place, and I'm expected to show up. Tell them you want to see your new brother-in-law. I'm sure they'll love that. Your husband is all about family, isn't he? That bastard is condescending even over text. Casso's tech gurus did their best to trace the number Daniel is using, but nothing definitive came back. Apparently, he's using some kind of virtual defense network, which left us with no other choice but to play along. I stand awkwardly with my arms around myself in the far corner, right where Daniil told me to go after getting a ride with Kara. I don't like the flickering lights or the deep subterranean quiet that haunts the lower levels. It's like a tomb down here. The place smells like wet concrete and car exhaust. Black mildew grows on a nearby wall and long lines of moisture stains cover the ground. I'm trying to stay calm, but it's hard when I keep picturing Daniel's hard expression the last time I saw him, the intensity in his eyes like he wants to gather me up and steal me away. His unhinged messages don't help at all. The texts he sent were uncomfortable at best and psychotic at worst, and I worry that I'm making a terrible mistake by following through. But last night, after messaging nonstop with Daniil and setting the plan, I went with Kara to the hospital. She was coming here anyway, so it was easy to snag a ride. The room was empty and quiet, and we sat next to Finn's bed for an hour or so while Kara watched her brother with a deeply worried expression on her face, like she was trying to bring him out of his coma through sheer willpower alone. I didn't speak, and neither did she. We only watched her brother breathe, in and out, and listened to the chirp of nearby equipment, the soft murmurs of nurses speaking with each other, the gentle sway of the breeze outside. It was peaceful, and getting a glimpse at the way Kara gazed on her brother with utter and unceasing admiration made something click inside of me like a revelation. Manuel's dead. It's an obvious fact, but an important one. My brother is gone, but Kara's brother isn't. Finn's still alive, even if he's in a coma, and no matter what I do, I can't bring my brother home, but I can help the Bruno family. I can help Casso's family, and maybe work to heal the rift I helped create. Maybe this isn't ideal. I never imagined in a million years that I'd want to do anything positive for these people. But good acts can come from bad situations. The positive has to outweigh the negative, and only people willing to sacrifice can make that happen. But it's more than that. I want to stitch together whatever's ripped inside of Casso if I can. I want to mend him, and though I know I'll never put his flesh back together the way it was before, I want to try to get him as whole as possible. There will be scars and pain, and nothing's going to be perfect, but I want to give Casso as much as I can. Give him something I never had. A second chance. Which is why I'm here in this parking garage waiting for Daniil and scared out of my mind. I don't know what the Russian wants, but it won't be good, and it might end with me bleeding out on the concrete ground. But I'm trying. I'm here and I'm trying. And even though Casso begged me not to go through with this madness, the rest of his family agreed this was the best course of action. Even Elise seemed to think it was a smart idea, and that's what clinched it for me. In the end, the Don had to do what was best for everyone, even if it nearly killed him to approve my plan. But that's something else Casso has to learn. No matter how strong he is, how much control he has, it's never complete. Sometimes, the people we love do things we don't approve of and don't agree with, but we love them anyway. That's what love is. Love with conditions isn't love at all. It's a contract. And I'm done being in business with my husband. I want more. Footsteps nearby. Soft at first, but getting louder. I strain, trying to see where they're coming from, but the garage is empty and still, and the concrete echo scatters sound all around. The cars nearby gleam in the fluorescent overhead bulbs. We're 2 stories underground, and it feels like I'm buried in the dirt. I think of that car ride to Villa Bruno with Papa at the start of all this. Another funeral. Another burial. He comes around the corner, slipping between a minivan and an SUV. He steps into the light, smiling. His hair is pushed back and messy, oil-slicked. Big black rings hang beneath his eyes. His clothes are rumpled, like he slept in them. But it's still Daniel, with his predatory stare, his snake-like calm, that vicious smile. He stays 10 feet away on the other side of the ramp. "You came," he says as if it was in doubt. "I said I would." I glance around. Our voices bounce down the tunnel and are lost to the deeper levels. "Are we alone?" He tilts his head. I had the same question. Which means, probably not. I can't imagine he would have taken this risk without backup. "You're the one that dragged me here. Why the hell are we meeting at the hospital of all places? I thought it was clever to see you right under their nose. Besides, I suspect it's one of the few places your husband would let you go without him. Am I right?" He's right, but I don't let it show. "We're here. You wanted this meeting. What's your big idea?" He kept teasing something via text, some master plan he thinks will finally topple the Bruno Familia and right the world once and for all. He masks his true intentions in the language of revolution, but we both know that's an absurd joke. There's nothing revolutionary about a bratva pakan. He steps closer. One step onto the ramp, but no more. He glances around like he's unsure of himself, and it's the first sign that Casso might be right. Whatever Nico's doing all across the city has Daniil spooked. Men are dead, and Daniil's wondering if he's next. That's why we're having this meeting in the first place. Why he reached out the way he did. Why he's taking this risk. Spooked men do drastic things. I try to focus on that. If I keep thinking Daniel's some kind of monster, and that he's invincible, that he's been running this all from the shadows, then I'm going to lose my nerve and panic. And that's the one thing I can't do right now. "We have so much in common, Olivia," he says, voice pitched lower. "The Bruno family ruined our lives. Don't you see the symmetry? You and I, we're victims, and we're from the same world. How did they hurt you? They did what the Bruno Familia does best. They killed. They murdered. They stole. Everything my father built, the Brunos ripped it away and left us a husk of our former selves. Do you remember what it was like back in the day, before the war ruined everything?" I do remember. I think about it all the time and it kills me. All the what-ifs and possibilities. Casso's bullying was my biggest concern before Manuel died. I was happy and naive back then. Just another girl in high school thinking about college and boys and summer jobs, back before I was forced to grow up and become what I am today. Stronger, more resilient, a little bit wounded, a little bit broken, but my own person. My brother was alive back then, I say, and hug myself tighter. That's the only thing I'd change. If I could bring my brother back, I would. He was alive, and so was my father. We have so much in common, Olivia. He comes closer. One more step, then another. He thinks we're the same, but we're not. Not at all. He reacted to what happened with bitterness and violence, but I found a better way. "They died in an explosion. Did Casso tell you that? My father and your brother died from same car bomb, and the only person that walked away was Don Bruno. Do you think that's a coincidence? We're too much alike." Anger flares. He's trying to make me think the Bruno Familia was involved in that bomb, but I know he's wrong, and I hate him for it. I hate him so much that I decide to go off script because I can't keep going on like this. I need to know the truth, and I'll never figure it out if I let Casso do what he plans without acting first. I take a step forward now. It's my turn to close the distance. I feel the tension like a weighted blanket on my shoulders. We're 8 feet apart at most, and I'm breathing hard. I could lunge forward and punch him in the throat. "Didn't that bomb go off on Don Bruno's car?" I ask, and try to suppress my revulsion. His eyes widen a fraction, but his lips tug into a smile. He's surprised, and he's struggling to pretend like he's amused instead. "You know about it, then." The Bruno family talks, especially when they've been drinking. Improvising now, desperate and stupid. If I mess up and he sees through my story, then I'm screwed, but I have to try. He's rattled, and rattled men make mistakes. That's what Casso said. I have to try. I'd hate myself if I didn't. "You got one of them drunk enough to spill his guts." His smile is edged now, wicked. "What did they say? What lies did they tell?" "The bomb went off on Don Bruno's car. which means the Bruno familia didn't plant it. Your father died in the blast, which means he didn't either. My brother died, which means my family didn't. Who planted the bomb? There were a lot of interested parties back then. Mafia wars affect the entire city, Danil says dismissively. No, that's weak. That's much too weak. Do you really think some random capo would have enough access to the Don's car to plant a bomb? And why do it when there's a peace meeting going on? War is bad for business. It's in everyone's interest to end the fighting as soon as possible. You know something, Danil, and you're hiding it from me. He looks frantic now, eyes wide, jostling from foot to foot. I'm afraid of what he might do and my heart's racing, but I have to keep going. There's only forward for me now, and I'm committed. Rattled men make mistakes. It was always them, Danil says. Fucking Casso and his fucking family. That peace was never supposed to happen, and only Don Bruno was supposed to die. My heart clenches, does a double beat, and restarts its rhythm. I feel cold all over, the chill brushing along my skin. You know who did it, don't you? So close to the truth now. His jaw tightens, working up and down. The meeting was at my father's club. Nobody ever looks at the skinny little pale boy twice, do they? Nobody gives a damn about children. Adults think children aren't capable of ruthlessness, but adults are wrong. He paces back and forth, gesturing wildly in the air. It wasn't hard. The plans were all online. Once the old bastards sat down to chat and drink and make their deal, it was easy to slip underneath the SUV and tape the pipe right below the gas tank. The guards weren't watching. Not closely, anyway. They were smoking cigarettes and staring at the door, all of them hopeful the war would end and their lives would continue on for another pathetic day. It was so easy, so damn easy, and I knew it would work. I knew the chemistry. Something went wrong, I press as he pulls at his hair, and I'm beginning to freak out as the implications of what he's saying sinks in, but I keep going. I crossed the line already, and there's no going back. What happened? Why did your father die? I don't add. Why did you kill my brother? The trigger was supposed to be remote controlled. I had a radio all set up, and when Don Bruno came out of the club alone, shuffling over to the car, I sent the detonate signal. But nothing happened. I don't know why. I've thought about it 1,000 times since then. I think I must have screwed up the wiring, or built a delay into the circuits where there wasn't supposed to be one. But then your brother came after him, followed by my father, and they got to talking, standing right there, right outside the car. I powered down the radio, but it didn't matter. Not anymore. The fuse was lit and the devastation set in motion, only on a delay I hadn't planned for. 30 seconds after I hit that button, the bomb went off, and the one person I meant to kill somehow survived. I was ruined after that, utterly ruined, and all because of the Bruno familia. His eyes bulge as he turns to me, hands trembling and spread wide. You see, don't you? I did it all for you, Olivia. All of this was for you. No, this wasn't for me, I say, shaking my head. My eyes fill with tears, and my throat's half choked with sorrow. Rattled men make mistakes. So this is finally the story of how my brother died. A half-crazy boy planted a bomb under a Mafia Don's car and screwed up the fuse trigger. That's all. Just a stupid mistake from a stupid, misguided teenager. And the ripples of that explosion continue on through the years, still ruining lives. But it was. Casso Bruno was a piece of shit to you, Olivia. He bullied you mercilessly, and I watched it happen day after day. I was powerless, and I hated him so much for making me feel that way, but there was nothing I could do. My father was friendly with their family, but that didn't mean a damn thing. He abused you, he hurt you, and I saw it all. When I had the chance to hurt him back, I did what I had to do. No, Danil. You didn't do that for me. You did that for yourself. I'm crying now, unable to help it. I'm crying for Manuel and all the lives lost after him. The war could have ended that day, and the destruction and pain and death that came after could have been avoided. But it wasn't, because of Danil. Does it matter anymore? Casso is the real threat. He and his whole family need to be destroyed, and you can help me do it. If we work together, Olivia, we can bring down the Bruno Familia and free Phoenix from their tyranny. Help me do this, and I swear I'll make sure you never have to spend another moment with a husband you don't want in a family that sees you as nothing more than a pawn in their game. That would have been tempting at one point, but not anymore. I step back now, keeping my eyes on him. I keep backing away. Slowly. Slowly. You lied to me from the start. You wanted me to think the Bruno family killed my brother, but you're the one that planted the bomb. You pushed me and pulled me and fucked with my head, and I'm not doing anything with you, you piece of shit. You disgust me. Everything about you sickens me, and my husband is twice the man you'll ever be. I bump into the car parked in the very last space and duck down as if I'm about to tie my shoes. Hidden behind the bumper, attached in an easy spot, is a little button. It clicks when I push it, and nothing happens. I practiced this part all morning with Casso. Bend over, hit the button. Bend over, hit the button. Don't panic. Just push and wait. That's all you have to do. Get him close and hit the button. It's a big risk assuming I'd have the chance to pull off this maneuver, but it was the best option we came up with. As I slowly stand, Danil's closing on me with pure rage in his eyes, his lips pulled back to show his teeth. "You killed my brother!" I shout at him, half screaming now, tears splattering down my face. Everything is in motion now, and all pretext can fall away. "You murdered him, you bastard, and I hope you rot with your filthy, worthless father!" Danil roars in utter rage, a mindless, wordless shout, and a car's engine screams as tires rip into the concrete half a floor lower. Headlights appear around the corner and Danil pauses, throwing his hands up in shock as the truck roars down toward us. I throw myself away, running toward the back of the parked car, and Danil's shout turns to a scream as he dives to the ground, barely managing to avoid getting run over as the truck skids to a halt. Casso jumps out the door. Nico comes out the back with Gavino and another armed guard I don't know. Casso runs to me, ignoring Danil, and grabs me into his arms, pulling me close as he levels his gun at Danil's prone form. The Russian is shaking, a weapon halfway drawn from the back of his waistband, staring up at multiple guns in his face, and he looks shocked. "How?" he croaks. "How? How?" Casso kisses me gently. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," I say, and he wipes my cheek, clearing the tears away. "What did you hear?" "Just the shouting." He sighs and kisses my cheek. "I told you not to do this. I begged you not to engage. Just hit the button as soon as you saw him." I couldn't help myself. I smile at the way his concern washes over me. "How?" Danil screams, spittle flying. "How?" Casso sighs, kisses me, and turns to Danil. He walks over and kicks the Russian hard once, twice, 3 times. Danil groans and stops screaming as he curls up on himself, clutching his ribs and his stomach while Casso stands above him, looming. "We killed your guards," he says simply. "This whole thing was a trap, you stupid, desperate little shit. As soon as they got into position, we cut their throats and left their bodies to bleed. And now it's your turn." "I hate you," Danil says, struggling to sit up. "I hate you, sick fucks. I hate you all so much for what you've done. Olivia should have been mine, you bastard. She should have been mine and you swooped in and stole her. You don't deserve a woman like her, not after what you did." "You're right," Casso says, raising his gun and pointing it at Danil's face. "I don't deserve her, but I'll work every day to earn her anyway." He pulls the trigger and Danil's face explodes into a shower of blood and gore and brain and bone. I take a few steps back, horrified and elated, my hands at my mouth. The men stand around, staring at Danil's corpse as the ear-splitting burst of Casso's gun slowly dissipates and fades away, the echoes getting softer, but the sound will never disappear from my memory as long as I live. His last words, his final screams, are burned into my memory, alongside all the memories of Manuel. "I'm sorry," Casso says as he puts his gun away and comes to me.
He grabs me and holds me tight against him, hugging me close. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry you had to be a part of this. But it's over now. It's all over. It's over, I whisper, and sob into his chest as he hugs me close. Manuel's gone. Danil's gone. So many people are dead and gone and won't come back. But I'm here, and I'm with Casso, and that's all I care about. Chapter 29. Casso. Cleanup is my least favorite part of any hit, but fortunately I get to delegate now that I'm the Don. Once Danil's body is disposed of, and his men are cut to pieces and buried in the desert, the terror that swept through the city lifts. I order my men back, and the relief on the streets is palpable. Everyone was terrified they were next. Things quiet down over the next couple of days. The few guys left that were loyal to Danil Fedorov and his Bratva escape Phoenix and disappear. I put out hits on them, but I'm not too worried about whether they'll succeed or not. The bulk of Danil's Bratva is dead, and without Fedorov himself, the remaining guys are worthless. Let them look over their shoulders for the rest of their miserable lives. If I catch them, I'll gut them. But I'm not trying too hard. We take turns sitting by Finn's bedside. Everyone puts in time, even Elise and Olivia.
Even if all Elise does is read magazines and look at Instagram, it's still good to have a warm body beside him. At night, when the darkness comes down and I feel my own darkness begin to wrap around my heart, I reach for Olivia. She's there in my bed, inches away from my body, and I hold her tight against me, breathing her smell, feeling her skin, using her as a bulwark against the misery that threatens to invade every waking moment I spent with my brother in a coma. It's a nightmare, one I don't think I can wake from, one I'm afraid Finn will never wake from. In the mornings, I kiss her and go about my business, but always with her in my mind. It takes me 3 days to come to a decision. After visiting with Finn, I find Olivia down by the pool with Elise in the late hours of the day as the sun sinks and twilight falls. May I borrow my wife? Elise shrugs. Not up to me. I suppose I have some free time. Olivia gets up and stretches, grinning, wearing only a sheer cover-up with a white bikini over her beautiful breasts and ass. I gaze at her legs, her lips, her neck, and I stifle the thrill that runs through me. I want to show you something. But first you need some reasonable shoes. I take her up to the patio where I have socks and hiking boots already out. She frowns at them, then at me. I'm not sure I like where this is going. I promise I'm not about to bury you out in the desert. It's not a far walk. She frowns but sits and puts the boots on. When she's done, we head down the back path, wave to Elise, and head out onto the property. Armed guards lurk in the rocks nearby, watching warily. They don't like their Don walking around in the open, but if my own land is too dangerous to walk through, then I'm not worthy of the position. Olivia leans on my arm as we go. So why did you drag me from the comfort of the pool for? Are we just going for a scenic walk? We climb up some loose rocky ground and up a steep rise toward a section of larger rocks. It's not far, I say as we go, and I help her over a boulder. Back when I was younger, my brothers and I would play out here all the time. Father and Mother would complain bitterly that we'd come home covered in red dust, but we didn't care. It was like our own playground. Did Kara come along? Constantly, and we'd bully her the whole time, but she was bigger than Finn and Gavino for a while, so it was pretty funny to watch her beat them up. Then at some point they hit puberty and sprang up, and there was a short period where Kara didn't realize they were way stronger than her, and she kept testing them. I grin at the memory of my sister trying to wrestle her younger brothers into submission and failing miserably and hilariously. You guys were really close then. We still are in some ways, but it's hard. She's quiet, so I wrap an arm around her as I steer her toward our destination. In a family like ours, there are pressures. I know you're aware of some of them, but it's even harder in the familia, when we have so much at stake and so many people depend on our leadership. Even though the others aren't the Don, they're still looked toward by the other capos and lieutenants. It places all kinds of stress on our relationships. But you're still close. She sighs and tries to smile, which breaks my heart. I wish I had a chance with Manuel. We were close when we were younger, but we drifted apart as he got more involved with Papa's work. Still, I loved him. I know you did, and I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to know him. I slow as we reach a spot tucked up against a small cliff, where a few larger boulders meet. I stoop slightly, and there it is, the entrance into a small nook. We're in shadow cast by the rock formations, and I reach deeper into the crevice until I feel something hard. I laugh as I pull it out and hold it up. A cigar box? Olivia blinks and frowns as I open it. Then she laughs too. It's filled with old porno playing cards, ancient skunky weed, a glass pipe, and several tiny mesh screens. I lean against the rocks and marvel at the little hidden cache. Finn and I used to come here sometimes and get high together. This was our spot when we were kids. I can't believe that's still here. How old is it? 10 years at least. Probably a little older. I can't remember the last time I came here with Finn, which kills me a little, but I wanted you to see this. I want you to know me, Olivia. I want you to understand where I've come from. I can imagine you and your brothers having a lot of fun around here, away from your parents. Those were good days. I put the box down and slide it back into its spot deep in the dark of the hidden pocket. And now you're with me, and the days are even better. I steer her closer, taking her hands in mine. I kiss her softly, and she grins at me, a blush to her cheeks, genuinely happy. She's so lovely, and I can't help myself as I sink down to one knee, still holding her hands in mine. Olivia, I want to ask you something, I say quietly, and she stares at me with wide eyes. What are you doing? I love you. I think I've loved you for a long time, but I haven't been able to let myself understand it, not really. But I'm sick to death of pretending and tired of acting like I don't need you, when the opposite is true. I need you more than a limb, more than my life. You're my family and my blood, and I love you, Olivia. I love you so damn much it breaks me. I love you too, she whispers as I take the ring from my pocket. It's different from the one she's wearing. Elise helped me choose this. You deserve everything. I slip the old ring away and shove it in my pocket. Will you marry me? She blinks rapidly, but a tear rolls down her cheek. Too late for that. I mean it. I want to do this right. We don't have to do another ceremony if you don't want. But I need you to make this commitment. And I need you to know that I'm committed. Will you marry me, Olivia? Yes, she says, nodding, grinning. I push the ring onto her finger. God, yes. I'll marry you. I love you, Casso Bruno. I stand and kiss her, crushing her mouth with mine, and pull her against my body. She laughs, and I laugh, and she's crying, and I'm definitely not. I hold her tight and feel her close, a part of my life, the center of my world. I love her more than I can understand, and even if it scares the hell out of me, I won't run away. I won't fight against something good. Now I suppose I should take your name, she says, sighing against my chest. Olivia Bruno. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Sounds perfect. Chapter 30. Olivia. 3 months later. You have to tell him. Kara's practically bouncing up and down on her toes, but I shake my head, pacing back and forth across the game room. Elise sits at the bar, pouring herself some champagne. She hands a glass to Kara, who waves it off. Come on, you have to. I will. I'm just terrified. I'm tingling with excitement and fear. Everything's changed so fast, and I don't know what I'm going to do. This is a good thing, isn't it? Elise raises an eyebrow, drinking. I guess I wouldn't know. This body is not made for... She makes a vague gesture at herself. That's because your body is 90% plastic, Kara says, and Elise laughs at that, raising her glass with a wink. This is a good thing, Olivia. He's going to be so excited, and God knows he needs it right now. I stop and lean against the pool table. My head's spinning and I feel like I might pass out. I grip the edge tightly and close my eyes and try to picture Casso's reaction. I can't quite see it, but I'm terrified it'll be horrible, that he'll be angry and blame me for doing this at the worst possible time. He's been so busy lately, I say, looking at my hands. Things are good between us, but you know. He's so busy. Kara sighs and walks over. She rubs my back gently and I smile at her. Over the last few months, I've grown to see her as a true sister, and it's such a strange but amazing feeling. Nobody could have seen this coming, least of all you. Don't blame yourself. Still, he's got a lot to handle. Can he handle this too? Casso's strong. You know how strong he is. Besides, this isn't something he's got to handle. This is a gift. She squeezes my shoulder and hugs me. You're pregnant, Olivia. Pregnant. I'm pregnant. The words don't make sense, but I took like a dozen tests and there's no doubt at all. I'm pregnant with Casso's baby. I can't imagine this happening at a worse time. After the Fedorov Bratva was ripped to shreds, the streets were quiet, but there were murmurs of discontent. Several of the larger, stronger gangs weren't happy about the way Casso cracked down and started an indiscriminate wave of terror in an attempt to smoke Danil out of hiding. Even though it worked, it left a lot of anger in its wake. Now he's dealing with the fallout. Several gangs joined forces and are giving him trouble all throughout the city. The Turks, the Poles, the Koreans, and the Irish have all made a pledge to work together against Bruno interests. And they're nearly as strong as the Famiglia. They're fractured and only held together by a very charismatic Irishman named Cillian, but so long as they stay together, they're causing Casso a lot of headaches. And now I want to throw a baby into the mix. Tell him, Elise says. Just get it over with, darling. It's never the perfect time. That's not how life works. Elise is right, though it pains me to admit. Kara squeezes me again. He'll be happy. Trust me. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. You're right. I'll tell him. I nod and try to mentally psych myself up. I think of all the nights we spent together sweating in the evening heat, our bodies working together as pleasure mounted in unimaginable waves. Casso's still hungry for me each and every night, and even if he spends all day working and dealing with 1,000 different problems, he always has time for me at night. And I love him for it. I love him more than I ever thought I would. I love my husband and my new family. Turns out that Gavino's really funny and a genuinely good person, and Kara's like my better half. Even Elise never ceases to amaze me. All right, okay, I'm going. I extract myself from Kara's side hug and walk to the door. I can do this, right? He's just my husband. He's also the don of a powerful mafia family in the middle of a brewing war. But yes, he's your husband. Elise grins and winks at me. Kara sighs loudly. You're not helping. Don't be a dick, Elise. Just teasing her. I leave before Elise can tease more and ruin whatever resolve I have left. I slip out and hurry down to Casso's office. I knock once and wait for him to call me in. My husband's sitting behind his desk, rubbing his temples. He glares at the wall like he's trying to burn it down with his mind. When I step into the room, his face softens, and a smile passes onto his lips, and the way he seems to instantly transform with me around sends a jolt of pure joy into my heart. This man loves me so much. It's written in everything he does and everything he says. When I'm around, it's like he can relax, and all that stress melts from his shoulders in waves. He grins at me as I saunter toward him, heart racing. But this is right. This is so right. Hello, wife. You're looking lovely today. Hello, husband. I sit on the edge of his desk. I'm the only person in the world he lets do this. You look stressed but handsome. That about sums me up. What have you been doing? Spending time with Elise and Kara? Pretty much. I look at my hands. I can do this. I can do this. He loves me. I can do this. I wanted to tell you something. Before he can respond, his cell phone rings. He glares at the screen like he's about to shut it off, but he tilts his head instead. It's Finn's doctor. He glances at me. Can I take it? Please, answer. He picks up the phone. This is Casso. Yes, doctor. How are you? His eyes go wide. When? Are you sure? Right now? Okay, right. I'm on the way. I'll be there in a few minutes. He hangs up the phone and leaps to his feet. What's happening? I ask, slipping off the edge of the desk, fearing the worst. But he comes around and wraps me up in a tight hug and kisses me, and he's laughing. He's laughing so hard I can feel his chest heave and his abs tense. He kisses me and swings me around. He's awake! He's awake! Finn's awake! He spins and kisses me and hugs me, and if there are tears in his eyes, well, that's okay. You're joking? You're serious? Right now he's awake. I have to go. I'm so sorry, Olivia, but I have to run. Go, go, we'll see you later. But wait, hold on. I pull him against me and kiss him and pull him down to whisper in his ear. I love you, Casso, and I'm pregnant. He stares at me in shock. His mouth falls open and he doesn't move, and for a moment the world stops spinning. It's just me and him locked in time. But then he's kissing me and hugging me, and now I'm crying because I'm such a baby, and he's grinning so big his face might break. This is the best day of my life, he says. My perfect wife is pregnant and my brother's awake. God, I love you so much. We have so much to talk about. Go to Finn. We can discuss everything later. I love you. He kisses me again, laughs once, shakes his head, holds me at arm's length, and laughs again. Fucking pregnant. God, I'm so happy right now. He releases me and leaves, shaking his head as he goes. I collapse back against the desk, grinning from ear to ear. Finn's awake and I'm about to have a baby. Life doesn't get better.